game that's trending. No one wanna take. Let's go. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a knife, but I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a knife, but I'm in a different climate. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like. Ain't no other like. Ain't no other like. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like. Ain't no other like we. Ain't no other like we. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we.
Here we go again, man, I'm on another one. Don't wait up for me, man, I'm on another run. Yeah, I hear the streets calling. I cannot ignore it. Walking on the border, feel the devil on my shoulder. Talk to me nice. I ain't got a lot left. Talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little bark in the bite. I've been on the verge of self-destruction. Never been this close to me erupting. I'm on the ledge. I'm seeing red. Don't think they heard what I said. Mr. Goody Two Shoes, about to pew-pew. Kill him in the new suit, man, I'm too smooth. From the light to the dark, from the truth to the lies, play a part. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, yeah. I threw away the halo, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been a since the cradle. Built different, homie. You could go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. Unrelated, I'm the greatest. I'm the hero and the villain. You could pick a favorite. I'm the one that everybody said he couldn't make it. Now I'm on a mission. I'ma try to win my enemies and they gon' hate. Hate is just the love when it's intensive. Dark is just the light without the sense. And loneliness is you without the friends. Click, giving up for me is too expensive. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And that's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day. You don't wanna test me, this ain't no play. I could be the one reason to calm day. Or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you feeling lucky. Or you gon' turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah. You better renegade.
Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, Evo. I'm on the move, I'm on the move. I'm putting in work, I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power, I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day, no one ahead of me. I'm on the, right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it.
Give me your now. It's all on the line. Watch me come alive. I want the world in my palms. I want it all.
Yeah, this fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known, yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it.
Give me your now. It's all on the line. Watch me come alive. I want the world in my palms. I want it faster, faster, faster. Zoom, the engine room, but you feel the boom. Gone in the wind, when you see me better move. Jetpack kid, reloaded the jet fuel. High speed cruise, too fast, you can't move. Zoom, through. No, I don't mean to be rude. It's just the beginning, beginning, beginning. Do I have your attention, attention, attention? Keep your mouth shut and listen. Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster, faster, faster. To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster, faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, pick up the paces. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, they say we dangerous. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, buckle up for safety. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, it's yours if you take it. It's yours if you want it, go and get it, go and get it. Be sure that you want it, cause you gotta be committed. In order to run it, you gon' have to get the sprint. First come, first serve, now listen. Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster, faster, faster. To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster,
for an update. It's time for you to level up. Listen, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep, most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. When I put my pen to the page, it's like I just entered the game. So first I'm head to the range, then do some work on perfecting my aim. I'm spending hours to develop and train. You don't get a medal for setting the pace unless you're ahead at the end of the race. I wanna get better by stepping my level. Attackers up until I'm dead in a grave, yeah. I never said I was brave, nah, but these other men are afraid. And they're only here for the rep and the fame. So don't be thinking me and them are the same. I step on a stage where legends are made. Forget that your claim is weapons ablaze. I'm ready to spray and let out my pain. Tell everybody not to get in my way. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep, most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. To be a master of anything, you've got to put masses of effort in. So if your mentality's negative, then you might never be classed as a veteran. But don't turn your back on your enemy, cause they wanna capture your territory. You can't let them damage your health. If your energy's low, then you have to replenish it. You might need to balance your regimen. Well, life's like a battle, you never win. So what really matters is legacy, passing knowing that you had your integrity. Cause your credit's in a negative, developing a deficit. But when you're dead and buried, every penny is irrelevant. Instead of getting treasure, and it's better to be generous. And then when you're in heaven, you'll be ready for the benefits. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up.
Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover it up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting the bands. Like, do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, in all one corner, I get the boy a hug. Three blonde beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover it up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting the bands. Going to the country club, yeah, never doing bands, never riding on the bus, never looking at your man, so he wishes he was us, and my lady has no trust, so let me tell you that's the crux, so you're looking at solutions in the bottom of a cup, yeah, she won't try it, she spent a couple racks, and some tats, and a fifth, make it lame, let's smash, I'm on the ass, I mean, I love her ass, let me see a little sass before I give you the pass, let me see a little sass before I give you the pass, or while you rolling the back, or while you rolling the joint, I think I'm missing your back, I think you're missing the point. I haven't seen you in a minute. Let me see you in a minute. I mean, just cover up, but I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting the bands. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, in all one corner, I get the boy a hug. Three blonde beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover up, but I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting the bands. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, in all one corner, I get the boy a hug. Three blonde beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover up, but I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting the bands. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club. Like, I'm never going to the country club, right? I'm never going to the country club, like. And your man's, yeah, he wishes he was us, I'm never going to the country club, yeah.
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb sticking. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it calling, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it rubbing, better start here running. I'll bite it like a spider, and I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Rosy cheeks on a pretty face. Promise I'm nice, but that goes two ways. I can scream, I can howl, it's performing. Don't wanna let it out, just take this as a warning. Me and my sharp tooth digging in honey. I'm all self-made, not just lucky. Cool girl with a temper. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. This has been a long time coming, building up my courage slowly. Ready if I have to fight, got no doubt. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it calling, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it rubbing, better start here running. I'll bite it like a spider, and I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Hiding in plain sight, there's never time to run away. Slide like a tiger, baby, I'm not here to play. Hiding in plain sight, there's never time to run away. Baby, I can strike like a viper. Feel it calling, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it rubbing, better start here running. I'll bite it like a spider, and I'll strike like a viper, like a viper.
Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot, I'm blessed and I walk with ease. All these men when they talk that breeze, did that big chat, did that scene, but I won't go back, now I switch that theme. Let's get that P, now I got that team, now I hit that pump, that get that clean. No rest in peace till I set my piece. Now we gotta run with a different league. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot. Been through phases, hit 'em with a flow and it's so contagious. Bet I'm a vet and I roll with the greatest. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, got me running my paces. Getting my space and you're gonna feel mad, 'cause I can't sit still like I'm running around tracks. And I ain't gonna stop till I go to the max. I can't stop, don't stop, won't stop. Back big moves, take notes. Could've been huge but I say no. Me and you ain't in the same boat. Been around and about but I lay low. Stay so good I break ground when it ain't seen. Not the best, no stress, 'cause I'm better
what, this life ain't free, no. That's changes, life in the blink of an eye through phases. Been around the world, big tours, big stages. Hidden with a source and I don't stop pacing. Don't stop making, won't stop chasing. Got a big dream, won't stop till I make it. Take it, this one here's for the haters. Face it, can't stop, won't stop blazing. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what, take that shot. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what, take that shot.
Shawty doing splits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. I ain't gon' front, she can throw it back, yeah. I like the stunt, oh you notice that. Count up the bands, hold up on it back, yeah. Okay, that was fun, but now I'm done with that, yeah. Getting dicey, I'm in psycho mode. They like the ice cause the ice so cold. Wrap up the bands cause they tight won't fold. Taking every shot like I might grow old. Going under every single night though. Had to get it in before the flight though. Hope I don't get blinded by the lights though. Hope nobody tryna read my rights though. Hope I got somebody in my corner. Hope she realized that this ain't for her. Going overseas and over borders. Going in and tell 'em out of order. I ain't got the flow, just say sicko. I spent you run up on my fit though. I got lil' shawty doing splits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. And that's not like every single thing I know. She said she my boo, but I'm single though. I can't have just one like a Pringle though. I'm antisocial, but let's mingle though, yeah. Call up the Uber, yeah, let's go for a ride. Too drunk to drive, but I'm parked outside. Too up to fall, yeah, I like this height. If I'm going out right, yeah. And it's 5-star, but let me fitting kinda cozy on a dime. Yeah, I just need my racks and then I'm gone. Yeah, you can go and do whatever you want. I'ma go infinity and beyond. Doing the Birdman finger rub, cause they itch. And I've been kinda distracted, but now it's back to the mission. Hey, I ain't got the flow, just say sicko. I spent you run up on my fit though. I got lil' shawty doing splits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary.
I've been a racket for your station. I've been a quiet storm in a terror zone. I've been a big show worth taping. I keep it 100 and I take a lump sum and I keep a good vibe in rotation. As far as the waves, they're amazing. I'm talking like best in the nation. I hold the 8 ball of the relevant. Watch them make rise from the sediment. Crew of OGs and they hit it home. Bunch of big bags to deliver on. Pronto, I'm the head honcho. Big chief for the realer, the bigger the winners. No filler, a killer on a tuna. I'm talking animation.
coming for the whole thing. Instead of stepping, we like big brains. Rose gold for the whole team. Top flight, we do that. It's a mismatch, they running up. Get back, you ain't tough. One punch, they folding up. Life hard, I'll show you some more than just a one and done. Front line till the war's won. Also back tendencies, tend they get their heads spun. I didn't make the move. Real world problems, they didn't teach in school.
Now we playing catch up, gotta keep up. It's celebrated courses when you in the field.
Mental trauma that we got, I can't wait to heal. I can't wait to seal.
I can't wait to do.
Winning hit different, we don't got a choice. Negotiation for a better life. It's more than what you bargained for. Trust and believe in the process, hard work, and forces what you doing it for. You see the needle, keep pushing it forward. A lot more that you gotta endure. A lot more that you gotta endure. A lot more that you gotta endure. We got a lot more in store. Let's set the record straight. Something to say it to my face. In the 90s, we sketch your face. Everybody got a stick, now they want to spray. Say it with your chest, it's how we was raised. These kids don't know how to play. These kids don't believe in faith. These kids don't know how to pave. Suffocating now and I can't breathe. Say the grass is greener on the other side. We're coming back to clarify as soon as I arrive.
From the jump, I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop, till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action against stagnant, and they stopping it. Too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers, I move backwards, and they honest. Hacking the right back, and to make profit, and accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything I'm mounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while I keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down, I'm fishing. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going 2 commas, 2 Teslas. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop, till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. Yeah. I've been on a mission, I've been tunnel vision. You can't stop the vision that I'm on. Been in competition with my opposition for the top position on the rung. I just got ignition, now the clock is ticking, and I got it ringing the alarm. I'm in top condition, in the top division. This is dominance, pressure is on. If I'm ever second, it's second to none. I'll never quit while there's breath in my lungs. I am relentless, I'll rest when I'm done. Hunger inside of me, I'm on the hunt. I'm on that boss level energy. I'm in my villain mode, eyes on my enemy. Handle my weaponry, I put in work like there's 10 of me. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I'm ready to go. One in the chamber, I'm in the zone. Focus like laser, I want the throne. It's in my nature, I roll alone. I like the danger. I go renegade, I won't ever break. I don't play around, I don't hesitate. I just level up, I just elevate. I'm underrated, but I'm undefeated. I'm imitated, but never repeated. Hunger inside of me, I gotta feed it. So I stay relentless until I succeeded. I'm sending a warning to my rival. for survival. Homie, I came here for the title. I can feel it in my veins. Raw power unchained. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine for the taking. I can feel it in my veins. Yeah, I came here to reign. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine right now. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. My powers unlimited. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. Yeah, yeah. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like a god. Yeah, yeah. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god.
Flu season. I'm sick, got you sneezing. To keep on rhyming, I find new reasons. Yeah, don't diss me, that's treason. Me and my Eve just trying to find Eden. Till then, we keep rolling up trees. Young Dante keep slaying these demons. Mad love for all of my heathens. Switching the flow like Cheerio, here we go. We keep the heads moving around, merry go. Fire in my heart, with the fan, very cold. You it's artificial, cherry coke. Throw your hands in the sky, every girl, every bloke. I'm a king, I'm a dawn, on a rock, I'm a toad. Tune into a f***ing princess when I croak. Drinking champagne, bumping Prince on the boat. Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. I have arrived. Hey, I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is nice, come alive. Tonight is nice, come alive. Come alive. A new season. I'm through pleasing. Yeah. Can't see I transform and try to hit me with that Louis Stevens. I'm about to get mean and new meaning. Mouth shut, he freezing. He Mr. Bean. And then for that screen, I've been scheming. Needed in all black when you see him. This is that. Wake up and get to that bag today. Y'all better not be playing with my cash today. I pop up like dynamite. I won't apologize. If you ain't got my check, well then run to say. You don't wanna see me wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. Alive. I have arrived. Hey, yeah. I feel alive. I feel alive. Hey, I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Hey, can you come alive? Can you do it right? Yeah. I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. I feel alive. Wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. Right now, right now. Hey, come alive. Sweating. I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is nice, come alive. Tonight is nice, come alive. I feel alive. Is you ready? Get ready, are you ready for destruction? I'm ready. Get ready, is you ready? Get ready, right now. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? I'm ready. Get ready, you ready? Get ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? It's my time. Get ready, right now. Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Bottom of the barrel to the Coliseum. Warriors, yeah, I got a legion. Take your life from my per diem, you won't get to see it. Open your eyes, you don't believe it. The dust after the dawn when the storm's coming. Yeah, I want it all, you don't want nothing. What you gonna do? You got a point to prove, but like I want to make. Let's set your doomsday. This is the eve of your destruction. Yeah, is you ready? Right now, I'm ready. This is the eve of your destruction. Come on, what you wanna do now? Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, are you ready? Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, right now. Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, cause I'm ready. Get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction? Yeah. The eve of your destruction is upon you. You can't say I never warned you. I'm like the locust, the way I focus and then unload it. Down and dirty, no sugar coating, I am the coldest. Like Rome, get broke off with bare knuckles. Take souls, break spirits, my case flows. Where the hunters become prey, Lord knows. If you don't want the smoke, you better stay low. This is the eve of your destruction. Right now, this is the eve of your destruction. I'm ready. What you wanna do now? Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, now. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction?
Always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down, wanna see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready.
Man, I've been through this and I've been through that. Man, I've been through trials and errors. Done seen through tricks and I've seen through acts. I've been through times of terrors. Got courage that rise through life and times. Play life like I'm on checkers. Running new heights in life, you'd find I've come out of violent messes. Ain't the same man that I used to be. Say that I'm mad, not news to me. I make the own plan, that's mutiny. I play the rap game so beautifully. Everybody can notice that all my focus goes on being the best. People wanna see me stressed, but what they should already know is I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. Know that I'm building it up and I'm doing it solo. This is the realest of stuff, got the game in a chokehold. No situation I don't know, bouncing my back like a pogo. Man in the sea moving so slow, ain't a rhythm where I won't go. Facts they know is my rap so cold, been told my flow so crazy. Act so bold, no raps and O's, not about that, no don't chase me. Ain't been lazy, on my way up cause this music made me. How could you blame me, one of the greats in the game. Better get used to my name, I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. I remember this one. Best.
Warrior. The mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death, for the life of me. Warrior.
warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. Like a warrior, I go to war for ya. Yeah, I was born for it. Now I'm ready for the war. Ain't no turning back now, no, I can't back down. Can't run nowhere, gotta stand up. Right hand on your chest for your valor. Kneel down to no man, ice running through my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. Wild like a beast. I can't be tamed. No. So stuck in my ways for the truth. I can't be changed. I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No. Like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No. I was born for it. I was born to rise. I was born to fly. I was born to climb. I was born to get it. I was born to shine. I was born to live it. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war for ya. To my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No. Yeah, easy.
I'ma keep
Came from the bottom, but ain't nothing stopping me now. Haters, I got them, don't worry about them. Putting them all in the ground. Prodigal child with a style. You'll click a whole bunch of clowns. I'm lining them up and laying them down. Who be the man that's in charge? Point him out, show me the face. Down on his knees while I'm testing his faith. Pleading his case, make no mistakes. I'm executioner, judge, and the jury. And I lack patience, so I'm in a hurry. Your position ain't one that concerns me, but you should be worried. Cause I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. Both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep coming, 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 coming. Ain't nothing gonna hold me back. Watch me go as I blow right past. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running.
Yeah, I'ma keep running, but I ain't no slave. I just keep running, the track has been laid. Run up the numbers to stack when I'm paid. She gon' keep coming, her back getting break. Oops, I mean broken, I'm loud and outspoken. I laugh to the bakers, no joke, I ain't joking with joking. Stop all that talking, I told him, yo, can get rolled up, I'm smoking. Getting blood money, my crypto, the token. The takeover was closed like the legs make it open. They say whenever your boy come around with the smoke, they don't want it the way that it's potent. I know this for sure is some more that you got that I never could mess with, cause yours is just bogus. I do no look as I pass, your hook is not magic. You couldn't take that shot if you open.
I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. Cause I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep coming, 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 coming. Ain't nothing gonna hold me back. Watch me go as I blow right past. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, running, running. I'ma keep running, running. I'ma keep.
Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. It's disclosure. The fire out. The pace slowed. Nothing left on the desk now in caseloads. I missed my opportunity, there goes the opening. Arms reach and slip to loss of dopamine. I lose hope more than any other focus. Grip this old road, I'm at liberty to trudge. So it's the same old souls, same old goals. Just stick to the script, but sick of what's been written and sold. This isn't it, I can't let this empty sink. But oh, the code's cryptic. No momentum to stop it, I swear my prayers on repeat. All I need is one, is a solid. I'm on my knees as I plead, screaming my speech and a promise. One more chance, like who's gonna really take it from me? I get my hands up to any challenge to stand up in front of, convincing myself before I sit on the shelf. It's in my destiny, the best of me, to reach for this belt. I swear they're testing me, but they don't want the rest from the belt. There's only one thing left. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up.
Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. This disclosure.
And that's it. No more doubts, it's over for him. I'm promoting it with no more routes. We're all in, debt collector about to snatch it out the hands. This been written like the past, but somehow still about the now future. I'm indebted to my roots, made me shook for more. Well conditioned, I've been leveled to the floor and bounced back. So it's breaking off, shackles off before Mother Nature is at work. And we cooking up a storm, I'm coming. My feet gon' take me there. Ain't no feet to get the victory, the vision's clear. I'm skipping the days I let myself get riddled up with fears.
You wish.
Get up. In the dojo.
You want to head high?
In the dojo. In the dojo.
Red Bull gives you wings.
One knock at the door and then we both know how the story ends. You can't win if your white flag's out when the war begins. Aiming so high but swinging so low, trying to catch fire but feeling so cold. Hold it inside and hope it won't show. I'm saying it's not, but inside I know.
Today's gonna be the day you notice, 'cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Turn to run, now look what it's become. Outnumbered 10-1, back then should've bit your tongue, 'cause there's no turning back. This path once it's begun, you're already on that list. Say you don't want what you can't resist. Waving that sword when the pen won't miss. Watch it all falling apart like this.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the
welcome back to the second day of World's 2024 play-ins here in the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. Yesterday, we kicked things off with the first group of play-ins, discovered our two teams who are going to advance to the next round, and today, 4 more challengers entered the stage. New faces, old faces. I'm super hyped to see what we have in store today. Hello, Wolf Steamers. Lovely to have you here at the desk as well. And Ross and GB, of course.
I was figuring out where the camera was coming in from. I was like, I see a teddy bear, but I don't see the camera.
Actually. Well, lovely to see you guys on stream as well. Raz, GB, how are you doing?
I mean, okay.
I mean, we've been having a good time. We've been playing a bit of Smash Bros beforehand. I mean, yeah. Raz, do you want to talk about that, or should we just talk about League of Legends instead?
We can just put out the story that I destroyed Hysterics. That's
fair.
The story
That's fair.
Yes, exactly. He can defend himself if he wants to.
Yeah, we're going to see Jacob a bit later. Let's see what he has to say to this. But let's talk about the games we had yesterday. Banger day to open the playing stage we had, and I want to talk about the reactions maybe that we've seen on social media, because Brazil taking game 1 was amazing. Yonkos was super hyped. We went Vayne in the PSG on the top lane on the last game that they played, and of course 7-1 for Brazil. I have a World Cup vibe from this, because Brazil winning 7-1, we're in Germany, they got the revenge after all.
They did, and it was actually insane, because for me, my prediction going into yesterday, that it would be like a kind of a boring performance, that we'd see double 2-0s, but then Pain Gaming comes in and starts stomping. I love the composition that they had, and they kept it interesting, GB.
No, absolutely, and you know, you're talking about interesting players. I think Titan was definitely a big personality and driving force on the Lucian. You're going to see it in a second here on this Baron that maybe got a bit too close, with Pain almost throwing the first game away, and the emotions are high, the adrenaline is running through, and that's the passion that you get from the Brazilian league.
That's the passion that he shows. That's why I love Titan. That's why I love seeing CBLOL, because when you see him during the regular season, hell, Titan during his finals, if he gets that big moment, he's going to pop off.
Yeah, but in the end, you know, they couldn't get it through all the games. I think in game 3 got a bit close, but if there was one guy who was a thorn in the side again and again, it was Mabel as soon as he locked in this Akali. 11 years, this man still got it. He is definitely out here hand-stiffing people.
Yeah, I mean, I saw up close and personal when he was in the LCS for just a little bit, but of course, like, just being able to see Maple shine like this on this pick, those close team fights, and then him coming out on top, he is going to be the reason why this team goes far if they do.
GB, Mad Lions debut on the other side. New roster, rookies, fresh from this LEC season. They made it in the end, and I feel like convincing debut despite maybe a shaky first game. What did you think about?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got sucked into the chaos of what the Vietnamese teams also brings. I think the late game was definitely messy, but I also think they're at a position where they kind of knew that we can hand stiff our opponents. Merwin was on weak side. He was having a very happy game on the weak side, but a dub is a dub, you know what I mean?
But I learned something, and when Emily does come over, she's going to be excited, because the fact that lane swaps were a thing during that series, and it was making it very difficult for VK, it was one of those things where I'm like, okay, it's something you're going to have to deal with. It was something that was frustrating for Kati in particular, because then you just had Alvaro on his Nautilus just raining terror in the mid lane. So that's something that we're going to have to be keeping tabs on for the rest of the tournament.
It's not something that I would have expected to stay, honestly, despite the patch changes and everything. We'll see how much of swap lane we see later in the tournament, and maybe with the games that we're going to have today. Let's take a look at the brackets to see the teams that we're going to get to discover today. As I said, guys, we're swapping to the other side of the bracket. Is it going to be Gamtine in game 1? We'll see about this, because they're going to be facing off against the LGL representative being here and who participated in the PCS. What can we expect from this roster, guys?
It's exciting to see the SoftBank Hawks coming over, just because in 2020, when they became an organization taking on Soul Stuff Gaming, they brought in 2 players, Tussle and, of course, Dasher. Tussle is currently their head coach. Dasher has just been that player that has been
amazing franchise player.
Exactly, a franchise player for that organization that's always kind of been in the shadows of both Saros and Arya, but had a spectacular year for himself. And I think this year was a big one for the SoftBank Hawks, because they added both Evie, they brought in Forrest from T1 Academy, and they have just been reigning terror. 2 LJL championships, been really putting up a huge fight in the PCS, being in both finals. So it's nice to see that the whole fear of the LGL being a part of the PCS and maybe not being able to come to Worlds, that is not there, and they are the team that is proving that wrong.
And they thought they were there. It is a known organization in the LGL, but we're discovering them internationally for the first time, of course, and a returning player. We know him well. Thumbs up guy, Evie Shrimpman, he's back. He's back in the LGL and he's back on the world stage.
Yeah, I mean, 6th World Championship, his 10th international, and as you said, he went to the LEC, and I think we all remember what Evie looked like in the LEC, and to put it politely, it just didn't look good, right? He was never really able to translate the performance we saw from the international stage to Team Heretics, and it kind of looked like the end, so he has to go back to the LGL. And I think this is a remarkable comeback story, because he went back to his roots. He went back to the crazy team fighting as well. He went back to being that impact player that we know him for, and I think he really found his place here as well. So the comeback from being, well, to what Heretics looked like at the time, winning LGL and beating the opposition in the PCS to get the 2nd seed, that is just incredible.
And some of those world content pieces that we've been seeing and hearing from Evie in particular, what he's learned coming in from Team Heretics back to the LGL and seeing like some of the mentality that he's learning, the kind of like the lessons that he brought towards this team and back to the LGL, it's really making an impact.
Yeah, being more versatile, being more polyvalent maybe in the way he thinks about the game. We'll see how it comes on that stage today. You were mentioning, Evie, the fact that he's a standout player for the LGL, that he came to Europe, he went back to his home region. We can say the same thing about Levi on the other side, one of the most veteran players we have at Worlds this year.
For such a storied career that he's had, he's gone like to several different teams internationally. The one that comes to my mind, of course, was when he went to 100 Thieves Academy and he had that one stint at an international with the main team and then went towards JDG, splitting time, and like just being able to see him kind of learn a little bit about what he can, like the place that he has on teams. Because man, he has such an electric play style with the carry picks that he has. The one that is most notable is his Nocturne, and then going across the world and then going right back home in GAM Esports and still being able to pick up that mantle and carry games internationally. I think that's what has been amazing for him. And we've already talked about Evie going internationally. Yeah, we get to see it from him too.
It's all of those things. Like I love that from minor regions you get these reoccurring players. Like they're always like some guards that comes out from just one specific player you kind of remember. You have Audi from R7, you get Levi for GAM, you get Evie as well here from the Hawks. And I just think we've been blessed by having these people who's just able to perform again and again and again when it matters. Like Levi was making shots already back when he was bringing out a Nocturne at that first World Championship, and he's just been continuing that growth, and once again he's back, and it's amazing to see.
And it's really interesting because you can see how much it means for him. I was talking to GAM CEO backstage, and first, they don't get live events so much. He's got the support of his parents. We see how emotional he was during finals, and Raz, year after year after year, his drive for the game has not changed. It means so much for him to be here today.
For both Vietnamese fans, but also Worlds fans, like they've been at internationals constantly, 10 VCS champions, the most successful organization and player. And then for both finals, spring and summer, the emotion that you see from these players of being able to win. This one was a tough one because of how competitive it was between them and VK, but also just having his parents on stage with him. It's incredible to see the drive to be able to succeed on that stage and on this one.
And I gotta say, I gotta bring it up every Worlds, I'm sorry, but Kiaya as well in that top side. You know, I say the same story every time, but this is a guy, you know, he came from poverty in Vietnam, right? He had to drop out of school to help support his family, and it was through League of Legends that he managed to climb the ladder, climb the esports scene, end up on GAM, and then finally start making some bigger money there as well. They had to teach him basic Vietnamese as well. They had to write his password and username down for him next to him with the coaching staff just to get him going, and it's just so beautiful that I think that a video game like League of Legends can have such a big influence, not just on a competitive stage like for Levi and what it means for the family, but for players in general, to the point where it has this amount of impact.
Yeah, and you can see the support, of course, not just outside of the game that you've mentioned, but inside as well. He gets to play his incredible carry style. We've been seeing a little bit of Aurora in the VCS, but also in solo queue from him, so maybe he gets to pick it up today.
You mentioned carry style. For me, that's what I expect when someone tells me GAM is back on the world stage. I expect aggression. I expect carry potential. I expect messiness. a bit as well. What is specific about this iteration of GAM, GB?
Well, it's definitely not as strong as they used to be with their bot lane and their solo lane and mid lane. They often just sack as much as they can. I think that mid and bot are very good matchmaking players. And what I mean by that is that they're never really going to be the people that take the charge from laning phase and onwards and that you play through. They kind of try and match your position. And while they do that, it's Levi and Kiaya who's trying to make the most out of their early game to gain leads. So they will sack their bot lane to get Levi a lead. They will play for Kiaya to make sure he's in a good position. But unfortunately, what this means is that they'll often find themselves at an early game deficit. How do they come back then? Well, it's good old Vietnamese team fight.
Yes,
and that is where Levi and Kiaya use their leads. And Easy Love, who's been actually fantastic at having high DPM despite having very low gold numbers.
And that's something that's been beautiful to see throughout their split, is just the confidence that the younger core has been getting throughout. Of course, we've seen that at MSI, but it's still a story point that the veterans of, you know, both Kiaya and Levi have been kind of leading the charge. And for both Easy Love and Elio, of course, Emo as well, like those type of players have been getting better and really developing. And we're starting to see that just from the second place finish that they had in regular season to being able to conquer VKE in the playoffs. It's been getting stronger and stronger. It's GAM time, baby.
It's GAM time. I love the self-promo here. Raz, I want to talk about SHG here a bit because a lot of people are discovering this lineup, even if we know some of the players.
Yeah.
What is specific about SHG in terms of playstyle, compositions maybe? I see you. Okay.
Very similar to what GB is saying. The early game's a little tough because guess what they've been building? Deck by deck, like basically card by card.
It's not the forbidden one, is it?
It is! It's Bronzonia! Hey, their early games may be a little bit tough, but when they get into team fight, it's wombo combo time. They really tend to build it up. So of course, you know, the champions I'm talking about, Rel ulti, MF ulti, Zyra ulti. Same with Evie. He's a creative individual, so he may go for a Malphite in one game, a Galio in another. But Kennen has been the pick that he's been picking throughout the PCS playoffs route versus both Frank Gaming and PSG when they played against them both times. It's the easy go button that they've had. They're a very aggressive team, as you can see right in front of you. 1.05 combined kills a minute. Incredibly bloody, and it's because of this. They understand their playstyle and go straight for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a very old school Peace Pigeon fan as well. He would have loved to be able to edit out these wombo combo team fights because that's what we're getting. I mean, Dasher was even playing Orianna before they got the buffs that they got. Like, I've been super impressed with him as a mid laner, and he's definitely the guy I'm keeping my eyes on today in terms of setting the team up for success with some of the team fighting.
That's the thing. I think in terms of the setup for the team fight, a lot of the times I look at Vista and Forest. I think those type of supportive playstyles really get the team fight going. I've heard from just like experts on that field that both Vista and Marble, incredibly aggressive bot lane, and being able to even sort out a lot of the kind of miscues because, of course, Marble, really young player, coming in, a huge prospect from the academy scene, and it seems like their laning phase has gotten better. And as you've seen from their team fights, it's all coming together. And I've really been favoring this team from what I've been seeing.
I think the expectation from this series is clear. I'm just wondering about the prediction, actually, because it's going to be such a mess that I have actually no clue who is going to take this one. Let's check out what the fans think here in our MasterCard fan prediction, as they predict GAM to win this one with 55.7% of the votes. That's a pretty close vote.
That is a very close vote. That's probably the closest we've had so far, and that's a 100% prediction weight for the fans as well. I'm going to go against that today, though.
All right.
I actually think that the Hawks has a little bit of an edge here against them. Now, the reason for that is that, as we already saw, GAM often finds behind in the early game, and they have to team fight their way back into the game. The problem that I think they'll be facing is that they'll then be giving the Hawks mostly a couple leads that they can then team fight with. And I think that if they have the lead going into the first objectives where they will just become as bloody as you already highlighted, Raz, I think they can actually be really easy for Hawks to play out the game that they want. They have incredibly strong solo laners, and I think it's really going to come down to that. I'm not keeping my eyes on the bot lane, which I usually am, but today for me it's solo laners.
A lot of the success that I felt like GAM had during their playoff run was the ability to bully topside a lot with Kiaya and Levi, and I feel like Evie has been really good at being able to absorb the pressure. So I think they're going to be able to get out of that. He is going to be able to get out of that pretty easily, and the team fight, I have to believe in the SoftBank Hawks. I do. I think it's going to be 2-1. I think it's going to be close.
Yeah, absolutely.
The only question in my mind are what the picks are going to be, because both teams are really creative in the draft, so I have no idea what we're going to be seeing.
No more Rumble.
No more Rumble.
Bring it on.
No more Rumble, but please, teams, be creative. We opened playing with a bang yesterday, and that's what we want to see again today. GAM versus SHG today on play-ins. Casters, take it away.
Arian, surely you'd upon some.
そうですね、ベルリンは街並みとかが本当にめちゃくちゃ綺麗ですね。見てて全然飽きないし、楽しかったし、人生で最高の1年だったし、まあそれと同時にちょっとタフな1年でした。考え方がまず広がった。日本人の中でなんだなってのが思ったし、もっと本当にいろんな考え方があって、そういう考えを理解しないといけないなって思うようになりましたね。
Este mundial para mí es más que nada como un desafío de yo contra mí mismo.
The only thing that's really stopping me is my own self. For like in play-in, I feel like we need to get through that and just pop off from there.
Latam nunca ha podido salir del play-in. La verdad es que siempre ha sido para mí el sueño de poder darle una alegría a la región. 100 Thief es un equipo bastante fuerte, especialmente el jungla. Va a ser algo difícil, pero creo que va a ser una pelea bastante igualada.
I do think Summit is a good top laner. Similar to me, where he's either 10-0 or 0-10. So it's going to be a battle in the top lane for sure.
SHG là một đội rất là mạnh và họ thậm chí còn đánh bại những đội PCS khác. Ý nhất ở bên người mà mình để ý nhất là Evi.
いや、そうですね。僕も全く同じことを思ってますよ、リヴァイ君。初めて会った時からずっと思ってて、で、8年ぐらい前かな、かなり前になると思うんだけど、でしかもそこから2人ともずっとシーンの一番ね、前にまだいるから、すごいなんか運命というか面白い感じるね。
We're gonna make big things happen, not just this Worlds, but in the future years as well.
Ở lần này, em và team GAM sẽ chứng minh cho cả thế giới biết khu vực VSET mình không hiểu.
Quiero demostrar lo que somos capaces y lo que R7 es capaz.
最後のワールズから1年が経った。この1年で学んだことを見せてやる。
It's the journey to that crown, isn't it? As we welcome you back for day number 2, Dagda and myself, Asterix, will walk you into GAM versus the SoftBank Hawks. Really, it is the PCS second seed versus the VCS first, also known as the LJL versus the VCS as well. And we've got historic matchups here with Evie once again going up against the Levi for another time.
Yeah, and I did laugh a little bit at the intro where Levi was like, you know what, I'm going to look at you, Evie, I'm going to come for you. And I was like, you play for Kiaya. We know exactly how GAM works. It's like, you are going to go to that top lane, and it's a case of if Evie is ready and prepared to take on that heat, or if you can kind of find that success in those later team fights with these big wombo combos that the Hawks like to go.
I love that you started at the top, even just beyond the rivalry, the play style of GAM, how they play for Kiaya, how Levi has been such a successful jungle when using that style. I think the biggest thing for me is the fact that Levi has still got it. He's that player who, year after year, as he shows up to internationals, people are scared about. And you heard on the AD before, they're reflecting on like the Nocturne Orianna meta, which is also a viability. I mean, despite Nocturne as a question mark, there is a lot of viability to how GAM play and how Levi has played historically to show up here in 2024.
Man, but even things like the Lee Sin and stuff being back in meta, like, I'm so excited to see that, bro. Yeah. But that's the thing, like, I'm very excited to see these two teams face off against each other, because it really does even feel like they're stylistically a good matchup into each other, where you're looking at, hey, yes, GAM, obviously from the VCS, traditionally a very aggressive region, but much more focused on that mid-game to late-game macro, which is how they got the win over Vikings, whereas you look up at SoftBank Hawks, it's, hey, can and we find these big team fights with cool flanks coming through from Ebi, but we're immediately into the draft.
We are indeed, and we have to question that top lane champ pool. Another thing they said on desk is looking through playoffs, Raz mentioned that cannon pick, which despite a minor nerf, still an option here to get an early priority on this red-sided team. So for SoftBank Hawks, we already banned away the Cassante. One option in the top lane, shifted in gears as the Vi on the other side, which has been a rising jungler, taken off as that cannon I just mentioned. It looks like they've done their homework.
And I was also curious to see how Hawks were going to try and opt into this, because I was wondering if we get a little bit more attention towards Kiaya in the top lane. Like, he lost twice in the Jax, but he's definitely a big Jax player that stands out of my mind when you've looked at him historically on international tournaments. So I was kind of wondering if we get a ban towards him in the top side, outside of just the Cassante, but more of the carry-oriented picks as well.
Because he's got so many options, right? You mentioned the Jax, his second most played in history. He's got things like the Renekton and the Jace as an option as well. Don't forget when you look at Kiaya, as Aurora's open and locked in. Yesterday, it was banned away quite a lot, and now we finally see it debut.
Yeah, it was PSG and Pain Gaming that were continuously banning this on red side, so we're just starting to see where those scrim bubbles were a little bit, as Aurora immediately locked in. Now, we have seen it played in the top lane previously for Kiaya, so that could easily be flexed up to that position if he wants to, but also towards Emo in that mid lane.
A lot of good options into it. Again, what is a very melee-focused meta in the top lane, Dagda. This as well has also followed through us into 14-18 as the Ziggs gets locked in immediately, usually paired up with something like the Leona. An engaged tool for the bot side if they want to look at that, or get Forest a priority jungler here before Levi has his fill.
Yeah, I like the Ziggs pick because it just kind of opens up a huge amount of opportunities to go for, like something like a Yone or something along these lines in the mid lane if you want to, just having that AP damage. But Forest immediately going to go towards that lockdown, which I do like when you have a Ziggs, because traditionally you've seen them pair along things like the Nautilus, because it's the point-and-click CC, lock people in place, and then set up for a big ultimate from the Ziggs. Jarvan does the exact same thing. I mean, you've got something like the Jhin there that is quite immobile. This long-range engage into the follow-up from the Ziggs could immediately one-shot easy love if he's not careful.
As the Poppy as a potential counterpick gets locked in on the other side too. Let's not forget that this has been a flex. A lot of people are hoping it continues to be a flex for their pick'ems at Worlds, and against the Jarvan, it is a mitigating factor that can stop him in play.
Yeah, and I think that's really what they're playing for here, is to try and control that, but this could easily be swapped down in towards that bottom side of the map if you want to. Like, it's Poppy is Elio's third most played, so this is definitely something that they can try and look for, as Rumble going to be taken for Ebi. So this is a heavily AP focused composition from SoftBank Hawks, so I'm expecting some sort of AD mid laner now to come through for a Dasher, just to try and keep some sort of AD focus here.
Well, let's go through that pairing, right? Yone's still up and available. That's something we've seen already as well, because outside of that, we start thinking about the Syndra, the Orianna, which you already mentioned. There's so much AP in this composition, as Nocturne against Levi. I mean, it's making me chuckle a little bit seeing these pockets of historic picks that are constantly being snapped away.
Yeah, I think it is, one, as you say, respect towards Levi and what he has brought to the table in the past, but also just warranting that we still don't know exactly where this Aurora is going, right? I mean, you have that Rumble who is more than likely going into that top side of the map. You can see a lot of push, you got good control, you can kind of keep this Rumble at bay, so this could be a decent matchup for the Aurora in that top side, and then you still go for this like Nocturne Orianna combo in the mid lane. So I like that Hawks are still respecting that movement that we can see from the Aurora.
And I have to say, it is more fun talking about flexes when it's not an 80 carry. Is this Ezreal going mid, bot? Thank God, by the way, folks, we're out of that meta. Like, I am cheering that we are seeing mages in the mid lane again. I'm cheering that we're seeing some of these mage flexes as well. As Bard, one of those lockdown in plays taken away with the Leona pairing up with the Ziggs that we were mentioning earlier on, also off the board. So Dagda, now the question becomes, mid lock in here, again, when you don't know what's going on, do we get an early support and look for that R5 mid instead? What are your thoughts?
I wouldn't be surprised to just try and leave that counter pick for Ebi, just in that top side, just to make sure he gets a good matchup, because you more than likely expect that they are going to continue this flex with the Aurora. So as you see, the Rel just taken, very strong pick, great follow-up engage and a lot of setup. So honestly, I like what Hawks are bringing to the table, and it feels very Hawks-esque, right? This big wombo, like, mess up this area in particular with the Jarvan ultimate, and you're gonna have a great time. So this feels very reminiscent of what we've seen from them when they played in the PCS and when they played in the LJL. But the Shyvana for Levi, so this was one of the most banned against GAM in their home region. It was like second most banned, I want to say, off the top of my head.
64%.
Yeah, 64%.
Big hit.
It was absolutely insane. So I'm not fully surprised to see it, but it does mean again that you kind of keep this flexibility of like, let's see where we want to try and round this composition out.
And it's good that we've got Shyvana OTP on the analyst desk to break down after this game as well. The Tristana still looked at, and yes, locked in again. So we've got double AD carry on the composition. The Shyvana with the Shojin build we can maybe talk about as we go into game. Raises some questions here, but Dagda, let's round it out. Let's see where SHG go for their final pick.
Yeah, you kind of, oh, it's going to be the Lucian. Okay, so I like the Lucian coming through here because it just is like, hey, look, we can try and match up in this mid lane. And then, as we already said, I think the Aurora is a decent matchup into the Rumble in that top side. So I think for Hawks, they've kind of rounded out hey, we at least have a pushing lane that we can look to play through in that mid lane. Because when I look at what the Jhin is capable of doing into that bot side of the map and the Aurora on the top, I think you're going to be under a little bit of pressure here as Forest for Levi trying to find these invades off of top push, off of bot push, and just making your life a little bit of hell in the early stages of the game.
I mean, hell is a good name for the game, but again, we talked about both these teams and how they were through their domestic competitions, and at least you can say for SHG, PCS became that, where they're very team fight focused team. We talk about SHG just hard committing, this is going to be our fight. For GAM as well, their early game has been criticized, and we're not talking about them like a classic VCS style where the first 15 minutes are hell for the opponents. They play through lanes, they play a quick game. For GAM, it is all about how they congregate as well. So we expect these 5v5 to pop off as we open up your day 2 of Worlds.
Yeah, the only thing I'm a little bit nervous of is that we did see this Tristana made yesterday for PSG Talon. Didn't work out so hot. It felt like kind of a remnant of the past. Almost kind of a similar story for the Lucian, though, which was matched into it on our side, which was taking the ball in the last game. But I do think this is kind of where I think the nerfs have been so heavy to AD carries in the mid lane, both like systematically and then to some of the champions directly, that it's just not worthwhile anymore. So I'm a little nervous to see how this Tristana will do, but you always get to come back into the next game, so we'll have to see how Emo's going to try and perform here.
Maybe without reliable engage, we can talk more about that. GAM versus SHG, game 1, as we open up another day of play-ins. A lot of people coming in saying GAM time. I can hear the CEO from backstage, by the way, shouting, it's GAM time. But for the Hawks, they need your love as well. Again, it's a very big moment once again for not only Japan, for the LJL, for the PCS too, considering that only one team in the LJL's history was able to get through and do the unthinkable, getting through play-ins. There's a lot of stories on this roster that we'll break down for you over the course of this best of 3, as we talked initially before about some of the history, as we just set up for the standard fan.
I do like Ebi already starting with his E though. The Harpoon going to be way more effective in this matchup because you can see Kiaya already opting for the grasp. This is I'm going to push you, I'm going to poke you, I'm going to prod you down, and just make it very difficult, especially with the move speed that you get after hitting that third proc on your W passive to walk away. Is now Ebi might actually get some good
eerie, isn't it? I'm not hearing any game sound, and it's like, oh, we're in the library of top lane, and Kiaya just decides to whack for a few with grasp, getting a trade as well.
I'm really glad that came on because I was about to ask you to start doing the sound effects as we went through. But look, we're here. Ebi going to get a ward down, trying to spot out where Levi is. So I think at this point, it's just a case of how effectively can Forest try and influence his lanes, because there's a lot of pushing lanes for GAM, and I think you need to kind of get active as Forest early, get some early leads, and just make things a lot easier for you, because if GAM are just allowed to play their game, you've got so much poke and the opportunities to invade as well for GAM that'll make it tough for Hawks in the early stages.
I mean, again, using that priority is good as, again, just a quick reminder, this team, if you don't know them internationally, if this is like your first Worlds, well, it's taken you a while, but we won't judge you that hard, considering that this is the team of the VCS. I mean, this is the team that, yeah, the names might not be too known with Emo, Easy Love, Elio, but Levi and Kiaya by now, you should know them like the back of your hand.
Yeah, especially when this has been, what, their 10th or 11th championship even, and this has been a team that has been dominant for so long. This was the first split, though, in a long, long time where they didn't look as dominant coming in. A lot of people favoring Vikings coming into their finals, but it was better target selection and team fights, great macro that let them overcome Vikings in the long run, and I think that's what they're going to need to do. Bring that out again here against Hawks.
I mean, again, it's just crazy when you think that, you know, this team wasn't favored when you still have Levi and Kiaya. We've talked them to death as small trade through mid. Good dodge and sidestep from Emo as he looks for that explosive charge and tries to ramp it up a few. But apart from that, Dasher just a little bit lower. Remember, both mids have TP here as Levi starts pathing up towards the top side. Surprise, surprise. He's pathing up towards the slow pushing lane of Kiaya like normal.
Yeah, I do like this though, because this is kind of where Kiaya is most vulnerable. The opportunity to go for a gank in the long lane with Forest Epic Chase is always going to be a bit of an issue. So moving up there, keeping Kiaya in check, making sure he's going to be fine on this push out. Look for the early reset will definitely help out quite a bit. But I want to see what Forest ends up doing, because you can see already Elio trying to get some wards.
Crashdown's there, Ignite. He's in trouble. Easy Love is isolated. His support had to move for the water. As you said, he flashes in, but the Steadfast won't stop anything. Marble runs through his slide, so Elio does get a trade, but over to the support. It won't be long before Forest gets involved with the remount, the knock up, the flag down, and Elio going bear up. Big kills to the bot side of SHG.
Easy Love stepped up when his support wasn't there, and immediately Hawks clap. Great turnaround, and the fact that you had Forest there as well means that you get the support as well, make that a 2-for-1. I think you're kind of lucky though that Marble end up dying in that engage, because otherwise you could have got that wave pushed in, and Easy Love would have been set so far behind. But you see it here, Elio was aware, hey look, we're not sure where Jarvan is, I'm going to go and find out, get some vision down, but Easy Love stepping up too far. Vista, great engage into the bush as well, hitting that blind Q, and then Marble tries to help out, ends up falling. And then it's just the fact that Jarvan's here as well means that Elio will fall down on top.
Something early for Forest in this Jarvan. As we come back, there's action towards mid. Flash away from Emo. Elio made the roam towards mid, and his flash was already burnt from before. So a couple of summoners down now for Gam, as Emo also just TP'd back into this lane.
Yeah, the fact that you had to burn the flash there for Emo is making things a little bit suspect, because it makes it a little bit easier for Forest to try and look for a gank. Traditionally, you would want to try and use that jump from the Tristana to get away from the engage, but if you're able to follow it up with the flash, it makes it so much more difficult to buffer. Now Hawks
fighting again, Shattering Strike. Bit of damage down comes through thanks to Marble. Easy Love looks for an angle himself, but nothing apart from the 4-shot gearing up.
I like this aggression from Hawks though, because you, as a Shyvani, you want to try and quick farm to level 6 and then you really become on the map. But the fact that you are so aggressive here as Hawks is actually making it really difficult for Gam to try and get control in these early stages.
And you know how earlier on you're talking about how for this PCS second seed, they really love playing towards the bot side, as we've talked historically, right? Well, for this game as well, Levi maybe has to change it up a little bit. Shyvana with the dragon stacking is good as it ignores that. Elliot's just dead. Maybe they can play for themselves now.
Vista's styling on them. This is a sick performance. The fact he's consistently finding these members of GAM on the bottom side. And this was something we talked about all fair before we came in as Starks, was like how Hawks like to try and play for this bottom side. And it felt like trying to get these big balls rolling for them to find that success in the team fights. But Gam, I thought, might just try and find success through Kiaya, play hyper-aggressive there, and maybe that's where Hawks' game plan falls apart, but so far, Hawks have been dominating Gam.
I mean, again, it's a really good start as Forest looks to make that through mid. Remember, no flash here on Emo, so he has to be careful. Rocket Jump, of course, going to get him out of the safety, but now it's a transition towards Grubs as Gam already started off.
Forest going to try and move in here. This is a little bit late to the party. I think they should just get one, and back it on up. Yes, you have push for Kiaya in that top end, but with the rotation coming through, that's way faster for Marble. You're just going to be outnumbered. So yeah, Hawks going to be able to pick up 2 for themselves, and I think this will be kind of deja vu when we look towards those next round of groups as well. Marble should always have push in this bottom side, and even having the teleport available means that he should be able to move back up here and guarantee 4 at minimum, if not 5, for Hawks.
It looked like Kiaya really wanted to force there, but even though Between Worlds is available, he's not going to pull the trigger just yet. Good satchel as Marble, again, has changed positions. Not twofold a strike of Kiaya. Might be in dive range here. Vista goes through turret. Having a ramping up game 1. Vista just wants to keep going. Fast, fast, fast.
I think was hoping to burn the flash from Kiaya because Forest was going to come around, but now Forest in a bad spot. Steadfast presence could stop him, but he ends up just walking his one out.
So Levi transitions to bot, gets the dragon after 1 grub, and again, as the Shyvana, as I was trying to explain before, Dacta, we all know, dragons are key. Gives you bonus stat, bonus armor, MR. So for Shyvana, for the kit, absolute cheering, as Levi is now also level 6-2.
Yeah, I'm curious how well Kiaya is going to do here, because there's going to be a lot of poke that's coming down. He's not exactly the most mobile of champions, and you can already see Marble getting good damage down. Oftentimes you can tell a good Ziggs player by how they end up using the satchel. I know Ox was very vocal about this. just it's like, instead of using it a huge amount for your damage capabilities, it's more so about how you move that person around with it, because you don't tend to max it second now. So it means that it's not the damage burst, it's about knocking them into certain positions, and Marble's doing a great job of it right now.
And Vista's just hovering him because he knows what he's doing. We're waiting for it. The satchel can be interrupted, but Kiyaya's poked out yet again. Vista realigns with his AD carry, or AP carry I should say, and the next push is going to come through. The wave clear already there thanks to the lost chapter. And I'm just looking at this deck that Kiaya has no TP. So if he foregoes this turret, I mean, there's going to be so much taken because of Marble's damage.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be able to get a good amount out of it as Dasher's going to back away, but it's not as if you're going to be able to take the tower as Helio is doing his damnedest, but Demolish on the Rel helping out a little bit there. But with Hawks playing very heavily for Marble right now, it looks like they just want to try and make this a demolition comp, just run through these towers as quickly as possible.
So this is how they play for topside, except bots topside. I get it
What's
now.
What's a player calls the Australian lanes? You must feel right at home.
I do. I feel like we're upside down as far as steals the blue buff. He's looking for more, though. And with Vista now having himself the Magnet Storm, he wants to go in, but Elio with the flash commits before he can pull the trigger. Steadfast presence says no more moving. And Forest flashes away, but Levi is a dragon with bones to bite. Double kill going over to Easy Love, and Gam's early game is back on.
The Hawks are trying to essentially just cheat tempo, knowing, hey, look, Marble has that ultimate available. We can play deep into this top side because we can always have that Ziggs ultimate over the top to make it an uneven fight, but just too many members of GAM end up showing up and they're punished.
I see Dasher getting a bit of a heavy trade. Emo, again, shaking hands as he's done all game, but Dagda with that kill, or rather double going over to Easy Love. 2 kills now for the Jhin, pushes the gold back into swing a little bit. Static Shiv on the return to base as well. Bit more wave clear now added into the kit that GAM can play with for these upcoming objective moves.
Yeah, I always like when the Jhin gets accelerated as Kia, you're just going to go invisible.
Into the veil.
But because you tend to see this mosquito build of the static shield, rapid fire cannon. You don't really do damage. Mosquito build.
Lovely.
So you want that infinity edge as that third item. So the faster and more accelerated you get, the better position you're in as GAM. Trying to move away here, but they really need to be focused on the lanes if they're hoping to get control over this top side, because I'm looking at that timer, it's a minute until those Void Grubs, and now they've kind of used a lot of their time to get vision in this bottom side, which is going to allow Marbles now to get control in the spot end, because Forest is now back out of the map faster. You're probably going to see that rotation that we were talking about, where they move back up into the top lane with Marble, even have the teleport available if he wants to, and just get significant amount of value from these Grubs with the Ziggs.
And I mean, again, giving Grubs over to the side of GAM is so huge, but for both these teams, you think, oh, we've got a Tristana. Grubs would be great. Grubs will also be great for the Ziggs, as you pointed out before as well. Has great impact for the Lucian too. I mean, this is a game where, yeah, topside maybe matters a little bit more than what we've seen over the first day, what we've seen in the rising meta coming through 14-17, 14-18 Dagda. People focusing Dragons. More about that as I continue to yap, because topside you said is the focus. Grubs are coming up. There's a big push top. Mid looks to handshake, and we see movement coming across now, setting up, especially from SHG.
Yeah, I prefer this from Marble. So he gets the control word down, so then he can just spot out if there is any sort of cross map coming through from GAM. But I'd prefer to see him move back down to the bottom side. He has that teleport available and can always come involved. Now, obviously you've got it on Dasher as well. I just think it's more valuable on Dasher, but Levi already going to get one, so denying one of these Grubs away, Hawks a little bit late to the objective.
He's got Dragon Form available as well. SoftBank Hawks know this, they know it well. As Emo moves into Fog of War bot, you can see he's ready to TP. There we go, Keeper's Verdict. Swinging and not missing. No flag and drag for Forest. He's back in the jungle. Now for the full commit, as the teleport was already burned. SHG have 4 members, but they've lost their 5th. That was a nice poppy ult, and it gives the Grubs over to GAM.
And this was something that I had criticism watching the PCS of Hawks, was just how they worked their lane assignments. Yeah. You can see there, Marble was still bot. They didn't really know if they wanted Marble bot or Dasher bot or what way they wanted to do it, and they spent so much time getting themselves correct on the map that GAM ended up just sneaking away that entire thing. And then, as you say, great ultimate from Elio sets things up beautifully there. So 4 Grubs now to GAM in what always should have been a Hawks objective.
And again, we said, you know, how important these lanes were for the Hawks coming into the game, especially with how bots started. It felt like the early game was in such a nice state. The PCS second seeders, Levi, it's Dragon time. Between worlds we spread as Kiaya ranges down an annoying champion, whether it's Levi's or Kiaya. They stay true to their style, and now Levi's on the board.
Yeah, Aurora makes it to Worlds, and everyone remembers just how annoying that ultimate is. You just don't get to move. And even though you have the freedom of moving in that bubble, you don't want to move anywhere out from underneath the tower, so punished. nicely as Vista looking for Elio once more. Has
Shattering
that flash.
strike. Looking to get Emo's, I think, as well. Maybe trying to kite it out as Elio takes some damage. Cullen going to be blocked, though. Emo doesn't save his support. It was a close call as even Vista gets out off the back end.
Yeah, nicely done by Dasher. Cancels the culling to get that second double shot.
To fight.
Here we go.
The flourish not there. The Ziggs bomb is, though. And in the Thunderdome, blowing one apart as Levi finds out the fun side of that combo. Well, Kiaya is getting auto-attack to death, but minions in the way. Evie can't follow that up much more, even with the flash. Doesn't commit.
Yeah, the missed harpoon, heartbreaking there for Evie, because that would have been a kill with the slow and that extra magic pen that comes through off it as well. Evie would have been in a great spot, but fortunately just not quite able to get it, so Kiaya sticks around. But look at Elio. He's here to help out Kiaya if Evie tries to go for the dive.
Between Worlds is not available. Again, gets a slow though, but Elio pushes him further apart. Does he have the damage with the buckler alone? Kiaya running out of mana, but he has that flash available. Chooses not to. The scrap shield is enough to help him get away.
Yeah, Vista just here as a firm warning for GAM that you need to back away from this one, but this has been bloody in these early stages. I mean, the fact that you're still seeing gold relatively even, objectives relatively evenly split as well, like this is still anyone's game. The main factor for me is going to be a case of how do we try and play out these different lane states as we start to move in, because I think for GAM, yes, Kiaya will be good at like being able to push away, but is very vulnerable in these extended lanes, so I don't think you really want to opt into these 1-3-1s. So I imagine it'll be more like, hey, we're going to play a 1-4, try and look for picks with Kiaya off of that ultimate, and then see if we can follow up with a ton of long range damage from the Shyvana, from Jhin, set up for these nice plays. But if Hawks ever find a moment to group at a Dragon or any of these fights, they have so much long range and great team fighting, it's kind of hard for GAM to play that one out.
As we speak of that long range in the bottom right of your screen, while it's Forest taking away this top side of the map, you can see Herald will eventually go down, but it was the cost of the turret. First turret goes over to GAM, small gold injection, and now for SHG, they want a hard commit to this top side, everyone moving up.
Yeah, they're looking for the cross map. Yeah, you're just going to get a bit of poke, but the tower should fall. Okay, you're just trying to get as much value. I'm surprised he's going back to the tower and Hawks aren't punishing.
Yeah.
Yes, you've got Elio in the area, but I'm pretty sure you could have killed Kiaya very quickly there.
I'd be worried about the curtain call that into the mix from Easy Love, but regardless, Dagda, you raise a valid point. But the Hawks are not getting much else. Levi now Dragon form, forces away Marble. There's the curtain call. They've got their own Wombo of their own as over the top, over the edge, and everything in between. Right between is Marble running for his life, while Levi with a Dragon's Breath, a Fury, and an explosive charge. GAM find another one, and I think GAM are indeed in charge.
The flourish is deadly off the back of that one, just barely sniping Vista, but this is going to open up so much for GAM. Should be able to take this mid lane tower, and that makes things so much easier for them to operate. Looking for these picks, there's the bomb.
Doesn't clear the wave.
But yeah, you're just not strong enough right now to clear out that mid wave.
Forcing around Levi's ult timing is starting to become something of a reoccurrence here, it feels like, for GAM, as he looks to defend topside. Dash is going to walk in to try. Levi again with that spear as Shojin now going AP is able to defend. Kiaya's up here too, and Dasher just can't get this turret. Or can he? Localized gold denied though.
Yeah. A local gold denied is fairly nice, but a lot of members of GAM starting to move up, but I think it's a good call from GAM to actually let the turret go down and deny that local gold. It can be quite impactful when you're able to pick it up, but still, nice round up play from GAM. They cover topside, and Hawks could have potentially gone for the dive, but they decided not to take it, so this is kind of something where I looked at Hawks a lot, and they were afraid almost to take a lot of these plays. It felt like they were almost heavily reliant on these team fights. Now, I still don't think the goal difference is big enough where they won't be able to find them, and you've still got Rift Out in your back pocket. But I think at this stage, I think Hawks need to set up in mid lane, use this Rift Out to try and force GAM into some sort of 5v5. Just make sure that everyone is going to be utilized, because otherwise GAM could just try and play out the map state, get more of these towers, and just put a lot of pressure on towards Hawks.
And think about how that pressure applies as well, Dagger. If Levi's involved now with the Leandri's Torment picked up as the second item, that Dragon's Breath hurts. There's a lot of stinging from long range, right? Jhin, Shyvana, and we talk about those angles that can be played from Emo, from Kiaya. In this game, we're obviously talking up GAM, but with the Herald down in mid, they try to find an angle themselves in SHG, but this TP says otherwise. Kiaya wants to send them to a different world, but spotted out on a ward, doesn't pull the angle off.
Emo's still in that bot wave though, so I think Hawks could have maybe looked for something off the back of it, but they're going to have to try and moving down towards this bottom side as Dasher. Going to take a little bit of a love tap from Emo, but Gam, still, this is what we were talking about. Like, we traditionally think of the VCS as bloody, aggressive, 1,000,001 kills at 15, but Levi is flashing away from those kills. He wants nothing to do with this.
He's out of dragon form and he's done.
Gam are just playing for the macro game, and Hawks are crumbling a little bit here.
Now Vista on the back end, they do get some poke down, which matters again with Leandri's. Even that E in normal Shyvana form hurts as Gam moves to dragon.
Yeah, still, you got Dasher on the bottom side.
Between Worlds is big. Wait, that's huge. That's huge. That Between Worlds has sent me to a different one. Packing as the curtain call. The range comes in full fruition. The fourth shot is not enough. And I thought, wait, Gam, what are we pulling the trigger for? Maybe to zone away Dagda, but it's enough as Easy Love steps up, plays with fire, and Dasher for the deadly flourish has to Dasher away. So SHG, they get out without losing some of their core carries, but I say that too early. Marble is now run down, and Levi's got a movement speed buff. Come here, you mid laner. I want some more. Dasher over the wall, but I think the damage is already done, Dagda. I think Gam are playing with their food.
The fact you got the dragon, and you got the kills, and you're getting pushed and bot. Kiaya, an absolute menace in those fights, and this is why we always keep our eyes on this top laner whenever Gam is on your screen, because he is so crucial to their success. And even Levi looks like he's not going to be a threat because he doesn't have that dragon form. Kiaya sets up beautifully, unloading with that curtain call. Elio making sure everyone's staying in place. And look at Emo's positioning there, right? He's in such a good spot to get a ton of damage off. And Easy Love playing a little bit close here with having that barrier available means he's fine. But it does set up then for this chase down onto Marble as well.
Yeah, Captain Levi once again. Just a standing,
So chilled.
Well, chilled in a bad way. It's looking a little bit rough around the edges. It's a 3K gold lead. It's only 2 dragons to 1, but you know, we've been talking up Gam for a while here. We've been talking about how this early game's been transitioning, what's been happening. It's only 2.5K damage, but again, that zone control was rough, and we're starting to see more and more how Gam are playing with the tools they've got in this game. And Dagda, how we set up for the fact that, you know, we want to see SHG running out of the gates. They have been slowed at every turn here by Gam's transition to mid-game.
And I think Gam have been doing a really good job of just playing off of where their strengths are, right? Like, yes, they fell behind a little bit early in that bottom side, but Emo was in a relatively good spot. Kiaya was getting a ton of work done. They're grouping up well to get towers, to force teams back. They're playing off of lane states well, and I think a huge amount of that is the veterancy that you see at the bottom of your screen. Like, Levi has been here for so long. He has shown up so often in internationals. Now, the win rate may not look that great, but he always puts on a show whenever he's here.
He does, and he's one of the most feared, you know, minor region junglers. I'm not sure if it's fair to call VCS minor region, you know, considering they bring 2 seats. Intermediate region jungler, right? You know, up there with PCS or LMS historically, and you know, Levi's got so many years under his belt, so many championships alongside Gam as well. He's helped make this team and helped shape it. And once again, using his veterancy and his leadership, hovering around Baron right now, he's not going to take it, but you can see this Shyvana is strong, has Dragon Form available again with 2 and a bit items, and he's once again looking to poke as Evie is going to get some damage down. Between Worlds, the zone out, Kiaya just uses that 1.25 seconds to get to the other side.
Yeah, that's a big ultimate down though. So if you're trying to look for fights now, that was kind of Gam's way of holding you in place. They don't really have a great engage apart from that. So if I'm Hawks, maybe this is a window that I can look to play around with. But Evie needs to get his ult up. Elio going to back away. With that being said, it is very difficult for Hawks to try and find these engages if Elio is able to stand with the steadfast presence. The kite back from Gam is so strong.
And the follow-up isn't there if Evie's not there as well, right? You know, you talked about it. We've got the hot pot once again. Oh, sorry, I'm starving. I would love one of those right now, and I'd love to see it from SHG as well. Dasher getting thrown back to this tier 1 that's been standing for so long, but rooted up! Deadly flourish from downtown. Oh, I would be spewing.
Yeah, Easy Love is firing all cylinders with these, and I mean, it's sick to see him popping off as well, because this was a man that struggled when it came to like coming off the back or even coming into Gam itself. Was replaced by Neo at the start of the split. A lot of people are like, this isn't a great AD carry, what are we doing? And once he came into Gam and kind of showed up at internationals for MSI, now he's starting to show up again here on this Jhin. The man has been putting in work on this show.
What have we been calling him? He's like the fill-in, right? You know, the replacement, and then he became, you know, question mark, and they thought he's going to get benched, and then he comes in and we're like, wait a minute, maybe this guy can be a carry as well. And Easy Love now the mainstay, played all of summer playoffs for VCS, and has a championship under his belt again.
I remember what we were talking about. The fact he got accelerated with those early kills means he's nearly at that infinity edge. So now he's moving away from just giving you a little bit of a niggle with those auto attacks. Actually starting to hurt. So
now he's not a mosquito.
he's got more.
He's a horsefly. Take that. Another kill goes down. Another one over to Easy Love is going to help clear the wave as Gam just keep finding picks after picks. They see Forest in his jungle, but that ain't his jungle anymore, and Gam are on the chase.
Yeah, Forest needed to be very careful there because Kiaya could have thrown down that ult and just held him in place. I think kind of maybe calling the bluff of Gam not moving in, but the tower should fall relatively soon. Good bit of poke coming down. Gam just need to full commit onto this, but I'm trying to keep my eyes on Forest. Thanks, observers. Is he going to get caught here by Gam? He wants to try and get in towards Dragon.
Oh, out the edge of vision.
He wasn't seen.
Our observers are following, and you're right. He hasn't been seen. He's at a great angle. If he can find anything onto Easy Love, we'd be like, how did he get here? But no, he's still too far away, and Easy Love is too close to the turret for now.
Oh, the observers made me so hard. I was like, is he actually there? But no, Forest ends up backing away. I think that could have been such a sick pick onto Easy Love, and maybe he could have set up for this Dragon. But now, Emo on the top side, wave cleared out by Marble. Doesn't mean that ultimate isn't available if they want to try and contest this. But Gam kind of in a position.
And Levi's got his ult up again and just recharges so quickly. Moving into a choke here, Elio thinks about it, even though, you know, for Gam, there's no hard engage, but they've got side lanes working on. That top bit of turret's going to drop down. Levi jumps into the pit. Dragon is stolen as well for the Dragon King. I salute the captain again as he blows another house down. Evie's looking for the chase, wants the kill. Easy Love burns out of context, but another bellows breath, another burn, another Dragon's Rage, and Levi turns and came to play.
Levi's showing why this Dragon was banned against them so consistently in the VCS. Gam have come alive in game number 1, and they are styling on the Hawks.
It is indeed Gam time for game number 1. With such a big lead now as well. Not only that inner turret at the start of the play, all inners on the map have just been chunked and taken down as we look back.
And I'm watching Vista versus Kiaya. Vista's doing a good job of trying to keep Kiaya in check, but he's now kind of out of position because he can't really come in with the teleport. And then you get Kiaya with the ultimate to lock down 3 of these members. Levi's able to back it up. Marvel can't really get into position to take the fight. And it means that you've just got Gam, who are just in such a better position to set up a concave fight to push forward. And then Emo, great job just finishing off Marble underneath the tower there, but Levi needs to take a bow. 3 kills, that Dragon, massive success for Gam.
Clean performances from, you know, again, what we talk about as rookies with the newer players of Gam as well, right? The supporting staff is, you know, Gam looking happy enough for this game 1, and this turnabout from bot earlier on to the picks that they've been utilizing with Levi, with Kiaya, that ultimate so annoying. I mean, there's so many good parts working in fruition right now for this game 1 of Gam.
And that's the thing, Gam, they fell behind early in playoffs domestically, but it was still just this mid to late game macro that was such a clutch factor for them that Vikings couldn't really get over. And we're getting to see it again, right? They've had the push on top while they're threatening Dragon, while they're in position in so many spots. Now, look, they were a little bit behind on getting towards that Dragon. It still works out, but you can see they are constantly trying to threaten multiple areas on the map, and Hawks just aren't able to keep pace right now.
Really not. 10k gold behind. As we keep blinking and the gold lead just keeps going up and up. And for people at home thinking, yeah, you know, the Hawks were not highlighting, well, we want to see more things like this, but Elio is tanking up at this point. The keeper's verdict sends out, gives numbers advantage. Forest has to all in, and he gets a kill off the back of it as he flashes away, and now has to take the blast gun away from Kiara as the curtain call from Easy Love does some damage on the back end. Now Levi is in Dragon form, has spotted out. That's a kill. So Easy Love will chase it, and chase it he will go.
But that's just because look at the top lane. The entire time this is happening, Emo is just doing his thing. So he's going to get an inhibitor turret and back away. Forest is still trying to run his way through the jungle. Will manage to escape from Easy Love.
Run, Forest, run!
But Emo, Heavy, I don't know if you win that.
I don't think so. I mean, look, this is a BT Tristana. He takes the damage off the equalizer as Forest did indeed run, and he escaped. Props to him. But as you said, that top side is now open.
Yeah, and that's really what you're playing for here is Gam. We talked about the 1-4 that they want to try and play around, and Emo's doing a great job of just keeping that pressure up consistently. And as long as Kiaya can always threaten these long-range engages, Hawks kind of have to commit, because if one person gets caught, it's just over. So from this position, you need to find something, but you're still waiting on a 3rd item for this Ziggs. He hasn't really hit his stride. Same when you look at Dasher, still needs a 3rd item to really be a big threat in these fights. It just feels like they're a pace behind when it comes to Gam.
And you know what I noticed after looking back in their Frank Esports series is Levi's here, and guess what? Elio just stuns Forest into the wall. He won't be able to move for long. Levi doesn't even go Dragon form. He's got 3 items, and he knows he does enough.
And now you get the push. Great pick from Gam. The tower's there. Marble's gone.
Into the wardrobe we go once more. We open that door, and Kiaya has taken us to a magical land filled of dreams, happiness for Gam. Dagged it in 27 minutes. I'm ready to go to the land of Game 2.
Yeah, this is domination from Gam. One or two bright spots for Hawks in the bot lane, but it's all gone dim.
It has indeed. Evie's going to be the first to go with another breath. Levi will take his fill once again, godlike on this Shyvana. GB, you got some breaking down to do because this pick has dominated the SoftBank Hawks in game number 1. The Hawks wanted to fly, but today is GAM time. We're staying grounded.
Incredible performance from GAM in game number 1. The shot calling, the way they play out the map, how they approach fights against Hawks. Hawks just never really got to play out their composition, and I think this was a difficult enough composition to execute when you don't have like guaranteed engage tools. You're trying to use Kiaya as that, but this was great. The execution was great.
I mean, again, yeah, you got doubts. You're like, well, it's definitely not the easier of the two, right? You think about all the tools that the SoftBank Hawks had. And they're tools that, again, we saw before the game was ending. I was going to explain that the SoftBank Hawks had tools like this as we look through the Frank Esports win as well. Even some of the good moments in the PSG individual game win. Hello. It was, you know, moments like that where, like, easy to execute tools, easy understanding and fundamentals of the comp. Unfortunately, it just wasn't there. So game 1 is done and dusted, but we're going to see if they can fight back and rise to the occasion for game number 2 as we try and believe in this short outbreak.
在抵达那一刻之前，
你能做的只有等待。
如果故事再重来一次，我想 Jackie Lau 还会做出相同的选择。
等待比分失衡，企图从中看清胜负的端倪。
等待一切安静，好听清自己脑海里的声音，直到抓住那一刻。
他们可能会因为激进而失误，但是不会因为胆怯而畏惧。
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb sticking. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure, I'll build
And welcome back to Worlds 2024 as it is GAM time this afternoon in Berlin as they take him on. Yay, the fans are hyped. Hello,
Let's go!
Guys. And yeah, we're just next to them. Of course, here, guys, I want to talk about Game 1, the draft here, because it feels like you can see who's screaming together, I feel, and who's training together, I feel, in playing so far.
Just a tiny bit. You already see it from like SoftBank Hawks a little bit, the Ziggs, the Aurora, like the composition we saw from them was interesting.
I like that word.
Interesting. So I was a big Ziggs fan, so I enjoyed that one, but it didn't pan out as the game went on.
I mean, I just think in general, I think Hawks got a bit too AP focused very early in the draft. Like already on the first 3 picks, you've already given away your entire damage composition. You know an AD needs to come through. Makes it hard to just say you're not getting the Yone. We know you're not going to be able to play Orianna and Syndra. And another one that I really like that we got to see Levi bring out was actually his Shyvana. That was a big bet. I do like Shyvana.
I will give some context here for the international viewers. GB is the biggest fan of Shyvana. You told me, though, that you don't like Shyvana AP too much.
I mean, that's because I played AD top, right? So, you know, I hate the AP version. But yeah, Levi's Shyvana was banned pick banned 8 out of 11 times in the Vietnamese playoffs as well. So this has been a comfort pick for him. And while we saw Shyvana have some mixed result in some of the major regions. For Levi, it was always just a cookie cutter pick. You could just slot wherever you wanted to and he'd do great. And you see it here as well. As soon as he got the Red Smite Jungle Camps item just fully finished, there was no way they could fight against that Shyvana.
It really felt like the Hawks didn't know how to deal with it. Now, for me, I was interested in their comp because it made a lot of sense for me. You were focusing on actual turret plates and all of that, so they wanted to fight around grubs. The fight didn't pan out. And it was Levi and Kiaya that just dictated fights. The Aurora ulti into the Shyvana ulti, a lot of the times at that point, the backline is just completely scattering. And then on top of that, Jhin ulti is just making it so difficult for the front line to be able to tank all of that.
But it's so impressive that GAM can continue to have this stubby early game. We saw it from the bot lane. The 2v2 looked doomed in the beginning, I gotta say. Mabel had a good time down there on the 6 as well. Then they just got those leads. All it took was one overextension on the Grump fight for all the things that Hawks wanted to contest. And then suddenly they're just back. And you're right, who was it through? Well, it's Levi and Kiaya.
Yeah, and I feel like it makes sense with the composition they were playing, especially how much distance they could cover with the champions and the ultimates that they had. And I'm like, how can you come back in a composition like this? And also, leading into the next game, what are you going to put in the ban phase? Because is Shyvana ban worthy? Are you going to put Aurora here as well? For me, it throws off your preparation completely when you have a game like that.
A little bit. I actually expected the Aurora ban to come through because at the top of the show, I said the Aurora pick was something that Kiaya had played during VCS and also was spamming a little bit in solo queue as well. So we kind of already knew that Aurora was going to be picked. My question is, like, if you're going to leave it through, then what is the response from the Hawks? Like, are they going to have a solid lane versus it? Are we going to lane swap against it? Neither of those happened. So to answer your question, probably going to be banned. I think that would be the quickest thing for them to get
And
across.
which aspect of the game you want to focus as well? Is it going to come from draft, something easier to execute for yourself, or something that gives you more map power later on? Because we saw clearly during the Dragon fights that it was going to be it was an issue for them, and especially because you had Shyvana on the other side, it was really, really hard to contest.
I think this fight in general, you just have to look at the amount of space that's being picked up here. Like Kiaya with a massive flank on the ultimate, but it's the Jhin, it's just Levi in the back, just sitting with his E. He's not even in Dragon form right now. And the only one right now from Hawks that can play the game is Dasher, and this is just kind of going to be what continues happening in this game. If you even think back to the Grub fights, like objective-wise, Hawks didn't get as much as they needed in this game.
I completely agree, and I think for me, the Aurora needs to be banned because it sets up for all of that. If you get the Aurora ulti down, then even in that specific fight, Shyvana didn't even have her ulti ready. It was simply just the Tristana taking the angle, the Jhin ulti that was coming through, and all of that, which you've said. If I am the Hawk side, you banning the Aurora, I actually liked a lot of their comps, just not the Rumble on that side, and then you can play a little bit better around grubs, and you're A-okay. They had a pretty good early game advantage just based off of the fact that the Poppy was getting abused by Ziggs early. At least the laning phase bot lane was pretty good for Marble.
Yeah, it was really good for them, and I'm just wondering if they have other tricks up their sleeves here, moving on to the next game on the side of SHG, because you have to come ready, especially when you come at Worlds. You cannot just bring the playstyle that you had domestically. You have to also adapt to your opponents, and you don't have a lot of times to do so when you're doing this in play-in. So any hopes here?
I mean, I think in general, they just need to be better at finding out what lane assignments they want to have before going to an objective. Dagda touched on it in the cast, and I think he was spot on with it as well. There's so often where they're late, but also in this moment as well, like, you've fallen so far behind, and thanks to the reliable Cisco, you know, you get the Dragon Steel as well from Levi. He's able to buffer the EQ as well from the Jarvan. But to go back to your original question as well, Law, in general, we saw it with the swap reset, the grub swaps. Like, they are just not in a position where they're able to trade properly. They overgrouped by Herald, they lost for the first two at bot lane. They need to do that better if they want to win.
Yeah, I mean, it was really well done from the Shyvana. Really made every second count when he was able to just not only buffer it, get the smite steal. I thought Forrest was getting run around this game. It was tough. It was tough. The game was hectic. The first thing I want to see, we have to be able to defend Evian dives, all right? That's the only thing I want. That's the first thing I want to see. If the dive is going to be there, hopefully we have the support. Forrest is going to be there. Just a slower game for the squad.
Keep top lane safe. Story of all top laners. Actually, we'll see if they can fight back here in game 2. Gam leads here in game 1 so far, so let's send it over to the casters on the other side for the second game. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, Operation Protect Evie. Okay, I like that one. Yep. Save the top lane, because again, you know where Levi's going to spend his attention as Gam lead 1-0 in the series here. And into now match point, again, only a BO3. And, you know, Gam Man's already in the audience running around looking for his fans. He's now getting a live view to see if Gam can 2-0 this as we are and pick a ban. And you know what? Banning the Shyvana, very nice start here, I think, for the SoftBank Hawks.
And the Ziggs ban as well is interesting, because I didn't think this would just be immediately taken away, but like they are very nervous about that coming across. Yes, you had Easy Look play a game of it in his regular season, but still, a bit of a mix-up. Ashe, very high priority though, and I think this is, it's a no-brainer to try and take this one.
Yeah, Ashe, one of the biggest picks, and again, has been banned many, many times. Dagda, where else? And Aurora's another one as well, we saw last game.
Yeah, the Aurora, it'll just be first picked away here, because we haven't seen a huge amount of it. Obviously, it was globally banned. VCS was one of the regions that was still playing it, so it will be Hawks trying to take that one away. But I think you can try and play into this with like long-range poke. I was about to say with like an Ashe and a Syndra and these kind of things. So I think with those still up and available, Hawks are just going to go towards the Ashe, but it will be Gam who are immediately going to take that on the opposite side, and then the Jhin to try and basically run back what is a very similar composition to what they had.
Yeah, again, you know, 2 pieces of the 5 from before, as you said, as they try to run it back. Let's see where SoftBank go from here, because the Hawks, as you said, want to add in some range into the mix. This time they take away Elio's Poppy that was so good in the last game as well. The Rumble to add into the mix here is repeating the matchup, which again, even in the 1v1 lane without Levi's attention, didn't look that great.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. Rumble got nerfed, and I think a lot of people are kind of expecting him to slip on out of the meta. The fact that you're kind of like, hey, we banned the K'Sante, we're going to just immediately go towards Rumble. I thought we'd actually see an R or something for Evie, just to be like, hey, look, this is something that still fits in the meta, still fits his style, a champion that he's very well known for, but just not really feeling it and wants to continuously go back towards his pick. And it does mean now, as you start to come in towards this as Gam, you can go towards the Lee Sin that was hovered, you can go towards something like the Jarvan, even take that away from Hawks so they don't have this big wombo combo go button. And I think you're in a good spot as Gam.
I wonder what we're insinuating by getting rid of the Akali. Seen a little bit yesterday as well, 100% win rate after 2 games. And
Dasher used to be a big Akali and
that is a very
player,
good
so
point,
I think it's a
actually.
lot of respect to like his history as a player, but we'll have to see exactly what the plan is here.
Okay, so 1 taken off the board. Dash has also been great on things like the Lucian as well. Although the last game wasn't the biggest impact, he was one of the best performing members, and again, has that legacy so far coming through. The SoftBank Hawks, that he has been a bit of a star after 7 years to make it to this moment. Tristana's gone, so we're getting rid of repetition. Yone is still one big thing that was open.
I think the surprising one for me is like not looking at jungle picks. I did expect either Gam to say, hey, look, we want to get rid of the Jarvan, we want to make sure you don't have these gold buttons. Yes, the Viego starts to slip through, but I think this says to me more that they're looking at a Jarvan first rotation themselves. And now for Hawks, it's a case of, do you ban away the Jarvan to not give that over? But either way, I think you're still happy if you go for a Lee Sin here. So I think Gam are definitely coming out top trumps in this draft.
Just waiting for this final ban, because again, things are changing. Do we get rid of mid? You already talked about jungle not being prioritized outside of that Viego. Sejuani, okay, so that limits the pool a little bit more. Jarvan is an option. You already talked about outside of here for Gam for 4.
Yeah, I think either that or the Lee Sin. I think you can see either one.
Oh, Levi Lee Sin, what a treat.
Lee Sin does very well into Jarvan as well, so you can always take that. But hovering the Yone here.
Maybe they blind mid and then what? Jungle counterpick.
So this is actually the pick that I expected to be high, like most banned coming into Worlds.
Yeah, me too.
Ione is an incredibly strong pick and kind of warps the whole meta in that mid lane, but we haven't seen him a lot in planes thus far, but it does set up really well for you when you already have the Aurora AP damage in the top lane.
Wow, those fast lock-ins though. Let's just highlight Lee Sin LeBlanc here. So the Lee Sin, its setup is going to rely on this mid lane a little bit. This looks like a strong mid-jungle pairing, while on the other side, thinking about that final jungler, they're looking at the Kha'Zix, but it rolls over to the Wukong, which we've now seen twice. So interesting enough, Dagda, we've completely changed the drafts.
Yeah, and Levi's Wukong is absolutely massive for him. He's 43-9 in the pick, at 83% win rate all time. This guy is an absolute beast on this pick, and you set up for an incredibly strong level 6 hit for your mid-jungle. Can play for that engage off of Kiaya now as well. Like, Gam's team fighting is a menace, let alone also that still 1-4 split push that we saw in the last game.
As you're talking about Ione, we expected it to be banned. A lot of people did, right? Because of how good the jungle pairings are right now and how versatile it can match with set junglers as well. Wukong just another one on the table here with the Leona as a setup for Gam. This time is more concrete. We talked about their engage last game not being as solid. It was relying on the Poppy and a very reactive draft. This time feels like Gam can spin the wheel a little bit more.
Yeah, I think Gam have a great opportunity to try and play for kind of the post level 6, but I do want to see if you can try and interrupt that here as Hawks, especially when you look at that mid lane. There's a ton of pressure that come through from the LeBlanc and also the Lee Sin, and especially when we look at like the itemization changes that we have coming through with Storm Surge becoming much stronger. The early Luden's Companion into then the Storm Surge is very, very strong for LeBlanc. She can one-shot an AD carry.
Don't get me started on Storm Surge at the moment. 5 more pen. Let's put it to 25%. Yeah, that item at the moment absolutely busted. So, Dagda, to interrupt there, I apologize, but it does feel like, again, backs on Dasher a little bit more, as I feel like they're kind of used to. Yes, Evie is the star in terms of the name value, but Dasher, if you haven't heard of him, after 7 years, finally making the main stage, the international. This guy has been on this roster since the very start. He even told me at the start he was a top laner in 2020 spring.
Yeah, very first season, split bus. I mean, XT1 Challengers player as well. This guy is definitely trying to make a name for himself, and could do it on the LeBlanc, even opting in towards the Ignite. He wants to play hyper aggressive, and Elio gonna just walk away here. Vista not quite able to get the stun, but I think this is what you have to do as Hawks. Like, I want to see very early aggression. Marble, Vista, let's be real, smoked Easy Love and Elio in that bottom lane in the first few levels. They absolutely destroyed them. So I think you try and play through that again, and then just play through this really strong mid-jungle and see if you can pick off Emo at the start of the game.
Mid-jungle is important. Of course, last game, you know, it feels like Kia did a bit of smoking up in the top lane himself, of course. And, you know, these guys have got a pedigree. We talk about, you know, Levi versus Evie, but you got to also remember Kiaya versus Evie. Well, not direct. We're talking about two historics of the leagues, of their own leagues, rather, as well.
But I think it's also two players that came in and almost immediately made a name for themselves with the style of play that they had. Ebby, we got the thumbs up, but was always someone who had a major impact for the LJL. When he was on Detonation Focus Me, he became himself and Arya were like the two players you always watched from this region, always expected to make it to that international stage. And it's become very similar with Kiaya, where it has become Kiaya and Levi for this team. They are the two focal points and the talking points for the GAM squad. And Kiaya's been doing a fantastic job. Had a later start to the international stage, but has made an enormous splash when he has. Like, I even consistently remember him for his Jax play, how strong he was, the outplays he'd have. And now the top lane, going head-to-head, it has been Kiaya favored, and the Aurora looks like he'll get the same here once again.
And again, as we look closer at lanes and we look at this jungle start as well, just know that the pathing has started at the bottom side for Forest here, and we mentioned how important mid-jungle is, and we can echo that sentiment for both GAM as well, especially with Levi on this Wukong. There is a ward spotting out Levi, so going to know his path a little bit deeper, as I think Forest, there's a ward on the top side that just expired as Dasher does some good damage to Emo. My point about Vision is that they know that there's a bottom side start for Forest, despite his lack of top.
This time around, though, Levi is going down towards that bottom side, which may leave Kiaya a little bit exposed in that top lane. So if you end up with the flash slow coming through from the Harpoon, Forest can try and chase down Kiaya in that top lane. So I think you've got options here as Forest as to how you want to approach this, especially if Dasher can get this wave crash for the bounce back. It'll put Emo a little bit more extended in that mid lane. You could potentially look for him.
Just watching the effects of the nerf on the Q there, the flamethrower for Evie. As you know, we have seen some interesting adaptations. I want to see if it is the Electro Harpoon max or if we are just still maxing Q. Remembering it gets better as we get on with levels. So We'll just watch the levels up in the top lane as, but now the wave's pushed out. Kiaya backs off, doesn't expose himself to the potential of Forest being top. As I said before, they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, should be fine. The wave is bouncing back nicely, so not going to be too much of an issue. Hawk shot will spot out.
A broken ability. That still doesn't cost mana. Oh boy. All right, onto Vista. Good steadfast presence stops him in the way, and Levi just walks through, but Zenith Blade is weighted, and patience is the game. The flash for the Shield of Daybreak, but Easy Love ain't able to get the deadly flourish, and Gam now have to back away.
Yeah, a lot invested there by Elio to try and get that play off, but it was always going to be a difficult one to make work just with how well Vista ended up playing that one. So
true. We'll
be able to flash burnt by both supports, but we'll walk away. I think you're kind of happy as that as Forest, because he's going to get this bottom side scuttle and has already gotten that top end as well, I believe. I know, should be able to walk up and get that top side as well. So I think you're in a great spot now as Forest just off the back of picking up that early advantage.
Dasher stopping the back there, good for tempo again as this Ignite TP LeBlanc. And got traded on back by Emo, but now hits level 5, still has a mana bar to work with for a full rotation. There's a small CS lead, thanks to the pressure from this mid lane as well. And again, as we said coming into this game too, that's exactly how the SoftBank Hawks want to play this early lane. This LeBlanc in a good state is like ticking the right box this time around.
The issue that I'm seeing here for GAM is that they're just not really finding control over some of the areas that they need, right? Again, you're getting control for Marble and Vista in this bottom side of the map, which you saw early. You're having way more control for Dasher as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if on this kind of next turn of events, you start to see Hawks looking for these invades with Forest, trying to put pressure on through this bottom side, looking at these early dragons and just trying to keep GAM in check.
Could interrupt. Well, they're not going to get to the bot side yet because it's still just a 2v2. As you said, how can Forest impact this lane? Still hovering around looking for the secondary clears, and maybe this pressure and this push from SHG leads into an early dragon before grubs spawn in about 40 seconds. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, this is where Emo really wants to try and get this wave crash. You see playing hyper aggressive on it, so you can make sure it's okay. But Dasher actually kind of has it frozen there, so this is where he's most dangerous. So I think Levi needs to try and come across and help, because you can look immediately, Forest spots us.
Oh, Fate Seal gets him out. No, rather does not. Sonic Wave and a resonating strike, but there's no execute. Forest comes close. Emo flashes away and his TP is down. So at least for Dasher, the bare minimum is he gets a shove.
That was really well set up by Hawks. You can see Dasher freezing that wave just outside of reach, and Emo couldn't crash it. And Forest straight away gets into the mid lane to make sure he's able to help set that up. And now with that control, 6 minutes about to tick over, it's Void Grub pickup for the Hawks.
Now we just have to see if anything can happen through the top side either, because Elio is moving in. Gam are thinking about a play before Evie gets these minions necessary to get to 6, but that's already past due as the wave is cleared out and shredded while Forest just gets underway.
Yeah, I think it's just a nice read by Elio to support his top laner, because I don't think they were really going to look for the play. It was just a, look, there's a chance that Forest is going to try and move up towards this top side, so Elio reads it well to get into position for the Void Grubs, but they get the reset off. Hawks get the Void Grubs, and Gam kind of just stay looking at them here. They might be looking for a bit more though.
It's hard with the Poppy. Vista stops him again. That steadfast presence annoying as there we go between worlds. Equalizer in response. Forest gets on out, and just with a little bit of a pullback, Kiaya threatens, but there's no kill. Ulti's committed, but in the end, Grubs and the power of 3 go over to SHG.
Yeah, not quite level 6 for either of the junglers. Kiaya just trying to see if he can interrupt the reset from Forest, which is nice, but do Gam just now feel comfortable to try and immediately move over towards like a play mid, or even looking for that dragon on the bottom side? Because I think you would like to cross map otherwise, or at least get something back here as Gam, because otherwise you just spend a lot of time looking.
Vista, you're going to look with your eyes, but hit with your hammer, it seems, as Elio's a level down. It's not going to matter until you see the damage comes through from Vista. The re-engage with the Zenith Blade, but Elio is going into Fog of War and into danger. Forest gets out with a flash, but in the middle, Evie is cooking him alive! Levi's hit with the burn down damage, and Evi's spacing. Evie almost gets on out. The Electro does good work, but Vista's there to receive. We get messy, we get down and dirty, but that's exactly where SHG want to be in the early game, as Dasher just needs this chain to connect. A stun up, a triple already going over to Kiaya, but Dasher needs another rotation. Distortion, auto, 2 kills, and now we're fighting blood with blood.
What the hell is going on in this top lane? The objective is gone. The fight shouldn't happen, but both of them just square up, look each each other in the eyes and saying, let us at them. And you can see here, right, Elio backing up, just ends up getting cancelled, knocked into the wall. Levi's here to support him, but it's 2 versus 3 as Forrest got interrupted on his reset on top side by Kiaya, and now Dasher, first move on mid, gets the damage down. Vista ends up being able to walk away just a smidge, as Forrest does as well, but it's the re-engage that gets the most dangerous, because they try to help out Ebby, try to support out Dasher as he goes in on the One, but now you've got the follow-up coming through from Hawks again, and Kiaya tries his damnedest, finishes off one, but just not quite enough left in the tank to finish off Dasher as well.
I mean, a triple kill over to Kiaya. That was a bloodbath.
That was insane.
Man. It's like trying to get fast food on a Saturday in the morning before you take your kids to football. So, honestly, no personal experience with that one, but I know what it's like, Dagda.
Yeah, I think the big things he now needs to look at is the 700 gold lead that is for Kiaya in that top side, and the 700 gold lead that's for Dasher in that mid lane.
Yep.
These are now the 2 people that we need to look at. Kiaya did a great job in the team fights of finding opportunities to set up the game for GAM, whereas when you look at Dasher, it's going to be about trying to see if he can find Easy Love in the fights and burst him out. The fact he's so accelerated is going to work out brilliantly for him.
But I mean, again, you know, this is what we talked about. Dasher with an almost 1k gold lead. Things are going well, despite that triple kill on the top side. You know, that 1k gold lead for SHG means that mid is always under fire, always in a good spot. Forrest taking advantages, getting first dragon, as well as those 3 grubs before. Things are looking good in game 2, and it's a really nice bounce back when this is a different draft adaptation that we've come into for the reset of this second game.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of learnings from Hawks as well, right? Where it was, hey, we can still have our pressure on bot side. Marble and Vista definitely getting the better of Easy Love and Elio when it comes to the 2v2, but it's now about how we start to rotate around the map, how we are able to influence the game to play off of our strengths, which is through that mid lane, setting up for these plays on top side as Dasher.
Oh, jumps back and almost got excited because Emo has Fate Sealed available, but Dasher runs on in as Vista is once again a nuisance. Fate Sealed used to get on out because this support now lives mid.
They still need to be careful though.
Deadly Flourish,
15 and they
want to call. Vista's going to hold his line for the time being. The Enchantress Arrow stops the engage from following up. The 4th shot doesn't do too much. Remember, Emo just Fate Sealed away from there, so Vista will have no more follow-up, and that curtain call, maybe enough damage to seal away for the grub start.
But that's the thing, you've got the TP for Dasher to get back into lane, so since he was the one that absorbed the most of the damage, he should be fine to get into this. Forrest considering a play on top side before they look at the grubs. Spots Elio. Can he get the kick?
Taken. Vista with the engage again. There's Poppy hitting blunders into the wall. Elio stunned up again. That W, a nuisance as the first kill goes over to the Japanese representatives. Now for the second as Dasher gets onto Levi in the backside. Dasher is his name. LeBlanc is his game. And with his 3rd kill, SHG are rising to their fame.
And Storm Surge is the damage that they needed to finish it off. Dasher just completing this on his way back. The explosion as he kills Levi. And Hawks taking over in this game. This is perfect for them, and actually a bit of a different style of composition than what we traditionally see for them. Like, this isn't your big wombo comp. This is a, hey, we have to play for these small skirmishes, play for these fights, and Hawks are executing beautifully.
Now a 2k gold lead. The grub snatched out of the hands of GAM, which felt well set up, which felt well played for. 5 grubs over to this comp, and again, Storm Surge already pulled up before. Look at the work it's doing as Emo takes a little tickle to the side. Half HP after 1 small rotation from this LeBlanc.
And this is where it starts to get really tough because Emo has to reset. You can see him going for it. He's too low. Another combo from Dasher and he's dead. So now you're starting to creep up on this control in those side lanes, and that's really where Dasher should be able to find his success and match a lot of what GAM want to do in that 1-4 split push. Even Forrest coming down just to make sure that 1, he can clear his camps, but 2, keep Dasher in check here as well as Emo clears out the wave. Another nice combo. And Emo's going to be forced back.
Yeah. You're right in using the word rough. Second dragon comes up as he's here again. Yo, Emo and Vista have been living together, except Vista takes up 99% of the apartment, and Emo's just in a little corner thinking, when will this guy leave?
Yeah, I just want the living room back.
He's always got friends over, like,
but
please.
Still, this is where you can see Emo now has to TP down into this bottom side of the map just to try and keep up pressure, open up Hawks and look for invade. Elio step forward.
Tempest cripple, sets it up. Forrest gets out of the way. Deadly Function finding one. Curtain calls there, but the Cyclone in the back end as Forrest separates in the Fate Sealed as well. They've isolated one member, and Gather pulling apart the pieces. Kiaya pops up again, and all of a sudden in yet another fight as Dasher runs for his life behind enemy lines. SHG, it was going so well, but as Dasher looks for the execute here and will find it, it's still gold back into the pocket of GAM after what we thought was a devastating early game.
Hawks just didn't really know who they were supposed to go on in that fight. Elio steps up, but he's a tanky Leona, and so much of that damage ends up getting absorbed. But watch Levi as well. He ends up just getting pushed completely down into this bottom side of the fight, just into the waiting hands of Emo, and Dasher goes in to finish off the low health Leona, but it means that Easy Love has just opened up with that curtain call the entire fight under zero pressure, and even Kiaya just coming in with that TP as well to finish it off.
It's just such an annoying ult. It creates space. It separates, you can't leave it, it does damage.
Look, there will be a copy pasta.
Yeah,
I know it is coming. It's just going to be a matter of time.
Oh my god.
Get someone message Showmaker. We need
we need him hitting the keyboard because, yeah, Aurora, I mean, the damage, you'll be like, yeah, it's only 1700, but Kiaya, who got a triple kill before, just got a double kill again. So this is the 5-kill Aurora top, who once again is contributing so much to the game for GAM. There's almost 2 items here with SHG. Starting Grubs in it, or excuse me, Herald in the meantime. Have to still pick apart the pieces and pull back some speed back into their favor, which they found through mid lane earlier in the game.
Yeah, they may even be able to make a play onto this top side. Look at where Levi's gone to. Cleared his red, is now moving down towards the bottom side, which means he's going to be gated from the top end. So Hawks, I'm watching Marble. Does he fish for the arrow? We try to see if they can spot Kiaya.
Kiaya is almost level 11. The arrow, as you said, he goes in and into the Veil, pops back out, Sonic Wave and a safeguard in, but Forrester's Solar Flare, Zenith's Blade in response. Levi's coming. That's a kick onto the supporters. Forrester threw a way out, but a Cyclone that says no. He gets knocked up a second time and taken down by the GAM captain. One mistake into another. GAM are good at punishing them.
Hawks just weren't quick enough on the trigger pull, and GAM get into position to cover. Kiaya even gets that top wave and the kill. This game is starting to trickle into GAM's favor once more.
This time around, I mean, it was a much bigger lead than the first game. It was a much bigger momentum boost as we look at our picture-in-picture. Emo's hitting a side wave. Well, all that was committed in. He won't find the turret, but this opens up GAM to pick up the bottom side Dragon and stop that stacking that SHG started pivoting towards earlier.
And this is where GAM kind of start to come into their own. The fact that you're constantly getting Elio running around the map, supporting his team where he needs to be. Like, he may not have the flashiest of score lines, but his positioning on the map and his understanding of where to be has been crucial to GAM finding their way back into this game. And now it'll be on him once more to try and work with Levi to get control of these lanes. Dasher is still a problem. Emo hopefully won't have a problem.
He's back again. Dagda, he's back again. He's back again. He's back again. Emo's screaming in comms. He's back again. Evie tries to burn, but as he overloads and overheats, he holds off. The equalizers there. Emo gets out with a Fate Seal. It gets him over the hot coals for the time being as SHG are bringing some pace back, trying to get their game inside.
They want to try and get this bot lane turret. Levi being pushed out of his own jungle. He doesn't have that Cyclone available quite yet, so I don't think GAM want to try and take the fight, but it will be Dasher who teleported in. But I think it's a trade of towers, and in the grand scheme of things, I kind of favor GAM off the back. They didn't have to burn the teleport for Dasher to get down here. How much can they get off the Herald, though? Maybe a second charge? Could they get the tier 2? It's fairly risky from this position as Levi's ultimate's just about to come back up.
Well, Forrest is the one who's going to take it, gets a good charge, half HP. As you said, what else are they going to find? I mean, SHG got grubs before, so they might do some damage, but as you said, you're favoring GAM because we look at mid, we look at top. What else happened through? Hang on, heavy flash from Kiaya. Between worlds, he tries to kite it out, but he's not going to get too far. Evie has an Electro Harpoon waiting, burning, ticking. Kiaya's shut down, and Evie will not go quietly.
The revenge Evie desperately wanted finally manages to get his hands on the bunny and put it in her place, and now you've got a lot more ease of access for Hawks onto that top side of the map. They can start to push out these lanes. The flash burnt on both sides means that at least Kiaya is a little bit less threatening when it comes to an upcoming fight as well, because you more than likely expect that kind of flash into setup with an ultimate play towards Dragon in 3 minutes time. But this is a very close game. Both teams going all out on this.
I've enjoyed both these games, honestly. When we were like, yeah, the early game's not really, that great from either teams. We saw a game one that was very to and fro, that was kind of testing each other. This game even more so. It's been enjoyable because, again, when this is the, the last hurrah of these individual regions before they all come together, it is nice to see the top of the competition from both VCS and PCS. Now, this game is dead even. We talked about Dragons being one apiece before. Baron is up in 2 minutes. That's to note as Grubs are there over the wall. Elio is isolated for the time being. Evie can do a bit of work here, but with Emo nearby, he chooses not to as Evie just walks back to the wave and catches. He's going to use the equalizer as well, but for the meantime, nothing else is up as it looks like it's going to be a repeat on the top side. Emo is looking for Evie. Doesn't get the knock up in the end as we look top.
Yeah, again, it's kind of Levi covering for Kiaya, and you've got Elio's covering on that bottom side for Emo. So a lot of GAM just trying desperately to get control over these waves in the side lane and hope they're okay. But we'll have to wait and see.
Well, they're trying to open up mid for the time being. It looks like SHG open up mid and then maybe get some good back time as Dagda and 4-headed, 5-headed into the next Dragon. But even with Demolish, even with the 5 Grubs, too scared since Levi is always hovering, as you said. But look at the meantime. Dasher hitting sides, or rather Emo, excuse me. And he just takes down a side lane turret. Consistency is key.
How much can Dasher do, though? These are the 2 fave members of either side. But honestly, I kind of give it to Dasher with just how much damage this LeBlanc can churn out of this stage. Hasn't quite got her second item completed, but still just does so much work in these early stages. You can see Kiaya has to give it so much respect.
But this time Forest is a little bit earlier. Sonic Wave doesn't connect. Elio hovers once again. The double burst comes through, but Clone passive comes out from Dasher. Kiaya gets some good trades off. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Dasher connected everything.
The thing is, though, we're going to get in a bit of a split map here. Forest is going to be able to take the red and that top side jungle, whereas when you look at Levi, only going to be able to get the Raptors. Even Evie starting to come across to try and keep control of that. But if you're keeping this vision control that you can see on the bottom side of the map,
show me.
For GAM, it's going to help out quite a bit when it comes to this Dragon in 45 seconds. A lot of second item at least completed here for Easy Love, but you're still waiting for stuff like the Black Cleaver on Levi. But yeah, I think with Kiaya now having finished both of his items, GAM feel to me in a relatively good spot. I think they need Dasher. Has he gone back? No, he's still a little bit off from completing the Shadow Flame. So I think they would like to sit him in a lane for a little bit before they can test for this, but I think they're just going to miss that timing window.
Yeah, maybe, again, as you said, if that timing window's off, maybe, third Dragon of the game isn't the biggest be-all, end-all. That win probability powered by AWS, it's gone down a little bit. It was really favoring
I like
the Hawks.
The tiny little bit of the red dink that was there just for a moment.
Baby! Yeah, starting to think, again, as this comp comes together, we know exactly what it does with the setup, with the good engage tools, but SHG now pivoting around Dragon.
But it's GAM playing at the map. Look at where Emo is, Bus.
Into the wall again. TP's going to be burnt from this one as well. The kick back, but Kiaya's okay between the worlds set up as Forest is now on an angle, wants to get on out, but you look at the main fight. It's already set up thanks to Emo. Levi gets a couple of spins. He dies the Vista in the end, but all the pieces of the Hawks are flying away. GAM keep it grounded in yet another game, and it works out perfectly for them as Emo sent back into the pit. And even though Vista finds these angles, GAM's ability to pick apart fights is second to none in this series.
The Hawks flew too close to the sun.
Oh, yeah.
And they get shot down by GAM where they stand. Thought they could catch Kiaya here, but so many members of GAM were already positioned. I was about to highlight Emo pushing in that side, but again, it's GAM setting up on the map better. And then Levi gets a great ultimate across multiple members here in just a second. The fact that Kiaya is able to escape by bouncing onto the opposite side of his ultimate as well. And then the follow-up damage with Elio CCing people, Emo in the midst of everyone. And you can see Ebby, he's struggling to get into this fight at all. So for GAM, again, this mapped position, setting up early on towards these fights, getting themselves into River has been so crucial across the course of this series.
And this might be the last time we see Aurora in the tournament. I mean, this champion absolutely busted in a 5v5. And Kiaya has been playing both games in a row so damn well. We get our goal difference now, and that red tinge becomes a little bit stronger on our screen. GAM now leading with 1k gold lead. They got the Dragon after the fight, and SHG still trying to open up the map a bit more for Dasher as they hover around Baron and clear out vision for now.
But again, it's look at where the lane assignments are. Ebby is sitting in mid. You have double TP. He should be on this bottom wave, pushing it out and looking to try and teleport to the side, but now the pick.
There's no cleanse on this Jhin, but Easy Love has a barrier and flashes away, but leaving in over the wall, and you can see Kiaya again! The worlds are split! This man puts a circle around, gets himself a double, flushes out of the way, the re-engage, and now it's all front to back on the season as Gam time is showing on the clock once more. Gam run down through mid, Forrest takes another auto, Kiai gets the third kill of the fight. Vista's coming up next as Dasher picked apart some of the pieces on the right, but it was only easy, lovers. Nothing's easy about this game anymore for SHG.
Dasher gets easy love, but it's Gam who are blitzing through Hawks Gaming right now. Emo on this top side of the map completely pushing in. There is no one to contest them, and every time Hawks try and set up for a fight, Gam are there, Gam are in their face, and they're shutting the door on them.
It's crazy how accurate it's been. It's like Gam might not always have perfect early games, but their ability to come back and fight is always there. And this is one of those moments as we replay how Easy Love started to get picked off.
But again, it's support from Levi. He is always shadowing his team. Kiaya even in position to come through here. And yes, Dasher is able to pick off Easy Love just about on the bottom side. But you can still look at, yeah, Elio is now come into this fight. He's got all the CC to just allow Kiaya and Levi to threaten and run down Forrest and Vista underneath these towers. There's just zero you can do. And it's happening again.
Kiai! Get this Aurora off my screen. The curtain call will finish off the job. Vista nowhere to go, slowed down, and it's certain death. Gam are looking at 2-0 this series, and in what impressive fashion is their entrance here at Worlds.
10, 2, and 4. Kiaya shows we need another global ban for this damn champion, but it's too late for the Hawks. Gam are on the Baron. Elio is just going to play bouncer into River, and Dasher, Forrest, what can you do?
Not much. A safeguard in a sonic wave rather, but he's dead in an instant. This Baron is soon to fall. Evie found some leads earlier on, but now a fate sealed, even getting a trade off the two Fed members, the two left standing here in front of the Baron, but Emo's going to take short work, and then the burst is there. The flash over the wall, and Emo now in waiting hands. Dasher's up next, and Japan is unhappy right now with the VCS tearing them limb from limb.
We haven't seen these two regions really face up a huge amount. Gam have not managed to face a Hawks game, have not managed to face a DFM, but they are putting them in their place. And this is incredible. Gam looks so damn good, and I think a lot of people tend to underestimate the VCS and write them off as, you know, they don't know how to play out the map. They only look for these early fights, but Gam are a different beast. They've been to international. They've seen what they need to do to improve, and we're seeing it on our screen.
I'm still recovering from the time they broke top esports. Like, yeah. I woke up last night at 3 a.m. I said, not again, please. A 5K gold lead, a Red Bull Baron power play now in the wings. And again, I'm not talking about SHG in this one. TP in the bot side to get that push on. The Gam fans out in force here in the Right Games studio in Berlin. And they came at the right time, didn't they? As Gam looked to put these lanes into fruition. What can the Hawks do to defend this? Curtain call definitely not going to give them too many options as the bullets start flying through. Levi on a wing looking for an angle as Emo does the same thing. Dasher with his burst is good. The arrow to punish as well, but the kick's too early. Ignite still gets it through though, but the Cyclone is doing more harm than good for SHG. Vista runs in and Evie came late between the worlds once more as Evie is left standing. A triple over to Easy Love. Make it a quadra. And at the start of today, I thought, nah, Levy's gonna make Evie hold that L next time.
Evie TP'd in and just saw a wall of Gam members welcoming him to the world stage, welcoming him to Berlin, but very quickly booting them out of this series as Gam will take the 2-0 win.
It's the players you love, it's the organization you know, and Gam time is now, baby. Against SHG. They've come in, they've found their way back in, and with a 2-0 to start off their Worlds run, Gam is here and serious.
There is no time like the present to Gam have made it theirs. An incredible performance. Levi, a beast on the Wukong, showing why he has been so feared on it for so long. And across the board, step-ups. Aurora. This champion.
Aurora, never again, I think. Never again. I mean, they're shocked. It felt like a Hawks win. It felt like a Hawks early game where Dasher snowballs, takes over. We saw it against Frank Esports in that lower bracket final. You know, Dasher can take over games, but Gam's ability to be fortuitous in in that series was insane. A 2-0, the fans happy they came to see this today. And Gam's debut at Worlds is nothing but exceptional.
What an incredible performance. And I think for me, it was kind of what I needed to see from this team. I was questioning where exactly they stood in the whole standings and like who they were going to be able to beat. But this performance was absolutely incredible. Now, we do have to see who they will face. This winner of 100 Thieves versus OR7 should go up against them, which you would expect to be 100 Thieves given the matchup. But I'm terrified of them either squad. That was demolition.
I'm excited to see Kiaya versus either Sniper or Summit. That to me seems like a good time. So I'm really excited because again, this roster, and yes, while you can comment on the early game, you can comment on some of the downs in this series, you think there was just so much up. There were just so many good moments from individual players, not just in the 5v5, but individually as well. And I think Levi is hitting hard. You know, after that emotional experience we saw after their first finals in 5 years live, like Levi is still firing after all this time, after 11, you know, all those championships under his name.
It's also just like he played for 100 Thieves Academy, went back to VCS.
That's another reason it would be good. That's another reason if it's 100 Thieves.
Bit of a banger. We'll have to see. Yeah, I mean, this is a man of a mission. I think the VCS are always a region you have to respect because they will just put out performances like this and now set the entire play-ins trembling going up against them.
Because I don't know, some of those games, some of those moments were, you know, very clean. Like we talked about Mad yesterday, fumbling a little bit in the first game, and there were a lot of question marks for them as well. But for Gam, Dagda, maybe it's okay. Maybe Gam are one of the cleanest teams. Thoughts?
Maybe, but I'm not going to have any thoughts because I'm going to pass it over to someone who's better thoughts on the interview.
It's Levi, everyone. Please give it up for Levi after a clean 2-0 victory, everyone.
Chúc mừng cho Levi với chiến thắng vừa rồi.
Congratulations on the clean 2-0 today. Chúc mừng.
Thì chúc mừng em với chiến thắng vừa rồi nha.
Levi, your fifth Worlds is off to a great start. Are you also happy with how the game went today?
Thì lần thứ 5 tham dự chung kết thế giới ha, thì em có một cái khởi đầu khá là tốt á. Thì em có hài lòng với trận đấu ngày hôm nay không?
Em thấy khá là hài lòng khi mà hôm nay thì các đồng đội của em cũng như là bản thân em đã làm rất là tốt.
I'm very pleased with the games today because me and my teammates has done very well.
Amazing. I want to go all the way back to the first game. Your Shyvana was popping off. We all know that Shyvana is a little bit of an iffy champion when it comes to competitive matches, but your Shyvana was able to get accelerated so fast. So what was the key factor to the victory?
Thì game đầu thì cái con Shyvana của em nó cũng khá là lực á. Thì ở trong giải đấu thì người ta không có dùng nhiều Shyvana, nhưng mà riêng cái con Shyvana của Khánh á, thì lại luôn luôn rất là lực. Thì em có bí quyết nào cho cái việc đó không?
Em nghĩ là em thích con tướng đó thôi.
I think it's simply because I like the champion.
Then would you like to say anything for all the Shyvana players out there to get more courage to lock it in?
Thì em có lời nào nhắn nhủ tới các người chơi Shyvana ngoài kia để họ có thêm động lực để mà họ lock con tướng đó không?
Cái đó thì hơi khó, tại vì mọi người đâu phải Levi đâu.
It's a bit tricky because not everyone is Levi.
Not everyone is Levi. Everyone have to keep that in mind, though. And today, the crowds were going crazy loud, supporting Gam today. So is there anything you would like to say to all the fans out there?
Thì hôm nay thì đám đông đã đến đây và cổ vũ rất là cuồng nhiệt á. Thì em có lời nào muốn gửi gắm tới mọi người ở đây ngày hôm nay không?
Thank you guys so much. Cảm ơn các bạn.
Thank you so much, Levi, and thank you, Goa, for the translation. One more time, it was Levi, and it's Gam time, everyone. Thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
And welcome back to Worlds 2024 as GAM won their first series here on our second day in playing. And guys, we've talked about this in a countdown actually. With GAM, be ready for the unexpected. You never know what they're going to throw at you, and today it was a commanding, dominant performance.
Yeah, but I mean, I still thought it was very GAM-like as well. I mean, especially that game one where it was such a thing where, oh, we're falling a bit behind. Was that Levi Kiai? Here we go again. Kiai again in game two, got solo killed a bit, and then you're like, oh, just one time actually, right? But then you're like, oh, is it falling apart? You quite quickly get the answer that no, it's not falling apart at all.
Yeah, and I felt bad for the observers a little bit because it just felt like there was action happening constantly. So it was like darting back and forth. It was just fun. There was one moment where the AD carry, Easy Love, was like, oh, well, actually, I'm getting engaged on. Just kidding. There's a trap from both Aurora and Wukong. It was just tough for the SoftBank Hawks to ever deal with these teamfight powers, and it felt like it was very fitting fitting that it was both Kiaya and Levi that got the job done in both of these games.
It's gonna be interesting to see.
That's a lot of damage from the Aurora. I didn't expect that much.
Was a lot of damage.
I know he did a lot that game. I didn't expect him to dominate that much.
I'm really excited to see first who's gonna face off against them in the next round, but we'll just get to this in a few seconds. And also, what can teams prep against GAM? What else do they have in store here at Worlds? But for now, we're gonna focus on the second series. 100 Thieves make their debut at Worlds here today against R7. So let's take a closer look at Sniper and Summit in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, the third seed of the LCS 100 Thieves goes head-to-head with LLA champions Movistar R7. Former LCS MVP and R7 top laner Summit is looking to make his mark on Worlds, reminding his former region why he is a force to be reckoned with.
Pero obviamente Movistar R7 sigue insistiendo. Cuidado en el mano a mano. Summit se da vuelta. Lo termina ejecutando Trigger. Asesinato el tercero para este Kene.
100 Thieves rookie top Sniper will have to do everything in his power to make sure that doesn't happen, even as he adjusts to the international stage.
And we just might have another kill up here with a 1v1. Cassante versus Renekton. Sniper missed the third in Topo strike. He needs a little bit more damage. Licorice wanted to flash it. It's a solo bolo for Sniper.
History favors the LCS in this rivalry of the Americas, but on the world stage, nothing is guaranteed.
It's just going to be a fun matchup. Sniper is the most emotive player. In spring and summer, he's been getting solo kills constantly. In spring, he was like a leader. In summer, of course, a little bit difficult, but like he's been finding kills in lanes. And these are the emotive moments where you're finding. He was mewing a few times off a solo kill. He was like doing random TikTok dances.
He's a young player, guys.
Yes, he is.
You love to see this kind of personality, but also this kind of fire, especially from a player who is brand new, who's gonna step into the world stage for his very first experience here, and he's hungry. He's coming hungry.
And he's gonna go up against a big challenge. The 2022 spring LCS MVP in Summit that went to LLA and was just dominating, especially in this playoffs. When I was watching those VODs, GB, it was disgusting. This dive in particular is a 1v1 dive that he had, 50 CS up, 8 minutes in the finals. 2 solo kills.
Yeah, I mean, Summit is still gabbing top players. And that is probably something that we're going to have to look at. That is why this is our featured matchup today as well, because that is where all the hype will be. I will say, though, as good as Summit is, some of the weaknesses still prevails on side lane or how he interacts with his teammates in terms of rotating for some of the objectives. In that first game that you showcased with the Rumble and the Ornn matchup where he got that massive gold lead, he kind of got that gold lead decreased because he tried to go down, help his team around Drake, started going back and forth because they couldn't really decide whether or not they were going to fight for it, all while Ornn was just hitting plates on top and then got back into the game. So there's moments where it looked really good, but always where it digresses a bit.
Yeah, and GB, Lore, it's going to be about the team fighting because, like, to the point that you'd made, I felt like both these teams really want to index heavily in it. For 100 Thieves, they got here because of it. It was like a Cinderella story, the fact that they made that lower bracket run and took down Cloud9 based off of those fights. And the sole winners for me, if you're talking about the reason for them being here, it's A, because of the constant opt-in on these fights. The third bloodiest team in a major region in the summer split that they had, and they were just surrounded by LPL teams. And the person that leads that charge is River and Quid. River will oftentimes find these options, that predict flash that he got there, the leaping past the Baron pit into the red side jungle on a Maokai and the team completely following in. They are so bought in on this. Their comps are really creative too, and it's just fun to see what River, who's been quoted as being the magician and how he finds ganks and teamfight angles, and Quid, who is a melee enjoyer, like really opt into the Yone, the Yasuo, in any angles. Like, they're a really creative and fun team to watch.
Yeah, and you know, we've really been loving bringing up that combined kills per minute today, haven't we?
Yes,
but that's just play-ins for you. I mean, we got so many bloody teams at this stage, and you're completely right. When I was watching R7 as well, and they have to beat them, like, it has to be through the team fight. They have to get some solo lanes ahead, because for macro, I think it's one of their bigger weaknesses.
I love the mix we have on both sides of the rift here with R7, OD, and the youngest kids also here, but also 100 Thieves, who, for a lot of players, are going to make their debut here on the international stage. So let's see what they have planned for us here today. Over to Gasters for Game 1.
We're in the dark. It's scary. What's happening? Oh. We're getting ready for Rainbow 7 100 Thief. We're going to do this in the dark. See what happens. Yeah, it's a mystical start. Never know where we could be. Boom. All right, anyway, let's go. Rainbow 7 and 100 Thieves. Now, with this turning into the Americas next year, you know, these guys could see themselves with interdomestic play. 100 Thieves is such an experience to have them here to make that run against Cloud9 over in the LCS. But Rainbow 7, it's just another day in the office, isn't it? International representatives so many times over, and again, Latin America's hope here coming into this best of 3.
Yeah, 16 of the total championships in LATAM belong to them. R7 are kind of the lifeblood of the region, and it is them who always represent us on the main stage alongside Odie. You know, describe the Peruvian GOAT. This man is the best player that the region has ever produced and consistently makes it to the international stage. But going up against 100 Thieves is not going to be easy. We end up talking a lot about Sniper there in the desk, but I was watching it pros earlier on, whereas Ale was hosting their podcast, and Sniper was very confident coming into Worlds. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how he's going to perform now coming into this first step.
Retiring if he doesn't make it through play.
Yeah, if he doesn't make it through play-ins. Yeah.
Okay, Sniper.
And also he's kind of maybe saying he'll bring in a little bit of the ribbon as well. So we'll have to see. Like, I'm gonna hold him to his word, because I'm now very excited for this. So he has to show up.
I mean, this guy talking about retiring at 17 when I was still going through my HSE in Australia. I was in grade 11, and this guy's sitting on the world stage. I mean, it's just insane to me again, the talent that's come out. And let's see if he has to think about retiring after this BO3. We're about to get into pick and bans, and 100 Thieves on the blue side here. R7 on red. That Vi is gone again, no mystery. But against Summit, no surprise that his Nara is taken off when it's his most played historically by a massive country margin.
And Summit has been such a big winning point on the map for this squad when you look domestically. Actually, the first time someone was able to pick up a championship with all the different regions that he'd been in was in the LLA, and a huge amount of it was. He gets control over lane, he brings it to team fights, and you're just able to slap people down as R7. So I think 100 Thieves controlling Summit is going to be a big portion of their game plan here.
I also love this ban against Sayo, especially when I think Kaiser has been a great champion. We look through the playoffs, we look through the finals. This guy pops off on some of these dive 80 carries. So alongside that, the Yone also taken off the board as another priority mid lane pick.
Yeah, the question for me is stuff like the Ashe. If that gets through, Tomo hasn't played it, but still a very powerful pick coming through in this.
Let's not forget the Aurora as well. Last series showed up big, but is it going to be the same level of priority as Skarner is the final ban for 100 Thieves?
Is Skarner going to be taken off? So personally, I think Ashe, but they're going to be the Ziggs ban. Okay, so I think this is kind of a call out saying, hey, look, are you going to go for it? The Ziggs was the most played by Tomo, but Kazante, Hubbard?
Speaking of finals.
Because I know Sniper very heavily kind of relied on the Renekton and the Kazante over the course of his domestic play, so it could just be we want to get comfort for him in the matchup against Summit, but this is leaving a lot where Summit can look for those counter picks now if you do pick this first blind.
And I should clarify, of course, not finals, but 100 Thieves versus Cloud9. Sniper was huge on that Kazante, so it makes sense as the priority. His brand is that you run back here for Oddie. Interesting. Already have a completely different meta, it feels like, from our last series.
Well, I was going to say, for Oddie, this has kind of been his go-to in the jungle. He has definitely loved the brand, but I thought we'd see a major shift away from that playstyle coming into the world stage, so I'm kind of surprised to see this, especially when, again, you kind of already got the Yone out of the question. So do we see Summit saying, hey, I just want to go for the Rumble in that top side? But no, I'm going to go for the Jax. So yeah, this was my biggest worry. Like, Jax quite strong in this patch, good into Kazante. So I think this is where R7, if you can try and lean in towards Summit, that could give you the win condition here.
This champ select powered by Omen and HyperX. You got to start thinking about what are the options now for the jungle response, right? We've seen the Jarvan already a few times before. For River, in his top 3 champion pool, he's in a really good state right now. And the core member of 100 Thieves, getting a Jarvan here is a nice little throwback, especially in the time when he was in PSG and in his earlier years.
Yeah. And there we go. I was going to say, what is going to be the follow-up? I think you do try and look towards Quid. And Quid has been an incredibly flexible player when you look at his draft. Back, obviously, in summer, we had a ton of the 80 carry picks, but when you look back towards spring, was playing a ton of different champions, and we're going to get to see more of that coming in towards the play-ins, and I think that's such a valuable thing to have when it's such a volatile mid-lane meta at the moment. We're seeing a ton of different picks, but LeBlanc going to be taking the opposite side. A bit of a difficult matchup for the Quay, but if you can get to that later portion of the game, Quay provides so much of that long-range artillery for a Jarvan as he goes to the engage to lock up people and keep them in check. But actually, got to swap over the last second to the Tristana.
So again, no buffing support, as we a lot of the time saw Tristana, especially in the previous meta, with the Ivan in jungle. So Again, it's standalone like we saw in the last series too, as we start rounding out for the second stage of bans.
Yeah, I think the adaptation from R7 to go towards the Tristana is nice, because I think the early value from Merc Threads, when you've got both a Brand and a LeBlanc in a matchup, makes things a little bit easier. So I think adding that AD damage was definitely necessary to just not make Audi completely useless in this game. But there's the Ashe ban coming through that we're already talking about, and I am curious how they want to try and continue this forward, because I do think AD carry is the big point of contention now as we start to round out this draft.
Ezreal confirms that opinion, Dagda as well. 100 Thieves with the Ezreal gone, with the Ashe gone, the Ziggs as well, the Kai'Sa. So much already taken off the table. We start going into things like the Jinx as an option. The new Senna also taken away as well. Remember, she's more of an enchanter now. So what's it going to be? How do we set up bot here for Seo and Leon's when...
It might be just a Jhin ban, just try and get rid of the last of those utility AD carries and then see if we can work our way right down the list. This is where we still saw things like the Misfortune starting to come through yesterday, but it didn't look as strong, but definitely something 100 Thieves can look to play with if they want to, and especially when you have that lockdown with the Jarvan, but maybe the Kalista ban instead.
Okay, we're just changing up completely.
Yeah, I think Seo just Jin's here. I think you're totally fine. Like, you've just a Pyroclasm into a Deadly Version along those lines. I think you're in a fine spot, so...
Jhin, engage support, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you're good. Potential that you end up going towards like a Varus for Tomo on that bottom side or something along those lines, but I think just taking that away could work out well, but it's not going to be the case.
Alistar is up and available for Ayla. Has been the common counterpick into the rel, and an option for him that would be easy. Nautilus also available here. Jhin, as you talked about before, would have been an easy takeaway because it would deny Tomo from getting that. But he's just going to have the option here to set up the bot lane and deny Seo. Now Seo, his pool is limited.
Yeah, so just going to go for the Leona. So Leona technically gets countered by Rel, but I don't think it's a terrible matchup. A lot of people opt into it, but are they going to flex?
You're thinking the Tristana, but I'm thinking
this would be sick.
It would be.
Come on, Seo.
We hold. Okay. Right. So it's about bot. It's definitely about bot for Rainbow 7.
I mean, a huge amount of this is going to be trying to get control through mid, where Tristana should have the push, and then I want to see 3-man, 4-man dives immediately down towards this bottom side. Try and punish Tomo and Ayla, because Tomo's brought a lot to 100 Thieves. The fact that he's brought that stability that 100 Thieves really needed as soon as he came in. Their win rate skyrocketed, even as you say, being able to take down Cloud9 in playoffs, but you're now under pressure. Seo and Leons love to play aggressive. They love to have that pressure from Odie. And if you can get this Draven rolling, that could be your win con here for R7.
And remember again, like on your point about the early game, Raz was telling me they look like the worst early game team before Tomo as well. Coming in, he changed everything. And for this team, they have higher expectations. They beat Cloud9 of all teams. And there's so much good to talk about this team when, again, they can be so explosive too and a joy to watch.
I think we might get a lane swap.
Oh,
I think 100 Thieves might try and opt into it because
that's exciting. I'm joking. I'm joking.
But yeah, I think this is probably your best bet, because just try and avoid the Draven for a little bit of time. Get yourself into a position where you're okay, because I just don't think you're in a position really as this Jhin to try and fight him. So the longer you can put that off, I think you're going to have a simpler time.
Yep.
And especially when you look at like a Cassante in a potential lane swap scenario versus Jax, I definitely favor the Cassante there. But we'll have to see as we get ourselves on to Summoner's Rift.
Let's debut LCS versus LLA, 100 Thieves versus Rainbow 7. And again, it's a miracle that 100 Thieves made it here for Rainbow 7. As I said, it's another day in the office. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, you can actually log into your Riot account on lolesports.com as we get into this game, and you can watch Worlds live and earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. Bottom of your screen, read it and do it. Good job. Now, you tick that box, you get to the next one, and you watch the early game of 100 Thieves, as we already talked about, and Dagda with the Jarvan here. You know, again, trying to make the lane stable. I think we know that bot is going to have to be counter gank City here for 100 Thieves to keep that one stable, to use the word again.
Yeah, so the way I want to see R7 try and play this is Lions, as he gets to that bottom side, go for a crash down, use that range advantage you have of the Leona, just try and poke her out and use the shield effectively to just get control there, because if you ever try and contest, Seo can always run in and you just get a ton of damage off very quickly. And as long as you get that push, it makes things significantly easier for you in controlling and dictating the pace of the game. There's the crash down, but I think this is where if you start to fall behind and you do end up losing the pace, a gank from River or you don't get a crash off effectively sets up for that Jarvan very well, and that's where it starts to get scary for the bottom.
I mean, again, all eyes, as we said, are down on the bottom side. Good trade here from Kana in the mid lane against Quid. As Quid on this way has to be careful for the all-in always, of course. Nice to see Way back in the mid lane as it's going exactly how you expect. Level 2 going to be hit first here by Seo, who, again, has been on Rainbow 7 for a long time now. This guy, I mean, he has the star power, I think, as well, Dagda. It's just especially going back and watching them versus Infinity. What an impressive AD carry.
Yeah, and look, this is nice poke coming through from Tomo, but Lions is playing the lane somewhat effectively, where it's when you go for the crash down, you get increased range as the rel, so you can actually just poke and prod Ayla and almost like kite back and make sure that Ayla's not able to hit you back. So in that position, then you're in a really strong spot to just continuously fight for bush control, push them out of the lane, and you're seeing them use that really well. But now River could go red into a potential bot side gang, so you need to try and crash this wave very quickly if you are R7.
Indeed, spotted on the ward here as again, Seo looks for that all-in. You can see on the bottom side, I mean, both these AD carries have got a lot to show for it. Stats aren't great, but again, he has a lot of star power, so that's what makes him exciting as an AD carry, and we already talked about how Tomo brings in a lot to 100 Thieves after coming in and replacing Meech earlier on.
Yeah, and then it kind of alleviated a lot of the pressure on Quid, because when you look back at 100 Thieves in the course of the year, a huge amount of it was relying on Quid to kind of be that big playmaker in the mid to late game to find that success for 100 Thieves, and we saw it like in playoffs as well. His Yone plays were absolutely sick, but just having that stableness has been great. But here we go, River, full clear. Does he try and get in onto the bottom side here? Good crash time for R7.
Do it.
I think they're fine.
Okay, they just look for deep wards instead. Seo, another spinning axe. Clear that there's no vision here in the tri-bush as Odie just moves into River, waits for the Scuttlecrab spawn. Instead, River uses his time to get back and get double longsword.
Yeah, I think you can see the nerfs, though, to the brand. Like, not being able to clear as quickly, he's matching the Jarvan clear speed through the jungle, and this is kind of, we started to see him fall off a little bit, or why you don't want as much of that brand in your game. But Jarvan now back onto the map, should be able to take that top side, and maybe a little bit of focus for Sniper in that top lane as well.
Lions just thinking about an engage as top lane. Yeah, we simmer back. I love that you highlighted the matchup earlier on, Dagda, as to why this Jax was a good pick. The B1 Cassante. Just when you thought he's disappeared, or at least not as prioritized, he appears here straight away for 100 Thieves. And the Sniper, I talked about his impact in the game, but again, has to get out of the lane of Summit. An old LCS top laner as he looks for the counter-strike, actually finds it, looks for the extra explosive charge, but he's done his damage. Look at where the lane is. Sniper needs help.
He needs help big time, and that's why I thought River would go.
Oh dear. Wait for it. Where's the counter-strike timer?
He's okay. I think that's why I thought it'd be Crab into top, just to try and get control there because the lane was in such a bad state, but instead went for that vision control on the top side, and also I think snuck away camp as well, but it just means that now you're in a bit of a difficult spot here. You'll have to go for the reset here as Sniper. Wave is in a great spot for Summit. You'd need some way to break this.
You do indeed. Lions just getting rooted down on the bot side in the meanwhile. Seo gets to stand beside. The axes are there, but he cleanses through. Ayla actually committed to that. Now he's in a bit of trouble. To cash in this early would be big to roll the game forward as flashes burn. In the meantime, Lions wanted to go in more, but Seo, he's run out of mana and he stops right there.
Yeah, sometimes you connect to Zenith Blade and you just regret life decisions.
Well, pause to think about that one.
It was like, did you really want to take that? I was like, no, I didn't, especially as the big scary Rel crashes down on top of you. But Ayla is able to escape away from that one, so it won't be as bad. But
this is actually outside the game, by the way. We've just transitioned outside the game. Real life has paused. Oh, another one. And we're out. Okay, we're going to find out what that issue is. Looks like, yeah. Looks like there could be a top lane issue. Let's find out.
I mean, I want Summit to make sure everything's okay because he's having a great time. The fact that you got this freeze, you have so much control, and you're just, there's no help coming through on the opposite side. I think Summit was a big talking point for me when I was looking at R7, how consistent he would find these leads. And especially when you look at this man who has bounced from LCK to LPL to LCS, now to LLA as well. He has gone around the globe and finally picking up his first championship for himself in the LLA. He was firing on all cylinders, and it feels like he's kind of found a bit of a home with that success on R7 as well.
There is a peripheral issue I've just been told as well, by the way, so apologies for the delay, guys. We're just going to try and work that out and then get you back into game. you're talking about Summit. I mean, I got excited when he came LPL 2022 onto FPX, got them into playoffs, and we're like, hang on a minute. This guy's going to take FPX, like, what, back to Worlds? No, surely not. And I was right. Surely not was correct. But he did have a really great end of the season, and Summit has been that player who has really, really high highs, we know. I mean, as a Cloud9 top laner, I feel like that guy, you know, when they got second in regular season in spring, all the way back into 2022, excuse me, before they went to LPL, getting them into playoffs, you know, they had high highs. It was back when Fudge was a mid laner. A lot's changed over the years.
But I think it's like a lot of stayed the same as well in the LLA. Like, Odie's still an incredibly strong jungler.
Yep.
It's kind of been the face of the LLA for an incredibly long time, and especially when you look at R7, who are also the team to beat in the LLA. It feels fitting that these guys are kind of coming to the main stage to represent the LLA. But I think it's been a bit of a... I want to see R7 really succeed on the international stage, because it was 2022 was the last time that we saw them really pick up, was the first time we saw them pick up a win, and the last time we saw them pick up a win on the international stage, beating GAM in a 2-1 series. And I want to really see that success come through once more, because this is a region that so often gets to the main stage but can't quite find what they need to get across the finish line. And it's every time R7 representing them, you can see that little bit of improvement.
Yeah.
They're a little bit better when it comes to macro. They're a little bit better when it comes to the early game. And I think that's where I really want to see this, like, this almost growth come to a fruition now for them.
Now, again, that peripheral issue is sorting itself out. So while it is, guess what? I'm going to take you on a bit of a journey. Because back to 100 Thieves, it's like a... I don't know, it's just such a crazy story to get here. When they were without Tomo, things weren't as good, were they? And then you look towards the end of the regular season, how their early game improved, how they got into playoffs, how they made this miracle run. Because, again, I was watching back LCS, and the amount of doubters, you know, it's like looking back like, T1 Genji over the years and everyone doubting them. And, of course, most of the time they're right. But then when they're not Dagda, stuff like this happens. It's a crazy run.
Yeah, it's an absolutely insane. And it was about bringing that stability to the bottom side that really made Tomo shine. The fact that he was able to kind of leave himself on his own and it opened up Ayla to actually start making these roams in the early stages, which I know Ayla has got some criticism leverage towards him, but I think his understanding of where he needs to be positioned on the map in those early games is absolutely fantastic. And I think that's where you really started to see 100 Thieves shine, where you could play towards those solo laners. You could get the early fights around Grubs because you've got control with that positioning. So I think that's really where Tomo shone. The only thing I hate about Tomo is that I grew up in North Dublin, and I grew up with Ados and Damos, and I want to call him Tomo so bad.
You have no idea.
It's so difficult to say
As
Tomo
an Australian,
every time.
I want to call him Tomo.
You're the
Tomo
same.
goes to the servo.
You
know, like that's in the blood as well. Maybe Australians are close to Irish.
Yeah, I think you got a few of us.
Yeah. Actually, the Irish do come to Australia, so I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at the share. As we sort out the peripheral issue, just a side note, while we're waiting and we're yapping a little bit, it's just, again, it's just like, it's a matchup that a lot of people have come in and said 100 Thieves is favoured, but Rainbow 7, you know, that top laner, you can't discount that guy.
Yeah, I think R7, it's unfortunately is the case that they are definitely the underdogs here, but I think a lot of people underestimated 100 Thieves coming in towards playoffs as well, because they kind of looked at what the regular season was and like, yeah, sure, we brought in Tomo, but it's not really going to be the... You didn't think it was going to be the massive changes that were going to just suddenly shoot them up. Now, obviously C9 had some struggles, but I do think at the same time you did see this team step up very well. And, you know, River looking significantly better, working well with Ayla when it comes to that mid-game to actually find these picks and find that success. And then you've got guys like Sniper really found their groove on the Renekton and the Cassante. Like, this was a team that had a huge amount of success and found themselves to Worlds. And I love the confidence that you see so many of these rookies coming in with. Like, Sniper is coming in as a rookie to Worlds, and like they had Whippo giving him a ton of advice and everything, but the man knew already what he wanted to achieve and was nearly willing to give out advice to other players rather than just be like, oh yeah, I'm also new to this international stage. Like, it's so cool to see that you have a player that's only 17. He comes from a family of what are essentially like when you look at like the Guma Yushi Esports family of the LCK with like innovation, everything there. It's like, no, this is like the NA equivalent, because his brother used to be in the LCS as well. He's got a younger brother that's coming up as well that is heavily focused on a lot of the academy stuff. So this is also like a family that is built for LoL Esports, right? Like they want to be involved in all of it.
As a family, as a child, the next faker.
Yeah, like, there's a lot. Like I've seen Caedrel joke about like his family is going to be like his kids are going to be named top jungle mids. You know, which role they play. They kind of are getting to that stage with Sniper's family. But
and this team like is just our family. As you can see on your screen, I see gameplay. Oh yeah, okay. Yo, Summit is in. That means we hold the fort. Yeah. And we get in as well. Okay, welcome back. Sorry for the delay. There was a peripheral issue. I believe it was with Summit from what I could see on our screen. That has now resolved itself. And the Jax and that wave state looks like it's slowly bouncing back, but top is going well. And I don't blame Summit for wanting to make sure that stays that way.
Yeah, River, gonna spot out that the camp was taken. Still though, it's a lot of control in this early stages with just the vision for River, right? We already saw that early ward going up into that top side, now getting similar control on the bot end. And I actually thought it'd be Odie who'd be looking for some of these potential invades, but River's been doing a good job of controlling this.
Summit, as he batters back and forth, we just move away, but at least some good trades coming back from Sniper here, who is well over the level 6, but Summit a couple of minions ahead as River now roams towards mid, looks for his impact, throws up, as you said, grubs have now spawned, and River is going a fast track right there.
I think they want to try and get the reset for Quid though, which is why River showed up in mid, because he's a little low on mana.
Why?
Yeah, I think Sniper trying to see if he could get out Summit's one as well, but this is a little risky for 100 Thieves. I think they want to look for the pick instead. Sniper did get at least some push on top.
You could hear I was worried, Dagda, because with no wall out here, Summit with no ult as well. Top laners are coming in, Bear, and maybe not all there as Summit looks for a whirling. Doesn't find it. In the end, grubs are taken to the power of 2, but Rainbow Seven want at least one to hit on in. Flag and drag away from that River with no ulti, but him disengaging is not good. The Seer gets a stack down and a cash in, but Seo, R7 on the board in a big way.
Yeah, 100 Thieves needed to stay together. When River EQ'd over the wall, you could kind of see R7 go, wait, he's not coming back, so we can go for this play. And now River hit 6 off the grubs though. Do they try and look for a little bit more? Still 3 members of R7 on this top side.
One grub is great. Seo going to get the push in as well. That stops all the wave discussions were there. Lions is almost caught out with the Zenith's Blade once again from Ayla, and the kill could not have gone to a better person. 1k gold lead for Seo starting off this game 1.
Yeah, and just off of 100 Thieves not grouping up to walk away.
True.
We hovered mid, and I was like, why have observers intensely focused? I thought we were going to see the Tristana go hard, but I think this is the best start you can look for R7, right? You're getting good, at least controlling your lanes. Your Draven is in a decent spot.
Yeah.
You're now in a position to try and step up and try and play around Odie as well, like playing into this bottom side of the map as Dragon is up and available. And with that BT already very quickly working, that Bloodthirster very quickly around the corner. Seo could be the win con here.
Could be. I mean, let's not forget that Summit as well with his lane is going to have a pretty good time as well. And all things a chill like this for Rainbow Seven, this game 1 could shock us out of our seats as push comes through once again. Much slower early game than what we experienced between GAM and SHG a little bit earlier. But 100 Thieves, they come back to lane. Curtain Call is now here, and you can see River's got some clearing to do, but that Dragon still sits up, waiting for a take-up. So Odie thinks about it, but gets Scuttle instead.
Yeah, just taking Scuttle, gets to level 7. And now looking at this bottom side, Ayla.
Engage, Shattering Strike, crash down is there. Seo again looking for maybe another cash in, and Ayla won't get out of this one. Odie helps out, and another cash in. 1,200 gold lead for Seo. R7 are taking this game to court.
Yeah, River was hovering in mid lane, but there was no real way you were going to get onto Kena there. The Tristana is so difficult to keep in check. Kena still gets to push the wave, and now this is going to be Dragon as well for R7. Great start for the LLA squad.
Yeah, 100 Thieves caught a little bit unawares. 1,500 gold lead in total, and with his first Dragon, and the fact that R7 can still match and get 4 grubs. What a great entrance for them coming into Worlds. Dagda, I like it as well because, again, with all that attention down bot side, as River now goes for an invade, top keeps pushing in. River's spotted by Kena going into enemy jungle.
I don't know what you can really achieve here. Yeah, Odie just kind of kites the camp away.
No camps
There's the jump away from Kena, yeah. I think it's just trying to put pressure onto the bottom side. Like, River needs to start making plays because he's going to start to fall behind when it comes to CS, but, oh, Lions don't do us.
He'll get flag and drag, and there's good damage here already for the Jarvan with the Tunneler in hand as the Zenith Blade follows through. Odie is nowhere nearby. Cataclysm crash down, gets him out. The flash Q is not enough, but the smite! One more auto. River just needs it. The flag does it as Kana now looks to zone him out, but this could turn into bad. The flag actually not taken. A little bit out of range, it seems. The rocket jump gets Kana out of dodge.
You could see R7 knew that 100 Thieves were trying to make some sort of play there. Lions was waiting for so long, but ends up stepping up and gets caught. Now 100 Thieves should be able to get some good damage onto this mid lane turret and get Quid some needed gold on this way.
And after that one play as well, I mean, gold over to River, he steals away camps. As you said, the plate gets taken away as Kana used his teleport to get back to lane over to the inner turret so he didn't get dove. But Dagda, 100 Thieves quelled some of that early game blood that went down over to the Draven and stabilized the game a little bit.
I think we're going to have a lot more blood as the Void Grubs are about to come up. BT for the Draven as well. But you see here, right, River gets spotted. So they know that River is somewhere in here. I think they just assumed, hey, look, he's definitely backed away. Because look how long River stays in this area. But Lions just doesn't respect it. Ends up walking forward. I thought maybe he could get away, but looks for the stun onto River, which only CCs himself long enough for Ayla to get into position. And then River just about able to get the kill with that reduced movement speed on the Rel.
Almost getting away, but in the end, a kill over to River. He's starting to build up an individual lead as well. He's got himself his first item. Back there I see a Sundered Sky, and I see a grub fight brewing.
Still though, Seo very, very strong at this point in time, so if they can set him up well, they're in position, but that's a TP.
I see a curtain call, I see 100 Thieves converging on them all. Seo will take the spiraling death while Oddie dies in the backside. That Brand about to be kaput as Seo has to flash away because Sniper has him under his thumb. He ulties, he buffers too, and 100 Thieves know exactly what to do.
Summit was late to the party, and R7, they're scrambling to get a front to back that just cannot happen. 100 Thieves get the fight, and they'll get these grubs as well.
I look at it, Dagda, and I see R7. They're trying to get out here and do grubs at the same time, moving parts.
Yeah, and look, Sniper able to come in on the back line, so Seo doesn't really have the front line he needs to keep himself safe. Quid getting a ton of damage onto Kana as well, using that long range of the way. And a nice ultimate from Sniper to yoink Lines back in, give himself an escape route as well. And you see frustration there in Odie's face.
And this is what Sniper's great at. This is what he was great at, especially against Cloud9 on this Cassante. His ability to section off fights, and I think just his overall skill as a team fighter is what is a really great point about this. Let's call him 17 again. As Cully comes through, or rather, the encirclement of death takes some of his stacks with him. Seo drops on down.
And this is why River was praised for his creativity. Just waiting in the bush, waiting for Seo to step up, knows that the Draven cannot get away. And now Odie wants to try and make something happen on the bottom side with Sniper. Our Iceborne Gauntlet completed. It's not going to be easy to try and look for a dive here. No. R7 still hovering though.
I mean, 3 people are here. As you said, it's going to be quite difficult. That is a very, very tanky Sniper, and as Summit is running low on mana, Ayla's here to cover.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. Ayla does a reasonably good job of trying to keep his laners in check just where he needs to be on the map. And as River is taking away the entirety of Odie's topside jungle as well, it's not looking very pretty for R7, despite the fact it started off so well.
I mean, for 100 Thieves, it's just how they operate, isn't it? Even though it was a bit of a shaky start, even though R7 got kills over to Seo, they've stabilized really, really well, and River is starting to take control of this game like he was so good at doing, especially on things like the Maokai, the Sejuani, I remember over the split. You know, on this Jarvan that is in his top 3 champ pool, by the way. Just unironically, it's the perfect meta for River. And seeing him getting to play something like this as well to set his team up, I know it's going to be good news.
Yeah, I think for R7, you just need to find some way to disrupt this, but it's really difficult. The only real frontline you have is Lines, but it's him trying to provide frontline for like River engage over Ayla with the range you have on Quinn and Tomo. It just makes it so hard to find these fights. You really need to try and look for a quick pick, but the fact they're here in Ripchild first makes things a little bit easier. But it looks like 100 Thieves are just kind of happy to trade on top side. But Summit did get bought, so this is still a favorable trade for R7.
It really is. I mean, again, Summit with no TP. Sniper can't match it either, but they need the eye. They need the eye, and Lions is like, I'm going to die if I get the eye. There's a solar flare that locks him down, so he'll die for it in the end. But spiraling despair as 100 Thieves look to chase even more members. Rainbow 7 came into this willingly as a claw to lock through, but Seo gets out alive. So the support deaths for the eye, at the end of the day, for R7, including that turret, you take it.
Yeah, I think you'll just get the Dragon trade coming through for 100 Thieves now. But Lions is back on the map. You have a reset that could come through, but you're still in a position here as R7 if you really want to try and contest. Already very low on mana is the only thing you'd be worried about, but you can see the Mastercard lane economy snapshot kind of tells the story of a lot of this game. Like, Summit has been doing a good job of getting a gold lead for himself, but he just has not been able to bring that to these fights, and I think that's where R7 are really struggling.
As Rivers spotted on a ward, you can see that individual jungle lead is actually piling up a little bit. And yeah, you're right, you know, Summit's impact has only been in the lane, nothing more so far. This TP is going to be burned down for 100 Thieves. It's Quid. Just coming and clearing this wave. Looks like the next option, Dagger, is going to be this Dragon, which is Chemtech to make number 2 if R7 want to start competing for it.
Yeah, I thought we were going... So, I was looking at where Lions was on the map. I thought we might get a TP from Summit onto the top side to just immediately look for the cross map on this, but I think they're just a little bit late, so it looks like 100 Thieves should be able to finish this Dragon and still get back out to protect most of their lanes. Because, again, I don't think you have enough damage as Kana with just the... with just his first item to actually get through Sniper.
Hang on, Fear comes through. There's a solar flare. This is turning into a dive. Summit can't move. The Flag and Dragon's flashed away from him. Even with the Tarbis, he manages to get unstunned quick enough. River is now cataclysming down, and he's not going to get away from that one. Quid with the double fear. 100 Thieves make the dive look complete.
And Sniper just abandons topside. He knows they've got Rift Herald, but if you're trading equal on Rift Herald, you have to
look for a kill under the thumb. Odie has to flash away. 3 members now converge. A Sniper has done his job, but Herald got the charge, opened up top turret. But you can see for that bot turret trade, including the kill for 100 Thieves, a little bit more gold in the value of their trade.
And it's the fact that the Rift Herald had to be used as well, right, to try and match. So for 100 Thieves, you're very happy that the fact that you're managing to trade even on that one. And now you get to move back in towards the mid lane. Seo going to look for a reset, but Tomo's already gone for his. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's a case of push out R7 on this top side and very quickly look to congregate on this mid lane turret as you start to get the push from Tomo.
And when we're talking about some of these trades, we, you know, watching gold fluctuate. I mean, what is happening in this game is that after Seo found an early gold lead, you know, nothing much has happened. No more cash-ins, right, to accelerate this lead even further. But Quid is 3-0. Quid almost 2 items here on this way. And when you think about the range that can come through, the Spiraling Despair, how it integrates with things like the Cataclysm and the setup from Sniper, 100 Thieves are a very reliable member on a very reliable pick for this game 1.
It's also how reliable they've been in catching wave states.
Yeah.
Like when you look at the CS lead, it's apart from topside, it's I mean, yeah, it's just super good. They've been consistently finding ways to catch these waves, deny R7 the opportunities, because R7 are trying to focus on an objective. And 100 Thieves go, no, we will catch the wave, then meet you with the objective. And sure, R7 have managed to get a Dragon, but when I look at Grubs, it's gone in favor of 100 Thieves. So 100 Thieves are managing to do more with their time by just playing smarter off their wave states.
I guess the Quid success, by the way, hasn't been in vain. If anyone hasn't heard, his solo queue, he was on like a 48 win rate. It's something absurd, right? There's always one person going into Worlds that goes absolutely bonkers. And I think Quid was that person as well, who had a lot of success. So as we see, yeah, gold difference over time. Thank you, AWS. That is a story. It's definitely a story. The turrets help in that brilliance. And again, only person ahead is Summit here in this game, as River's doing it again. He just won't get out of Odie's jungle.
No, just not giving them a chance. It's not often that you see a Jarvan getting the better value out of the invades, the brand, but definitely working out in favor of River right now. And it's just, again, getting these like deep wards that can try and help out. Also just a really sneaky TP ward just in at the back of the Draven there as well. So you have to be a little careful if Sniper is ever going to be able to TP in, or you try and overextend to commit to that mid lane tower. There is always a world where 100 Thieves can just show up behind you.
I love how Dagda, that's a small circle.
Yeah.
That's quite large, isn't it?
Yeah, see, I'm supposed to find the button that...
Is there a big circle?
That is supposed to... Oh, there it is. No, we got this one that then brings it up, and then it looks a little bit smaller.
Then it's a small circle. Yeah, okay. All right. The more you know. We also have, there's a lot to work with here. It's great.
Yeah, some of the icons have changed, which threw me a little bit, so it took me a minute, but may not take a minute for River to find
I'm not allowed to touch this object, by the way, because there is a button titled confetti, and I have been told I am not allowed near it.
I think we just know what you're like.
Will it be used in the middle of a team-up? We'll find out. 100 Thieves at least gearing up for one as they try and siege mid once again. Sayo, he's only on 1 and a bit items, and I'm looking at this Draven because he's got a lot to cash in here. I'm looking at almost 200 stacks here of the Adoration as 100 Thieves. They're also gearing up for maybe some pressure around this Baron while you're not expecting it to be taken. Early vision there as Tomo doing some good damage here, even with the 2-item cheaper spike that he has now with the rapid fire cannon.
Yeah, and I like the way we're seeing 100 Thieves try and play this out, which is consistently pushing sides and then grouping on towards mid. Because you can already look like there's no pressure on top side, right? Kayna needs to get control there, so they just use that numbers advantage with Quid to get the mid lane turret. Now they start to move up, they can re-establish vision in the enemy jungle again. In theory, moving to the bottom side, but with Dragon in 40 seconds, I think they might have spent their turn, though, getting the top side in their favor and getting that mid lane turret, so it may be R7 with position on the map to just rush down Dragon.
It may be 25 seconds till it spawns at the very least, as Kane is going to match his topside wave. I'm looking at TP's Dagda. I see them all up and available. I feel like this could be the setup for the 5v5. The individual cloud stats as well for both these teams add so much value. And I'm just looking at those item spikes, see if Quid can get his second as we fast approach here as well. I'm looking to see if Summit can roll on in with the potential of a Sterex Gauge here on this Jax as well. There's a lot of items that are potentially there, but we might not be hitting it as TP start us off.
Yeah, and again, you've got these like deep wards coming in on the back of the...
whereabouts?
Behind.
Okay.
R7, which are for sniper, if he can get in position. But R7 giving up a lot of space here.
He's here, and someone's going to stun him up, but unstoppable for the time being. He zones him off, and R7 are forced slightly off the Dragon. As Dragon resets, it's River who now in the middle of the pit looks for an angle. Sniper again playing patient as he forces someone to jump on with the counter-strike, now out and about. But you see, Quid's range is a real problem for Rainbow 7, and at a 2.5k, the full engage has to commit, but Lions, as he jumps on in only under one target, he doesn't get the dream. He's now stuck in the back of Sniper is doing the rest. The young prodigy running in gets blown up in the end. I don't get to sell his story any longer, but now I can focus on Tomo. A deadly flourish flashed away from Quid in the mid. Now running through for Sayo, and this Draven who started out promising is outranged again and outspoken as 100 Thieves find their first big fight of the game.
You called it perfectly, Hysterics. The range on Quid, the poke from Tomo. R7 needed to pull the trigger quicker, but they'd already given up so much because Lions was trying to keep this pressure on this top side from Ayla. He then has to flash over into the pit, but it's just too late.
Yeah.
He needed to be the one to pull the trigger, but 100 Thieves never gave him that pressure, never gave him that opportunity. And even when he does, he has to go so far forward that 100 Thieves are just happy to accept that, and nobody can really follow up. Sayo did a good chunk of damage, though, onto Sniper and even getting the kill onto River. But he just doesn't have enough in the back pocket to take on 3 members of 100 Thieves.
I mean, again, we'll look back because he got 2 kills earlier on. I've said it so many times, your ears are about to bleed, but for Rainbow 7, there's been no snowball in this game. It's been quite a slow one as well, and he didn't get to cash in from that last one, in fact. So down to 122 stacks because the kill looks like it went over to Kayna instead. Damage from the Hui. Yep. That champion is, you know, he's annoying when he gets himself an early lead like he did. And he's got a comp Dagda, as we talked about, the range being massive. Walking into that is a disaster.
But it's also, you've got these like non-committal setups for the play, right? Like a deadly flourish that can just be like, cool, I get my QW on top of someone. Ayla with that ultimate setting up for as well, where you have this CC that can get that extra chunk of damage from Quay. So there's so many easy ways for Quid to find value in these fights, and he's just making the most of it.
And with Storm Surge now, as Solar Flare starts us off, it looks like 100 Thieves want to pummel Rainbow 7 to the ground. It's a good engage, but there's no damage onto Ayla. He's taking it all as someone now finally comes in. Odie is so lucky to be alive, but a flag and drag from River says, thank you very much. Up against the wall, Summit and Sniper a cheeky little kiss as the kill goes down, and it's 100 Thieves still finding themselves some more gold.
And they're just going to continue to keep the pressure up. There's little that Aura7 can do. It's only a nearly 4K gold lead, but it feels so much worse for Aura7 right now. They're stuck in their base. They can't find their windows to a fight. And honestly, I'm surprised that 100 Thieves didn't turn straight towards the Baron there. I think they have so much they can do. It's not the quickest a Baron take team, so I can't understand it. At least the Leandry Stormer will help out a little bit. But if Aura7 step forward like that once more, it's going to be lights out for them.
And I think this kind of shows like what we saw against Infinity as well. So Rainbow 7, you know, kind of just waiting for that perfect engage, perfect fight. But 100 Thieves starting to get more and more proactive here in this game. And it's showing again, caught unawares. And it's players like River as well, who in this game, with his individual lead, with now Spiro Shojin, River hasn't been super explosive, but he's been the linchpin again. 10 out of 10 kill participation, much like we've seen in the regular season, where this team seems to revolve around the experienced member in 100 Thieves in the jungle.
But especially when we saw Aura7 get these early leads, it was him hiding in a bush to get the pick.
Yep.
Him then going topside to focus Seo again. Like, he's been crucial to this turnaround play. Aura7, though, starting to move in towards River. Spot out Ada. But where? In the darkness is the Jarvan.
In the darkness, as you said, there's only River. As he sits in his namesake for the time being, the puddle looks to advance. Sniper slows down Lions, and he's got nowhere to go either. River, you sneaky devil, sets up for now this Baron to start.
I don't think that's fair. River was in the jungle of Nottingham River.
True.
If he's going to do that, he should call himself jungle.
How would they know?
Exactly. It's not there. And it's complete
And in comes the pause.
Complete disaster. Aura7, but really, really well set up by River. And great from the observers to highlight it. Like, the wraparound, making sure there was no way that Aura7 could spot him out. Complete lack of vision. Quid is getting that damage at long range that we're talking about. And Tomo is just completely free hitting. It's that simple setup that does so much work for 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves such a role-playing team. He's not typing enough for my liking, but it's only early days. As I was saying, Dag, 100 Thieves is such a role-playing team, right? Everyone has their job to do, and each and every game it feels like it's more of the same, right? River, this engage tool, this linchpin for the team that's always kind of stabilizing. Sniper as well, especially on this Cassante. You know, he's got a role to play. Okay, set us up. Quit, Tomo. Consistent damage sources that we've seen multiple games in a row. I mean, again, they're just doing the same thing I feel like they did. I keep using Cloud9's example. I use domestically as well in some of their success in the early game.
But I think that's also the issue that we're seeing from Aura7 is that they are trying to do too much what they did domestically.
True. Like
the brand, the Tristana mid, these aren't things that I think really slot into the meta fully. Yes, you've seen a little bit more Tristana, but I think you do need to shift away from these and try and bring yourself into the new era of what Worlds play-in's meta has to be. And I want to see like Odie having a bit more of an impact. This is the guy that so many people have their eyes on, but I don't feel like the problem's him. It's brand isn't workable in this meta. I want to see him move back over to something that he can have a little bit more impact and actually fight River an awful lot of the time.
Wondering if R7 were going to stick around. You know, Odie, if you talk about some of those impacts, I remember things like the Poppy as well, you know, the Vibe, it's up and available, which a lot of the time it won't be. How do they feel about Maokai, Sejuani? Maybe something that can apply a lot more. And comparing these junglers, you know, this is domestically, by the way, as well. Odie, again, we already talked him up. Like, this guy is the massive face, if not the biggest face in the LLA.
Yeah, and he has been crucial to the success.
Whoa, okay.
But Kena going to be able to get away from that. But yeah, Odie has just been such a crucial part of not only this team, but this region. And it feels like the success of Aura7 relies on him to have a good early game, but unfortunately just can't.
There's Storm Surge, and there's Leandry's burn. Seo half HP, Leon's flushed for that because Lions wanted to go on in. Ayla at least have caught out, but the flank is also seen out. Wait, R7 getting innovative, and it's working. Sniper teleported in. He's now got no one left to deal the damage. He's in the middle. 100 Thieves walked up, and they thought they owned mid, but the Rainbow 7 are still rolling with thunder.
But you need to find an objective. It will be the dragon that they move over towards, but this feels like it's just only the first step. They are still so far behind, but great play from Aura7 to find that overextension from 100 Thieves. And look at the Red Bull Baron power play. That's a negative one.
And now look at Quid's caught out, and this is a shutdown. Dagda, Rome wasn't built in a day, and I'm sure the LLA wasn't either.
Yeah, but Rome wasn't torn down in a day either, but Aura7, they are doing work and doing just that right now. The objective bounty is going to help out massively. Still,
Gold's almost even.
Yeah. It's still a little bit there for 100 Thieves, but this is great. Like, Seo gets chunked, River starts to move away, but disengaged from Lions. Tomo gets to step away from it, but the follow-up is there. The TP from Summit is perfect. R7, like, this was a really well-coordinated play to catch 100 Thieves with their pants down.
The positioning ends up to be so impactful as well. Sniper came in late and Sniper's team was already dead. So now, hands in the air, it becomes a bit like cinema, because Baron's up in 2 minutes 30. For 100 Thieves, they can't do anything more with it. Someone is looking for more. This Jax is 3 items, and he has a lot of cooldown. And Dagda, I'm worried because this Jax in side lane's now a very real threat that I'm wondering who can stand up to him.
And someone had some choice words for the LCS when he left as well, so I think he has a bit of a bone to pick here coming into this.
Yeah.
Now with 3 items, as you say, like over a 2,000 gold lead against his counterpart Sniper, this could be the man that you want to try and put a lot of that weight on towards, but it's still going to be very, very hard. He's hit level 16, no teleport available. You don't really have enough control on the map for R7 to let someone truly play it through a side lane, so he does need to try and get into these fights. But where do you find them? Like a minute and a half, sure, until Baron, but I still think with the...
Hello. Flag and drag, good little buffer there in the end. The range trying to be used. Ayla's committing as well. Solar Flare in range, and now finally River finds him. So Kana, after everything good for R7, is caught out. There are no objectives up. That's the only bonus here for R7 after that pick.
Yeah, it will get more control over mid and top, though, 400 Thieves.
That's true.
Just make it more difficult. One thing I will say is no one reset to actually deal with Summit in this bot side, so that tower is dead.
La, la, la.
I did think it would be, you know, a little bit of a quicker turnaround there from 100 Thieves, so at least you're still getting something. And I guess if 100 or 7, honestly, if you just keep all these towers in position, you actually surprisingly come out on top despite Kana dying.
True.
Because the local gold for Summit.
I mean, inner turrets give so much gold. So you're exactly right. Actually, it's probably better. You can die any day of the week, and Summit will take that. And as I said, you know...
You walked right into my trap.
That's right. Reveal my card. Almost 4 items on this Jax. 3K is alone on top. Now, there's a gold lead everywhere else, yes. But Summit right now is managing most of the whole lead from 100 Thieves' other 4 roles.
So if I'm R7, I'm looking at lines and saying, you are a secret agent right now.
Okay.
You have to infiltrate 100 Thieves jungle and get a ward for Summit. Because if you can try and get some way for him to parachute in with a TP, this is going to go wonderfully for R7. Because Summit can just completely decimate Quinn and Tomo because so much of 100 Thieves go forward. But that's where you can see River trying to hit that strong point.
Well, we got a split screen because there's a lot happening. Odie's actually caught out. Jungler's going to go golden, but as he comes out of this, he's surely dead. He flashes away, he gets a sear onto Sniper, but as he matches, Jungler's going to be dead, and Baron's coming up. Odie getting caught out here hurts a lot as he pops his ulti, but Sniper reaches the range. 100 Thieves start the Baron post-haste.
But you do have an opportunity for someone to try and TP in behind them if they want to, but I think you're just too far away. 100 Thieves, you guys take this, but this is what we're talking about. It's a slow Baron, and Sniper's caught.
Sniper's dead, Sniper's dead. It's a 4v4, and as you said, there's no jungle available. Baron's not going down fast enough, Dagda.
They don't have a quick take. It's only Quid that can really deal damage. Lines is in the area. It will be taken. I think R7, they needed to run immediately. 100 Thieves, they make the heist.
I guess they thought, nah, it's already gone. We've lost it anyway, but now he's the engaged. Lions knows he can. Onto River, says damage and Big Summit walks in the face of 3 people. The old NA top laner won't be impactful because Lions is already dead. Seo can't do too much as River still standing like an Elton John single as he looks for the stun. Counter-Strike is flashed away from. He flashes too. He needs Kana's help, Dagda, as Seo runs for his life. Tomo found his mark, and R7, it looked good, it looked bad, then it looked good again, then it looked bad, and Dagda, now I don't know how it looks.
It looks mad. It looks all over the place. Kana was pushing in mid as they go for the fight. Seo and Summit are trying desperately to pull R7 back into this, but no one is following through on what the game plan is, and somehow 100 Thieves managed to bring that one back.
I thought Summit's going to jump into 3 people, and then suddenly Lions is dead. I don't know how Odie died. But then again, I don't know how he got there anyway. So for R7 on their defense, they're facing Baron. It's once again 100 Thieves with a big gold lead. Summit's looking for an angle. But Dagda, his TP might be up, but how's the flank looking this time?
You want to try and fight before Quid gets there. Quid is so much of the damage on 100 Thieves, but R7 just aren't in position. Seo's only just respawned, and now the waves are knocking on the door of R7 again.
Jin. Why is Jin so loud in my ear? It's kind of just the symbolicness of this game. Sniper's jumped on by Kana. Summit looks for an angle too, but again, the trap from Jin stops him in past Soulflare in the back end. They're still sieging here. TP from Sniper's going to get him into action, and Summit now looks for an angle himself. He jumps onto Tomo while the inhibitor's bare broken, but Summit's turned by Sniper in return. 100 Thieves are like, okay, Summit, you're isolated. Kana flashes away as well, and this is just turning into chaos again. The base is a free treadmill. Keep walking, get your 10,000 steps, because the 100 Thieves are doing exercise to get the Nexus turret stacked up.
And they go in. They manage to get the knock-up.
Oh, they do indeed. Lions goes in for the engagement. Hang on a minute. Summit is still alive. He gets the Sterix gauge. The shield is there. He's got a counter strike again. He's trying his heart out, but it's not enough. A double quickly turns in its head. And 100 Thieves have the numbers, but not the health bars to end the game.
If Seo was alive, they might have had a chance.
Maybe.
But Seo died, and I don't even think 100 Thieves were on the screen. They just get sniped from so far away by Quid. And 100 Thieves win out on the 4 versus 5. It was bloody, it was hard fought, but they still managed to come out on top.
I did not know the LLA standard for lovely, lovely action. That's what we've seen over and over. It's a 29 kill game. Yeah, it wasn't bloodiest at the start, but Dagda did warn us it was going to turn into that as River starts Dragon. This will lead to Soul Point for 100 Thieves, and we still got one more in us.
I mean, 100 Thieves, it has been fought hard by R7, but they have certainly been in control this entire time. And R7, it's kind of like they need to try and find something. My heart goes out to them. They are doing everything they can to try and find ways to push back 100 Thieves, find some opportunity. But look at the items that Quid has. This man is huge. He is almost full build. And there is very little that R7 can really do when he's just raining down damage from the sky.
I mean, again, it's been fun to watch, but R7, their options with Summit, I thought they'd be a lot better as man holds 2 control wards, 4 items. I think also we're just kind of watching for those final transactions to come through as everyone's getting towards those full builds that will hopefully make a difference in the upcoming fight.
Yeah, there's also, like, again, just to point out where wards are for R7, this one down here that they could potentially look to go for if they want to, like, just look to run down towards the base. I wasn't sure Kana was going to stick around on the push, but doesn't look like it. And R7 will set up again on the base. The TP in behind for someone.
Oh, we're doing it again. Round number 3, 4, 5. I don't know which one it is, but Summit says, let's go. A G onto Tomo means that he has to think of his options. His counter-strike is now down, and Tomo hits him. Deadly Flash also connects as well. They're turning this time. They're not letting him get away with murder. The old LCS top laner is irrelevant. Sniper flashes on, takes him downtown, and 100 Thieves will not fall for the same trap again.
Summit really thought he could steal a glance at the 100 Thieves backline and get away with it, but he was getting nothing. R7, they weren't ready. There was no follow-up. Lions, his flash just wasn't quite up in time. And it means that 100 Thieves, they get the pick, and now they continue the siege. It's River pushing in mid. And the damage again that can come from Quid and Tomo as you defend these turrets is against
and that's like there, but interrupted lines tried to the miracle play, but Sniper's in the way as Quid now still gets the zone and play as River's in with the Cataclysm. He flashes out. It ain't clean. It ain't even League of Legends sometimes as River gets on out. The Whirling Dead catches him in. 100 Thieves can't end the game.
R7, they're still holding on. They refuse to go down.
On the door.
And even in the 4 versus 5. But can they hold the tower? Can they? Just about. I mean, the next wave may be enough to take that one down. They lose a Nexus turret, but they're still in it.
You got to give it to R7. What a pain they're making it for 100 Thieves. And at this point, I'm not even sure that 100 Thieves actually have this game.
But at this point, the gold doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's full builds being hit. Even like the Tristana is now full build, and that's what we're really seeing. 100 Thieves, yes, great stop on this engage, but the fact that you end up with one Ayla going underneath the tower. Deseo gets nothing. River now goes over the wall, has to flash away. They get to reset up, and now Sniper's found.
Let's fight again. Lions won't get a stun this time. No, he crashes down. Is he too far forward? Ayla says no because he doesn't pull the trigger, and they have a much quicker Baron. Let's go! Flip the game! All right, Solar Flare starts us off. 100 Thieves don't have their jungler though. Wait, Dagger, you're a genius! No jungler here, but they find the fight and they find Lions in the mitigation process. 100 Thieves walking towards the Baron. They just want to take it though. R7, they want to win the game, but for Baron, they might lose it all. Summit's gonna go down. The Baron over to Odie, but no one's alive to take it. The classic Baron for Nexus is happening in game 1.
They needed to turn. The call was good, but the 4 versus 5 is what they really wanted. But again, Lions goes in, no one follows, and 100 Thieves, they get the game win.
What a way to end. I mean, look, NA is cinema this year, and it looks like the Americas will be too. Game 1 to 100 Thieves, but they had to go far for that one. Woo! Oh my God.
I don't even know what to say.
2 more.
I don't even know what to say.
We're eating good tonight.
Look.
That was a mess,
It was still, there was still a lot of control for 100 Thieves throughout that game, but it was not an easy, clean win at the end of it. There was way too many over-aggressions.
Well, as I said, 2 more of that, so let's hope as we go to a short break and return right after this. Cinema.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Yeah. I've been on a mission, I've been tunnel vision. You can't stop the vision that I'm on. Been in competition with my opposition for the top position on the rung. I just got ignition, now the clock is ticking, and I got it ringing the alarm. I'm in top condition, in the top division. This is dominance, pressure is on. If I'm ever second, it's second to none. I'll never quit while there's breath in my lungs. I am relentless, I'll rest when I'm done. Hunger inside of me, I'm on the hunt. I'm on that boss level energy. I'm in my villain mode, eyes on my enemy. Handle my weaponry, I put in work like there's 10 of me. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. Focus like laser, I want the throne. It's in my nature, I roll alone. I like the danger. I go renegade, I won't ever break. I don't play around, I don't hesitate. I just level up, I just elevate. I'm underrated, but I'm undefeated. I'm imitated, but never repeated. Hunger inside of me, I gotta feed it. So I stay relentless until I succeeded. I'm sending a warning to my rivals. This ain't a war wage for survival. Homie, I came here for the title. I can feel it in my veins. Raw power unchained. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine for the taking. I can feel it in my veins. Yeah, I came here to reign. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine right now. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. My powers unlimited. I feel like I'm limitless. Heavy is the cry. Heavy is the cry.
3, 1, 2, 3. Hello.
What's our side?
Hello. Blue side.
Blue side.
Hello.
It's always concerning when your player asks you what side you're on.
Yeah, what the?
I don't know.
Look at Sept.
Look at Sept. Brandon side.
Yeah, me guys. Look around.
Yes.
So big, okay?
It's good fight. Good fight.
Look river, guys. Look river.
Take
Slow
down.
Take it slow down.
Yeah. Brand not flash.
Look Brand side.
Not flash around. Not flash around.
Go back. Nice, good job. Oh, well played, River. That was a really good play.
They had to run for it, but in the end, 100 Thieves grabbed their first victory here at Worlds 2024.
Why are you laughing?
You were leaning back,
Stop
but I'm
laughing.
like, yeah, were you tense? How is
The
it
entire time! Like, first of all, I actually liked Rainbow Seven's draft. Second of all, we get a cash-in on Draven. Jax is actually doing quite well, not only in the laning phase, but the rest of the game. That dip at the beginning had me sweating. And then technically the dip at the 30-minute mark got me sweating again.
No, I totally get that. And I think it really came down to setups most of the time. R7 had the lead, then they started having the setups around objectives. They weren't the best. What happens? 100 Thief punish. Then what happens when 100 Thieves has a lead? They want to siege the mid turrets. Yep. They're not really scouting their wards behind them. They're not really counting members. What happens? They throw the lead. So, you know, it's a bit of a back and forth. It was a bit messy. In the end, 100 Thieves does get the first game.
They get the first game, and I would like to attract attention to the tweet behind this, because if you're gonna have a big mouth, you better own up what you're gonna say. And I love the, not disrespect, the banter on the side of Sniper on his first wall stage here, because he went to Summit, asking for a picture just to roast. What is that?
Hey, Summit, can I get a photo? Big fan.
Yeah, it's like big fan. I'm gonna cook you on socials later. No, but all this to say that, yeah, I love the fact that he's showing reactions, he's showing emotions, but he's owning them.
Yes, it's incredible. And I will say, to the point that you had made, GB, some of those team fights have to get better from Rainbow Seven, especially, like, I think it was the Grub Fighter. Like, it was weird to see them be so disjointed, Odie get killed, and no one really be ready for the fight in general when they were in position. So you have the early lead, you have the setup on it, technically, but it just didn't feel like they were prepared, and 100 Thieves were ripping them apart.
Yeah, it came to execution on the side of 100 Thieves, and also how they planned for setup, unlike R7 here. And we're just talking about Sniper. Actually, he showed us a real reaction, which you can see here on the HyperX Reflex replay, because he was always on point and always making sure that the team fights were safe for the team.
Absolutely, and you know, they kind of have to make the bigger plays here. And this also goes back to what Raz was just saying. At this point in the game, R7 actually had a lead, but they're the one whose setup's not the best. Sniper with a huge TP in to just cancel out the rail knockup as well. Looks like Sniper is getting caught. In reality, he's actually the one fighting a pick. And out of nowhere, R7 had a lead. They threw it away, and great punish from Sniper.
Exactly, and picks were basically this game. Lions got picked constantly throughout the jungle, and then there was the dive that happened bot lane, the 100 Thieves capitalized on, and then Draven, who had the advantage based off the cash-in, went top lane, got picked off by J4 and mid. Like, anytime Rainbow Seven were either on side lanes, they were losing. And at times when they were setting up for fights, they weren't really set up properly. So it sucked because loved the draft, loved how the early game was set up for them, and then they were getting a bit bullied as the game went on.
You mentioned J4. This is River's second most played champion all time, and it showed here, I feel, because throughout all this messiness and all this chaos, I feel like he was not the one putting the leashes on the player, but the one making sure, okay, kids, let's reassemble, let's make sure that we actually win the game. He was the safety net of this composition.
Yeah, it is the pick that when it's J4 meta, you try and ban it away from him, because in terms of finding gank angles around wards, he's amazing at that. In terms of finding excellent team fights, he can do it while keeping himself safe. He is the magician on J4, and so it's interesting that it's honestly one of the most contested picks right now, and it looks like it's going to make 100 Thieves stronger. That being said, pretty messy. Looking at Rainbow Seven, love how Summit's been playing, getting them back in games. The TP fights that he's been going for has been solid. No, but you can see it here as well. Like, his KP ended at 72% just because of how messy that game was. But for the first 20-25 minutes, he was part of every single kill that 100 Thieves had. And had they not thrown it away, this would have been super clean, especially from River, in terms of finding the engage and making sure that the team could rally behind him. We just see it in a highlight here. He's really creative around the J4, just using his Black and Drag to get into positions where the enemy simply is not ready for him to be in. And because of that, it's so easy for 100 Thieves to play the game. Yeah, there you have
Got
it.
him. Yeah, and it was just, it kept on happening all the time.
Yes, it's like, who would expect the J4 to be on that angle? Yeah. Well, 100 Thieves had the information. Clearly,
there it is again.
River is once again trying to find angles around Rainbow Seven. That's what I was talking about. He would recognize where your wards are, where Fog is placed, and he'll bully you on side. So this is one of the many picks that they were finding on side lanes. So that's how they were clawing themselves back into this game.
And the reason why this is already so annoying to play it against is because they already struggled in terms of just having basic setup and vision around it. But having River on Jarvan just means he mitigates so much of having to walk around these areas that you would usually ward. So I think going into next game, if this was a problem for you already, you need to ban away the Jarvan from River.
Lots of ways to improve here on both sides, actually, of the Rift, but game one was a banger and a half. And I don't expect less here in game two. Casters, over to you.
Let's hope not, because that was good. That was good. Many different versions of good exist on this earth. Now, was it clean? No.
Sorry, I thought you were going into like a moral debate here. I was like, oh, okay.
There's a green area, there's a grey area, and look, overall, it was definitely in the grey area. However, right, as sure as I can be that that gentleman, as he walks towards his seat, is having a good time, I know people at home are having a good time as well. Because the thing is, 100 Thieves, even after finding the win at the end, they were kind of forced to deliver a little bit more than they were probably expecting as well. And that's because of R7, people like Summit as well, you know, finding themselves a road. I think Kana as well had some good openings too. Lions had some great engages.
Yeah, but I do agree with the desk, like, as we get into the champ select powered by Omen and HyperX, that Jarvan needs to be banned. This champion needs to be taken away. It needs to not have the same impact. Because I think if you try and get rid of the Jarvan, it's way more difficult for these long-range engages, for the ease of access and the ease of picks to happen, and even for River to play as aggressive as he did in the jungle, because you've got that safety tool as much as it is an engage tool as well for that Jarvan. So I think getting rid of that's going to be key here. We already see the Vi banned by R7. I wouldn't be too surprised to see that continue.
All right, we're into Champ Select. Not Sedge, excuse me. Skana's banned away the Vi. Double jungle bans already here in this Champ Select powered by Omen and HyperX, as the Gnar against Summit has been the must ban tending to his history. Now, also against Quid, the Yone has been a top tier ban, as it's just been a ban afterthought afterwards. And again, they're just really targeting some of these specialties as double bot laners are now also taken off the board. So rinse and repeat. Thoughts?
Cassante.
Yep. Who cheered for Cassante? that person, we need to have a talk. I'll see you in the lobby after this series.
If you could bring popcorn, that'd be great.
Yeah, actually, that would be great.
Yeah, I'm a little hungry.
If you got some food, share a meal. All right, now let's continue with the draft, because we're looking at 80 carries. Once again here, we're not getting it down late, as R7 look to prioritize the Ezreal here. Remember, last time was the Draven as the last response.
Yeah, I think the Ezreal is a easier pick to operate on. I think Seo did a really good job as best he could in the fights, but the problem is it's just so easy when you've got that Jarvan to immediately lock down the Draven and then just turn it into a horrible time from with Quid raining down on the face. So having that own self-peel is going to be very, very nice. And now it is, do you just take away the Jarvan here as Ode? Okay, actually going to go towards the Renekton. So someone wanting to have more of an impact when it comes to team fights rather than in that side lane.
Also, again, I mean, I know Sniper's played both sides of this matchup. He loves the Renekton, or at least loved it within the regular season. I know on the other side, as he picks up Cassante, he's just going to have to withdraw and hope for the best. There's Lucian Nami bot. Tomo and Ayla taking a very different page here as well. I mean, Dagda, I'm looking back and I'm looking at LCS Championship. Lucian Nami wasn't pulled out at all by Tomo and Ayla.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of his picks were those tanks. They had like a Bard game or the Seraphine game here or there, but majority of it has been that more engaged or focus for Ayla. So be interesting to see how this one pans out. Definitely one that's very lane dominant, so it shifts that pressure from where traditionally has been Tomo not surviving, but like essentially absorbing a lot of that pressure on the bottom side and opening up for River to play towards Quid and play towards Sniper. It feels now this is going to be way more pressure down towards that bottom side to punish Seo and Lions.
I think after last game, and when Tomo on the Jhin was having a really clean performance, I don't mind, again, switching things up and seeing 100 Thieves play a dynamic bottom lane. Now, that's exciting, but in the meantime, we're getting some exciting mid lane bans. Another reason why we're starting to really favor and like the meta is Syndra drops down, Yasuo drops down as well. Maybe it's showing that R7, I'm going to pull out what, like a Corki here. Maybe a safe pick for mid.
I think you still have a lot that's quote-unquote like safe. Like you can go for the LeBlanc blind pick. Yeah. Ari's still there. Like Ari Lee Sin, Ari Viego, I thought we'd see a lot more of. So I think these are things you can try.
I need to ask you, how do you say Harry Potter?
Harry Potter?
I was going to say if you say Ari. No,
no,
I love how you say Ari.
Like,
we had no idea. Sorry, shout out to how you say R7 as well. It's always a pleasure working with you, Dag. It's been
a long time,
and I still call it out. I still get excited by the Jarvan, by the way. A call back to what we said had to be banned away from River. While, again, one of those AP threats, at least this time in the jungle, is going to be taken away from Odie. So you were talking about AP mids, considering we already have the Ezreal, we already have the Renekton. Those are thoughts.
Yeah, I think like for Kena, you can always go back towards, again, like LeBlanc, Ari, Talia. There's plenty that you can try and play through. Yeah, Orianna, another great pick. And I think that still opens up for ODT. Maybe even go back towards something like a Nocturne, which I know he was quite good on previously as well. So I think you just have a lot of options. The one for Quid for me is, do you go towards Hwei? Do you go towards the Aurora, which has been left open? It is going to be the case. I was going to say you could even go towards someone like a Silas or an Akali, but Aurora, again, just takes the burden off of River to just be that sole engage tool. Ton of poke, great lane phase. I really like what 100 Thieves are bringing to the table here.
And that's locked in as well. The Wukong just gets solidified here as their jungle, so part of the engage tool as well. Very interesting draft. On the other side, R7, they need a jungler. Now, we've got AP, so it can be flexible. This was hovered before, and I'm wondering,
there it is.
Where do we go? You pulled it out. There's the Nocturne. We're in darkness for game one, Dagda. This was obviously the script being leaked.
Yeah, we didn't mean to. We were supposed to go dim for this one.
Right,
Yeah, but Nocturne, great pick. Solid. You got great engage, guaranteed engage onto a backline as well. That operates around that shockwave, which is really, really nice. So it's also, if you get picked as anyone by the Aurora, you can then also threaten the backline of 100 Thieves. So I think it gives a nice little counter punch an awful lot of the time when 100 Thieves want to find that engage.
I mean, this is a kind of comp that I would have expected from the likes of GAM, right? This kind of spells like classic GAM comps in the past. So I see this and I get excited for it. For R7, a lot more proactivity, Dagda, a lot more go buttons as well. As you said, a response to things like the Aurora. We know for 100 Thieves, there's more priority on the bot side this time around too. And with all that wave clear mid, maybe the attention to the dive is something we start seeing towards the level 6 too as we get on and get into game 2.
I do like how the draft from R7 has adapted though, where it's kind of can also have that own, hey, I'll get a jail-free button with the hook into the wall, try and find that way to disengage. Ezreal obviously mega safe in that bot lane, so I think that's where a huge amount of this pressure can be alleviated in the bot lane just by having smart tools around it. Also, you're looking at a lot of push in that bottom side, so I think it's more of a trying to set up for Odie to have impact on this bottom side as well. But I think it's a wait for level 6. Then go for a flash hook play, try and see if you can burst down this Nami very quickly and punish that aggression from Ayla and Tomo.
Let's hope this proactive draft does something for R7 here. It's match point for 100 Thieves after such a messy game number 1. The region that only found their first international series last year, their first ever when they beat GAM. Dagda, you talked about it at the start of show, or at least the start of this segment. And, you know, for LLA, it's flash hook. Okay, they want to win another. The flash away from Quid is big on this Aurora for the Nautilus hook. That ain't bad as Ayla takes some tagging out on the way back out as well as Tomo just gets some first strike. But an explosive start is what you call that from R7 support.
It is really funny to me watching these plays consistently from R7, and then I just look at what River's doing, and immediately it's just, hey, you know what? It's really nice to have is like wards in the enemy jungle again. This man has so consistently found this information that they can look to play around, and once more we'll spot out that this Nocturne is going to be moving in towards the top side. So 100 Thieves have information to play with, but Quid doesn't have a flash to play with, which makes things way more difficult for him. But again, I don't think you're really able to massively punish this unless Quid is overextended, because Odie wants to hit that level 6. Yes, you've got a slow on Kena, but it's not a CC setup for this Nocturne, so should be able to keep himself safe in that one.
Just a reminder as well, there was a little call out there after all we've been talking in the series as Hex Flash comes through, a little bit of root down onto Ayla, but Dredge Line into a minion instead. So there's going to be a better trade naturally here from 100 Thieves. As remember again, that Mercedes-Benz featured matchup was about the top side. And this time around, like last game, Summit has got himself a nice 1v1. So having Summit on something strong in lane just feels like a bit of the identity that Rainbow 7 are continuing with after what we saw from them domestically.
Yeah, and I think it's just trying to punish Sniper, the rookie coming in, the guy who wants to try and show himself on that main stage and show up against what is a guy that the LCS kind of wants to put down a little bit, but ooh, nice hook.
Oh, you get barrier out, not bad. The hook a second time round gets a summoner, so Lions 2 out of 3 so far are almost slightly game-changing Dredge Lines. As you know, you're talking about it before, we have talked everyone here to death about Sniper. Did they know he was only 17? Oh, wow, crazy. But of course, 100 Thieves, the miracle run of the year. I mean, this is like the Mad Lions for us, right, Dagda? From what we experienced with Mad in the LEC, 100 Thieves, I think even greater, you'd argue, with this roster that no one thought would get anywhere, is suddenly at Worlds as the 3rd seed, and it's not even that weak.
No, but it's a lot of it has been like finding setup through the bot side into getting these solo laners set up, and it's interesting to see how heavily they play around them when you can see at the bottom of your screen. It's not exactly a wealth of experience there, but it's...
River, that's it.
Yeah, oh, hi. Lions looking for it again, but I think the goal here for 100 Thieves is to try and survive a lot of the early pressure, especially when Summit wants to try and play for push into demolish procs, try and get damage onto that topside turret as well. And just make sure that he's got that early gold lead. Sniper going aggressive though. Finding a window where Summit doesn't have a huge amount of rage.
Can be quite annoying for the Renekton as well, especially if you don't have that Rain of Anger stacked up and you're not able to get a lot of that healing to mitigate some of those trades from the Cassante. There is actually sometimes some kill threat if the trades go well enough. So Sniper just trying to do his best within the lane. As I know, again, there's a lot of people trying to hype up R7 for this second game. You can get hyped the fact that Kena in his lane here in the Orianna is doing quite well, and all the fact that Quid lost his flash early, Kena's really taking advantage of it.
Yeah, Quid is going to just be able to TP back into lane. I was keeping my eyes on Lions, who was moving up towards this top side. I think was to try and play around mid lane and see if maybe you could look for a dive or anything like that, but he did walk over a ward, so I think there's a lot of vision again and information for 100 Thieves to just spot out exactly what R7 are going to do, but Sniper should be playing this safe, but that wave is in a horrible position. That's the second time now we've ended up saying this for Sniper. These waves have not been pretty for him.
Yeah, I mean, again, Summit's lane mechanics have been really, really clean, but Odie unfortunately going to get spotted out. So even though the lane Dagda is not okay for now, it looks like, again, it will be slow pushing due to the fact that the wave is in a good spot. Cannon's still alive for a bit as well, and so that will slowly push out back into Sniper. But yeah, he's just got to sit here and chill for a bit while he also knows that jungle's top.
Yeah, he's actually taking a bit of a trade. I thought you can reset and TP onto the wave if you want to and then try and hard break that freeze, but it's not the best time because as you can see, there's already a 14, 15 CS lead for Summit. he'll get the better recall and can then get into the lane. And now Summit has broken the freeze, but he knows he has Odie coming up. They've also got some push in mid, so you have to be careful of a potential dive on top side, or Summit just gets a free reset without Sniper being able to push it away.
If River's here as well, I mean, he can deal with Odie. Remember that stone skin comes in massive as Sniper's looking for the level 6. I'm looking at the XP bar. He's almost there. They need to clear the wave. The Dominus is in. He gets a knockback. He flashes away from Odie. There's a fear, but it's not enough. River now here, and Odie can't get anything done. So Summit committed a lot for that. Sniper's now level 6, which makes him harder to dive. And 100 Thieves surviving the dive is big news for them.
Yeah, nice job by River. If Sniper had died on that, that would have been an absolute disaster. Yeah. But only the flash burned, which is a small price to pay for being able to pick up that wave as well. And even when you look in the mid lane, though, because they move so many members up for 100 Thieves, you still get at least a little bit of pressure for Kana in that mid lane.
I mean, Kana is 20 CS ahead almost, so that turns out big as Ayla. Don't face check. Ayla, don't face check. Ayla almost face checked, and a stretch line to the face is exactly what you expect.
You ain't tanking no more, mate. No. You cannot be checking those ones, but hook goes wide. The fish survives another day. And River should be able to move up River to get himself a Scuttle Crab as well. This is still R7, though. Good early game. Yeah. This is kind of consistently what we've seen from R7. A lot of that pressure obviously coming from someone in the top, but mid control and now looking at a potential objective control as well is going to be pretty good for R7.
Plus we've swapped lanes as well. Just note the fact that Quid is matching the Renekton top, so going to feel comfortable in the matchup at least. And for now, as the push came out from Kana, he moves towards Dragon, or rather moved and then reset. River's going to get grubs in top, and that should help him actually get level 6 off the next grub as well, so Cyclone will be up and available.
On the opposite side, though, Odie has been put behind because he's been trying to cover and hasn't actually, and I think River also stole away a couple of camps on that top side as well, so he's still a ways off of level 6. This will help. He has 2 camps on his bot side as well, which should almost put him there, but he still needs a bit of time before it comes online. So right. I think the fact that River is more active and actually has this level, actually he's going to steal away camps on that top end as well again. So River's been doing a good job of keeping Odie in check.
He's a pain, isn't he? Just like last game. Constantly an enemy jungle. River is just the counter jungling king, it seems, and with Cyclone available, we'll have to see what he can pivot towards top, as Tomo has to be careful as well. Lions is looking and waiting with that dredge line once more, even though Tomo has his summoners available. That Lucian could be partial to a gank as Sniper moves up to River as well after getting the push.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see Sniper hovering here, though. I think they're just going to push. This is a dangerous direction for Lions to take, but I think he is going to be fine. The shift up at this stage, I would just try and revert back to regular lanes as 100 Thieves. You're only kind of hurting yourself in the long run, where Sniper can't really do too much. That's why he kind of hovers up towards mid to help out, but he's going to lose out as Seo starts to push in, or else you need to call River across to help him.
Yeah.
And sure, you're winning out in the push in mid, but Kana can just easily clear these waves, and Odie now looking at top side. His Quid is
Paranoia on a ward, doesn't matter. He jumps on in, and even though there's another world spotted out, it's not enough. 1.25 seconds, as I said before, is a quick timer as the Shadow won't reach. Quid flashes away, lucky to be alive. A True Shot Barrage won't catch the tail either of Quid as he uses that summoner to get to dodge.
And that was going to be my next part, was you're very vulnerable as Aurora on a side lane, and
tidal wave mid. Flash away as well. River is now here. Cyclone going to be used, and is there a flash as well? Yes, indeed. They want to kill Kana, and after the early game, he's mitigated. First blood over to River. He dies to the Nautilus. A worthwhile trade, and stops that Orianna in her path.
Kana's last gasp was that shockwave in the mid lane, so they do end up getting the kill, and it's the Ignite that eventually gives the kill over the Lions, but a lot invested there to try and make that play happen.
Yep.
Does mean, though, still Sniper getting pushed on that bottom side as multiple members pulled up towards mid, so 100 Thieves still getting minute advantages off the back of these plays.
And stopping as well some of the bigger advantages that people like Kana had before as well, right? Sniper also matching the CS of Summit, where he was 15 behind earlier in the game. We just talked up R7's early game, but plays like this, again, slowing it all down as we look at top in this attempted gank to try and kill Quid.
But it's the plays like this not working for R7, right? Because if this happens, you can then start to get more turret plates in, but it's the cancel of the ult into being able to walk away, the slow coming through from the E, and then just barely getting to the wall as well. And every time you proc that third hit, you're also getting that extra move speed. So Quid taking full advantage of the kid on Aurora. And then here, River gets the flash forward, but watch the shockwave from Kana, just barely in his last gasp.
Yeah.
means that River pulled back underneath the turret. He will fall, and it's the Ignite that ends up taking him. But going to the support, you're happy with that.
Golden Glue's like, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, again, the fact that the kill went over to Lions, I think, saved a lot of the play, Dagda. You know, the gold going over to Kana would have been huge as Quid now goes invis, but spotted over by a pink ward. River will just clear that away, and Quid continues to lane it out. Again, 20 CS lead between mid as they now match each other in the top lane, and I'm looking elsewhere, even in bot, top CS lead here for Summit. But for Sniper, he'll take that any day of the week, as he now has Iceborne Gauntlet too, by the way. That'll be relevant considering we are approaching the second dragon. The next grub spawns as well, that 100 Thieves already pulled up earlier in the game.
I think R7 are you just going to look for the cross map though? Like, yes, you're a minute out, but at this stage, are you really strong enough to try and fight back against 100 Thieves? Probably not. Essence Reaver already completed for Tomo, kind of gives them an advantage alongside the early Sork shoes. So if I was R7, I'd actually leave this dragon, try and play for top tower take, a bunch of gold into Kana's back pocket, and then just accelerate the Orianna. But it is also like fun to fight. So sometimes you just gotta take it, you know?
You put up a good argument, Dagda. Fighting is fun. Odie at least thinks so. There is a level advantage now, surprisingly, after how River started, but he's got himself a Sundered Sky. No jungle item there as well. In fact, you look at the item differences. We get an all-out in the bottom side versus Dominus, and Summon might actually be in trouble. Cassante doing Cassante things as we look at the rest of the fight on the left side of your screen. The lights turn out, they turn back on, and there's a demon there. I'm looking at Quid here as he stays alive, but Odie can't clear out River in the meantime. Sayo tries to get range. He will at least find this kill as a response. And at the end of the day, Kana did his job. But Sayo rocks up, and he's got some blood on his hands.
So bot side Sniper punishing the lack of Black Cleaver picked up for Summit. As you already highlighted, had that early Iceborne Gauntlet picked up, so he's able to punish in the 1v1. But the fact that you don't get the kill, and then you look at that top side, and everything is falling apart, it's a great fight for R7, and huge amount invested on towards Lions to try and get the pick, but that combo from Odie and Kana, that's why you pick this mid jungle together, and River tries to make it work, but Sayo with the barrier, with the heals, with the shields coming through from Kana as well, just able to keep himself topped up, and it's R7 who come out on top.
I didn't see the combo, the submarine. Absolutely beautifully pulled off, and for R7, a big turning moment for them as well. Now, Grub still stand. They still sit up there waiting for a taker as Dredgeline pulls it in, and Odie's now here looking for the fear. Ayla can't move, and as he gets feared out, at least there's a stun in the end. It was good Acro Prison, but now he must run away. Tomo fearing again as his culling, is up in 10 seconds. I don't think this fight is done yet, Dagda.
Ayla still has title, well, just about to tick over the tidal wave being up, so 100 Thieves feel like they're trying to just play off the heals from Ayla as well. Good.
Summit's in. Well, he finds only the clone. River's at the back of pit for the time being. His Cyclone not up and available, it seems like as well. The culling is now there as Shockwave is only on to Sniper, but that's the front line. Look at the damage from Tomo. R7 have to leave. River is again fishing as Cyclone comes up in 5 seconds. Sniper almost dead. The tidal wave is there. Quid pokes, prods, and now here's River to spin until he wins as Kane has jumped on, and 100 Thieves knew their cooldowns so much better as Summit gets a kill onto Tomo. He flushes away. Aqua Prison kited as well. Quid's trying. He eventually kills the old top laner of NA as Quid gets a double on the back end, and 100 Thieves, it still stands that they just know more.
100 Thieves will just not let R7 leave. The immediate Aurora ult from Quid holds Sayo in place, holds everyone in place, but this fight is a little bit rough. Sayo can't get the damage down because the Void Grubbers are spotting out his Mystic shots. And then they try to play for the choke with these Shockwave on the Sniper, but he kites back, which means Ayla and Tomo are in a perfectly fine spot. Good wave from Ayla as well to buy space. But here is where it all goes down. Kana and Sayo can't escape because the Aurora ult. So Tomo is able to buy the distance with Ayla coming through, and the heals from that Enchanter keeping everyone topped up. Summit does a great job of getting one.
Whoa.
But Quid flashes away from Lions' hook, and Summit, where do you go? You're just trying desperately to move anywhere, and Lions is just next on the chopping block.
Aurora. I mean, annoyed, because he thought he played it well. And yeah, okay, we're happy this time at the end result. Grubs went over, 5 in total. And even though 100 Thieves don't move to a massive gold advantage after that fight, there is a 3-0 Aurora. And R7 now have to deal with the fact that Tomo is also pretty damn strong, Dagda, as Dragon goes down in response, and R7 are going to get themselves Herald.
It's first Dragon for 100 Thieves, though, so it's R7. I actually kind of like this trade. You get top tower, you get Rift Tower, you will lose your bot tower, but it means you can try and crack up a mid turret. And in the extended lanes, this is where this mid-jungle combo for R7 becomes so much more threatening. So honestly, I think in this position, I think you're happy with that as R7.
Quid got... Wait, no, he didn't. No. I thought it was baited in. Never mind. River did get himself a blue buff on bot. Maybe that's why.
Oh, immediate Herald? They're in position. Yeah, I don't think they have enough information on where 100 Thieves are. His lines finds River.
Dredge line, it is a fake, only a clone. Thank you to whoever put that in spectator mode. It has been a big lifesaver as the MasterCard lane economy snapshot shows us that, yeah, top is ahead in the case of Summit, just like last game. But look at the rest of the map, all blue for 100 Thieves.
Nobody on top side, though, so again, we're getting this trade back and forth. Off tower, Sniper will get top end, Summit gets bot. I don't think Sniper's running Demolish, though, could be wrong, so he's going to be a little out there, yeah. But he will still be a little bit slower, so...
How cool is that? It's like directed cam, picture-in-picture. Ignore that. We got a picture of Darkness pulling up and a shutdown. Quid is dead. And look, this monkey's by himself. What does he do? He tries to buy time, but why are we teleporting?
Sniper, no.
Why are we teleporting? Sniper! He's trying to get on out. He ulted, he slows, but Rainbow 7 will take that freebie every day of the week.
Yeah, Snipers are far more deadly the further away they are, and Sniper needed to stay as far away as possible from that bot side play. But now's the Rift Herald. They can crack an inhibitor turret here.
They can do a lot, Dagda. They're going to get the debuff shortly with the Herald as well. Just wait for it. The crash comes through, and inner turret will drop down here thanks to Kane's conversion of AP to auto damage on turret. And R7 in a gold lead again.
Yeah, nobody collapsed it on mid, though. It means Tomo's getting a good amount of damage onto this mid lane. We'll take a tower shot as Seo. Arcane shifted into the queue from Tomo, but still, this is nice from R7.
Cullen comes through. Seo already eat before. He has both summoners available, doesn't use anything there. Has the healing for Ayla as well, so Seo defends while Tomo tries to get him off turret.
Yeah, I was trying to keep an eye on Odie's ultimate there. I don't think it's quite up, but maybe it is. As R7 again established themselves on mid. This is dangerous from Tomo because you know R7 are coming back out onto the map. Kaina now spotted in the mid lane. And Summers, 2 items now completed. He will be a menace in fights. Not the best of times still against Sniper in the side lane. The fact that you have so much armor on Sniper will mean that he can't trade effectively, but if you actually find a backline, Summit will kill them.
But Sterek's Gage, you know, into these fights as well. And the fact that, you know, you've also got so much survivability as he looks for Quid, and he will definitely find it. Between world for Quid, he buys some space, buys some time. Now with the paranoia on top as well, makes it a little bit harder, and Quid has used everything to escape. Another kill to Summit, and Rainbow 7 are not going quietly.
Quid cannot be on a side lane as this Aurora. You are so vulnerable. Yes, you've got that cool ult escape and the slow to walk away, but against a Nocturne, you will just get caught like that. And now it's a kill, it's threat minimized on that side lane. And you can just continue to push out these waves, continue to get gold into your carries as R7 without really 100 Thieves being able to do much of the map.
Almost to punish his tidal wave as well, but that's an ulti now committed. Sniper on a ward spotted out as 100 Thieves are still so desperate to try and get this push in for mid turret.
Yeah, they shouldn't be able to get it here, though. Aurora, potential TP.
This could be a dive, but the wave's thinned out. They're going to TP to save it for the time being. Just getting the turret is plan one as Sniper takes a lot of damage with the culling, follows through, almost getting lines on the back end. The depth charge is big, the shockwave bigger. Summit wants to be the biggest. The croc flashes, Q's in, heals up, but finds no kill. Between worlds again, zones, but dead in an instant. Quid got obliterated. R7 want to chase this down. River tries to fake it, but he won't make it. Summit's hit back, Sniper runs back, and Kana runs in. R7 feeling it, and they're playing faster.
But they have no wave. They have no position, but the sniper! Sniper!
Sorry, my anxiety.
Sniper, no sniping. As R7 will just have to do it again, though. Dragon is in 30 seconds. This isn't over. We've got to go again.
What is happening? Let's get a replay.
Well, this is it, right? So the TP comes in to keep the minion alive, which is sick because you get the tower. Summit, though, has a great position now to come in on a flank behind them, and that shockwave from Kana was perfect. And this just sets up then for Summit to threaten the back line. River then tries to move forward with Quid here, thinking maybe we can have some access to the back line, but Quid gets shut down immediately. Summit, again, finds so much space for R7 to operate. The amount of value this low health Renekton is getting is insane in this position.
I mean, Summit, again, with that lead, doing so much with it, and R7 have clawed it back. It's just like game one, only more spicy. It's back and forth, and Kana's lead has been given back and forth a little bit, but he's still so relevant. As you said, Summit's lead is stuck with him, and he becomes even more relevant as we see Dragon go down. Now, Dagda. Baron is there. Baron lost them the game before. For R7, you are now going to explain to our valuable audience how R7 make this game 2 a deal, a done deal, and turn it into a game 3. Go.
It's Kana Odie.
Okay.
These are the two. Like, look at the items for Kana. This is the I will mess you up if you step into a team fight items. Like, the combo can work so well alongside Seo as well. Don't forget that Arcane Barrage coming over the top. So this is a position where you need to get mid tower, you establish vision, and you look to try and contest 100 Thieves as they're moving in to get into a position for River or contest that Baron. Like, this is perfect. If Lions actually hooks the bush, they could potentially find it, but they're a bit nervous without seeing exactly where everyone is. I think R7 realize that they are in prime position to actually take this game off 100 Thieves. They don't want to make a silly mistake and throw it away.
So again, looking through mid jungle, and again, we know Summit is a pivotal piece as well. Afterwards, it got so much to play with as well. Become, you know, more and more unkillable, I'll say too. That's the big thing about Renekton, Dagda. You know, you get this third item, you have so much health in your kit, so much survivability. And I'm looking forward to some of the Culver Meeks with a level 16 Croc that can just heal up half his HP.
If I'm R7, it's actually not looking at Summit. I think it is these are one of the rare moments where I actually would like Orianna being a sideline.
Yep.
Because the way I can see this working is that Odie plays towards the side that Kana is on, and at any point in time can ult in to follow Kana. And it just gives so much control then to a potential pick, to find Quid, like we saw how vulnerable he is. And even you can see the win probability powered by AWS. Like, there is a very real chance that R7 are able to take down 100 Thieves here. Someone now threatening mid, showing on vision. 100 Thieves needs to be careful on this mid tower.
Being forced back ever so slowly. Summit is just waiting, and he was waiting for River. At least I want to walk on in. There we go. The submarine! Oddie finds backline access, but in the meanwhile, Quid's ulti keeps him in play. Sniper does the same, and that's a kill over to 100 Thieves. Summit runs in, at least helping out as the poke continues to rain down as Lion gets a hook on in, but they need to deal with the range. 100 Thieves got their damage available. It's Tomo, it's Quid, and Seo can't be here. He gets knocked back. No dredge line. They are outplaying them, Dagda. They're doing it again.
They thought they had it. They went for the play underneath the tower as soon as River moved away, but the burst was too much. The ultimate from Quid keeps him in check, and now Summit needs to escape, but Quid is never going to let him get out of here.
He's got a Hex Gate, so he has to slice and dice instead and shut down Dagda. Better with their hands. Confusion, but 100 Thieves, they'll play with those odds.
Heartbreak for the LLA, though. They had their chance. They tried to pull the trigger. You see Wukong, they say let's go, but they don't see Aurora. And then that lockdown keeps Kana in place enough for Sniper to TP in. Kana goes down. Seo snipes River here with a great Mystic shot, but then can't seem to follow up with a few more. Tomo just barely survives. Sniper playing really well on the front line, and Quid is just hiding behind his front line to get damage. But now Baron has started. Kana has TP, but 100 Thieves, they pull off. So Kana continues to push on the bottom side.
Ward on the back of the pit. Rainbow 7 know that it's stopped for the time being, so they're not going to be lured in. A minute 20 until Dragon, and that feels like a very real objective to start looking towards instead. As you said, it's heartbreak for Rainbow 7 considering they felt like they had such a big lead after such a big fight, after such big setup that came through from mid and jungle as Hex Flash over Lions. In the nick of time, it seems like as 100 Thieves continue to sweep up top and take control of this area.
R7 still have a chance though, and 100 Thieves need to be very careful of that. Tomo is going to be the focus. And you can see Kane and Odie, they're sitting on the side. They want to find this Lucian.
Submarine in, they're looking for the Cyclone, they're looking backline, they find a one-man Shockwave, they destroy him! Tomo's down, but Odie's low, and Rivers come back to say go, 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 with the dredge line in, a dredge line out, Sniper has nowhere to go, but Quinn is out and about! He flashes, he tries to get over the wall, he doesn't make the jump, and Summit is 1v them all! Sterix Gage is there, Sniper needs to flip back, but Summit is always right in their head, right when they need him.
100 Thieves are backing away, they are battered and bruised, but so is R7.
Dredge line, I don't know if that's a bait, Aqua Prison doesn't connect, maybe it was. Sniper, another flip back, the rookie top laner is carrying over Summit. He almost finds more, but Summit in the end gets on out, and Sniper, these flips from Cassante are making waves.
But they're always coming up in favor of Sniper every time.
What is happening?
I don't know, Sterix. I don't know.
What is happening? This is a crazy game. Like,
I love it. I love Worlds, man.
Yes.
This is what I live for.
Day
These
two.
games, how close it is, and it's. You can see the one-shot combo that is there for a 7, and it's just up again. So Tomo has barrier now, which can help to keep him alive.
Ooh.
The heal nearly up for Ayla.
Oh my God.
Sniper's gone.
Yeah, he's gone deep because they found lines here. He just pulled out his dredge line. TP's going to come in, but Rainbow 7 are going to lose their support before the fight even starts. Tidal Wave lines down, but Oddie shields and they look for the engage. There it is again. The yellow submarine quits down. Dacta, not a bad trade.
No, but you still have to keep this going. The Dragon going low. Summit wants in.
The zone is there. Rainbow 7 want themselves this win, keep themselves in the best of 3 in all possible merits here. Aqua Prison before Kana gets a kill onto Ayla. Sniper again looking for those magic flips, but they found the Dragon. 100 Thieves got the objective.
Sayo sneaky Mystic shots onto Tomo at the back, so they decide to back away, but
Baron?
R7, I think he just mid-tower.
Okay.
I think he just back away, but still, it's second Dragon. That's all though, that was the fight for. And R7 come out with mid-tower. This extends that range that they can try and go for this play on, and makes things very difficult for Tomo.
I don't know who in Riot scripted this to make us really excited for Americas next year, but good on you. Good on you. River has found Oddie in a 1v1. He'll take those odds easy, looking for a fear, but River gets out of range. In the end, he follows up, and he's just going to bonk him on the head. Dacta, wait. Baron's up. There's no jungler for R7.
And they have to TP in. Summit's on the bot side. He is no teleport. 100 Thieves. That pick from River might have just gotten them the Baron.
They are the Thieves. There's not 100 of them, there's 500 of them. Every player has their moment in the sun. As at 10k now, Kana needs a miracle shockwave. Think of Faker and do it. Dacta is getting low.
Summer's on his way. He can be that setup wave to buy space. Quid with the lockdown.
Big. Quid again between worlds is even bigger. Kana gets zoned out, Sayo gets zoned out. It's a Baron for 100 Thieves. The criminals have taken it again.
And you can finally wipe that sweat from your forehead. The fact the 100 Thieves managed to get that diamond, well, it was very close to going a different direction, but Ayla, great ultimate to buy space, and that pick from River may have just turned the game in favor of 100 Thieves.
Red Bull Baron power play begins, and as you said, that might be the defining moment of this game, of this series, after everything we've witnessed. Sniper sits mid, and you can see 3 members getting that push down bot while Kana tries to slow the play down by taking care of top wave.
This game is bonkers.
Yeah.
Series. That is delivering so hard. Still though, this is where you can see exactly what we were talking about earlier. Kana going to start pushing in on that top side. They're going to try and trade position on the map for the Red Bull Baron power play. The push on the bottom side is going to be very big though for 100 Thieves, and I think, yeah, rightfully called. Just try and reset, see if you can look for the play. But because you've now spread yourselves thin, 100 Thieves might actually get both mid and bot tower off this. Sayo is just on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, he is. He's just trying to clear the wave off the back end, isn't he? As 100 Thieves get that inner turret, Summit now defends bot as River sits by himself, but not too fearful for the time being. That clone going to be targeted. Here we go. Shockwave into the back line yet again, but no kill! No kill! Odie almost found Tomo, but he zones out. He pulls back. He uses everything, and their one-hit wonder combo is down.
And the tower will still fall as well. They can't step up to clear out the minion. And it's just barely fails. Again, barrier, huge. Heal used by Ayla. Everything to keep Tomo alive. And look, I can see an argument for R7 that this is actually decent to get those big summoner spells out at the moment, right? Because if you look at the dragon that's in 2 minutes time, these summoner spells not going to be up and available for them. Suddenly this becomes way more of a threat. And it is that tower was going to fall regardless. So not the end of the world in the grand scheme of things for R7, but it does mean that 100 Thieves, with the positioning now that they have on the map, are in such a good spot. They can constantly keep pressure on mid. They can almost deny R7 access to a lot of these dragon pickups and just make it impossible for R7 to play the game. Ayla now sitting with Tomo and the entirety of 100 Thieves on this top side.
And I'm glad we get to see more of Tomo. I mean, this has been a great game for him as well. Let's not forget, we talked about 100 Thieves play style and how a lot of the time, you know, you talk about elements of Quid, Spring MVP, how big it is. But for 100 Thieves as they walk on here, this Lucian has been so big. As look how far back he is, Dagda. TP from Summit.
But the ultimates are up. Kana just hit level 16. Tomo!
He's isolated. Shockwave's there against the wall. He won't escape it this time. Shut down. River is a cyclone, but not for long. He's blown over. Quid tries to get on out, running with his legs as fast as they can take him. A Sniper still thinks about it. Wait, there's no way. The ulti burn, jumps to the other side. Quid is running it. The flip back from Sniper, though, as TP's in. 100 Thieves are doing it again. Dagda, it's a game of catch and ball. Who's throwing next?
I don't know what's happening.
It's baseball.
That was, again, like some of these TP plays that he's been going for when 100 Thieves are trying to siege the base have been catching 100 Thieves completely off guard. You now have a great flank for Odie, a fantastic go for Kana, and it's just as he crests over to level 16 on the Orianna as well. They spotted him. They annihilate him, and this is what we were talking about. The fact that you don't have those barriers, the heals, the flashes for Tomo sets up for the next play. That this is where it gets dicey. Because if you have Ayla here a little bit earlier, maybe you can make the play, but I don't think Quid meant to hit that wall.
I think
it was a misclick. There's like a bit of a buffer around that wall where you get moved around, and he just ends up getting caught.
I mean, we're talking about rookies, right? We're talking about, you know, new international players. And again, maybe the pressure's getting to them as Summit may have found himself a River, but in the jungle, I don't know how that works. Cyclone comes out, he bails on time and rather bails on his side of the jungle. So Summit ulti down, but in response to the Cyclone.
But let's take stock, right? We're here 3 dragons to R7. True. The gold is almost exactly even, but Rabadon's death cap very close around the corner for Kana. So much of that gold has been invested onto him, onto Seo as well, who is now starting to become very threatening. The tools are there for R7. 100 Thieves have to find a way to keep Tomo safe, and a lot of that is going to be resting on towards Sniper, trying to buy space, tank these Mystic shots from Seo, keeping Kana out of that window of opportunity. But it's so difficult. The map doesn't belong for them. And as long as R7 don't overextend, don't give that pick to River again, they can close this one out.
As long as Odie and Kana keep pulling off that combo well, finding the pick, and then pulling apart the team fight of 100 Thieves too.
But look what 100 Thieves are trying to do. They're looking in River. They're saying, hey, we're just going to try and clear all this vision. Quid can push in on top side, and we can start to have him drift down, look for picks on mid. Remember how broken that ultimate is on Aurora. If Seo steps up to contest mid-wave, he dies. And this is the glue that 100 Thieves are hoping will hold this game together for them, where they can continuously bounce back and forth, look for picks with Quid, keep R7 at bay, and at the moment, it is buying them that space they need on the map to operate.
That space that in so many different fights for 100 Thieves has found them success. When again, they can kite back and get away from that huge pump of burst. Now Dagda, Baron's up in 5 seconds. Dragon, an afterthought if this game continues on. But Baron's going to be teleported for, and it feels like all cards are on the table. This deck has about 150 cards in it. I do not know what's in it.
This series has traumatized me so much. I thought that was an R7 TP behind them. I was like, oh my god! But still, R7 now opening up in the mid again. This 5v5 is fine. They're hiding. Kana Odie again.
River. Has Flash, has Cyclone. Odie, as we said, Paranoia into the Shockwave.
Again, though, everything is up for 100 Thieves, though. The Flash, the barrier, the heal, they cannot kill Tomo through it. They need more than just what R7 have at the moment, so R7 are using it to buy space instead, try and draw 100 Thieves into a position where they are overextended, and they can find more space for Odie to assassinate the backline.
There's also an open inhibitor. Summit's going to get the wave as well. Culling starts us off into lines. It won't be the end of the world. The front line engage has taken some damage, but it's nothing for now. River has found himself Summit, but that also equals nothing.
Summit got the wave, though. That's all he wanted. There's nowhere to play with.
Into the back line again. They're onto the Nami. The Shockwave gets a kill. Ayla is down. No healing. A stretch line behind a wall. Can't get Sniper, but the ulti again from Quid locks him in place, gives him a Cyclone, and Aurora shows her place. Kana gets the jungler, though, in the back line. The depth charge is there. Lions tries to find an angle, but Summit's in again. The Crocodile runs in, can't get the kill.
Wait,
Sayo jumps forward, but he can't be punished yet.
But now R7 are so low, they could have taken the fight and gone towards Baron, but with the health bars in the position they're in, 100 Thieves could contest. They get the pick, but they don't get anything else.
Stops the back at the very least, slows things down. Teleport for top, and Dagda, that means Baron's going to be started.
But it's a minute until this Hextech Soul as well, so R7, they need to make this play happen now, but you can see the indecision. They don't really have people in position, so Summit clears out the wave on top. They'll now fall back to it, but look at 100 Thieves coming out of the base. Quid in position. Everyone en masse is coming. River in 10 seconds.
I don't think it's fast enough.
R7 do this pretty quick, but 100 Thieves can still find the fight.
It's a Hextech Rift. They can use the gates to get around. They're dealing with top wave. It's pushing in, but they're like, nah, forget it. Baron's going to go down, and the LLA is fighting tooth and nail to take it to America.
The LLA has a lot to say against North America. And it feels right that it's R7 that's putting it to them. The guys that have represented the LLA throughout their history, but Summit,
peekaboo, peekaboo, peekaboo,
he knows they're there.
peekaboo.
He knows he's there. He's going to back away.
Okay.
Just spotting out exactly where 100 Thieves are, but this could be it. This fight for Soul, one pick could clean out everything for R7. Summit trying to find a flank opportunity on the side.
Again into the back line. Shockwave hits two. It does find an execute onto Quid this time. Culling at max range tries to find the mark two, but 100 Thieves, I think they're out of gas. Summit runs through, takes a true shot right to the face, and LLA, they've done it, man. Tooth and nail wasn't enough of an expression. They are taking it to North America.
They are walking down the minions. They have the Nexus in their sights. It is a lonely Nami versus the entirety of Latin America. And there's no way you can hold them back.
This has been back and forth throughout the ringer, but this game it won't be thrown at Baron. This game, the LLA will take us to a game 3 in our opener between R7 and 100 Thieves. We again get cinema at Worlds.
That combo was sick
that was
from R7. We saw it coming the second the Orianna was there, but there was nothing that 100 Thieves can do. Picked off, put down, battered and pushed back. R7 take that win.
That means game 3, and holy moly. Let's get more of that as we go to a short break.
What banger!
Flu season.
I'm sick, got you sneezing. To keep on rhyming, I find new reasons. Yeah, don't diss me, that's treason. Me and my Eve just trying to find Eden. Till then, we keep rolling up trees. Young Dante keep slaying these demons. Mad love for all of my heathens. Switching the flow like Cheerio, here we go. We keep the heads moving around, merry go. Fire in my heart with the fan, very cold. You it's artificial, cherry coke. Throw your hands in the sky, every girl, every bloke. I'm a king, I'm a dawn on a rock, I'm a toad. Tune into a f***ing prince when I croak. Drinking champagne, bumping Prince on the boat. Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In the dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. I have arrived. Hey, I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is nice, come alive. Tonight is nice, come alive. Come alive. A new season. I'm through pleasing. Yeah. Can't see I transform and try to hit me with that Louis Stevens. I'm about to get mean and new meaning. Mouth shut, he freezing. He Mr. Bean. And then for that screen, I've been scheming. Needed in all black when you see him. This is that. Wake up and get to that bag today. Y'all better not be playing with my cash today. I pop up like dynamite. I won't apologize. If you ain't got my check, well then run to say. You don't wanna see me wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. Alive. I have arrived. Hey, yeah. I feel alive. I feel alive. Hey, I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Hey, can you come alive? Can you do it right? Yeah. I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. I feel alive. Wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climbing out.
North.
Orion no flash.
Ezreal? Nocturne flash. Yes, kill them.
Picture in picture, ignore that. We got a picture of darkness falling up and a shutdown. Quid is dead. And look, this monkey is by himself. What does he do? He tries to buy time, but why are we teleporting? No. Why are we teleporting?
Look here. Lucian dead? Look. Come here, 어디? Base B. That's all. Don't take.
LLA strikes back in this battle of Americas as we see the explosion of joy of the coach on the side of our 7 here, and it's been an amazing series. It's been a banger series. Maybe not too much for
This play-in is already incredible. We had Pain versus PSG yesterday, and today it's LLA against 100 Thieves. LLA's, well, rather R7, but LLA's first victory against NA. And maybe not the last either. These games have been messy.
It's insane, and we're doing like features recording that's happening here, and we're a little bit too loud. Like the entire time. Okay, my bad. Okay, this game is non-stop action. Summit has been putting on a clinic, and on top of that, the Ori Nocturne combo has been completely digging them holes here.
And this is what this combo was about, I feel. And 100 Thieves, I don't know, being unable to disamorph this in a way, or was it something else?
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's an old saying, but it's time to kiss, right? Keep it simple, silly, and I think that's what they did here. This team fight composition is so easy. You get Orianna Nocturne, it's almost impossible to screw that combo up. And you can see in the late game, when the nature of the game, not just game 2, but game 1 as well, is that it's gonna get messy, it's gonna be team fight, it's gonna be late game reliant, early game don't really matter. the team with a better team fight composition is just actually going to be the one who takes it.
Yeah, it got to a point where the combos were non-stop on either Nami, Lucian, Aurora. Lucian had built a Zhonya's Hourglass.
Yeah.
He had literally decided he needed to actually go Zhonya's to survive the combo. So they said, okay, we see your stopwatch. We're killing Nami instead.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, I buy Zhonya's.
It's over at that point. It's over at that point. There were so many unforced errors that were happening, both from a Quid and also that bot lane TP play that ended up happening from Sniper when, okay, Aurora's dead. That's completely fine. And Wukong's like half HP. There's no way you're gonna, and here comes the Sniper TP. So I think there's either nerves or something, but R7 specifically, you already praised them. We gotta keep praising him. For a region like this to be trying to find a semblance of glory and be looking this strong in team fights, they're at game 3, match point. They could take it, be able to find themselves in a winning position, and maybe look right down the barrel of main stage, the first time LA has ever made it out of play-ins. That would be incredible for these players, especially for Odie, the LLA GOAT that has been trying again and again in different colors. I mean, he's been with Lion that turned into Rainbow 7, so the story is there, and they're close to making it happen.
And it's actually amazing when you look at this roster and 100 teams on the other side, GB, because they're fresh, new out of the LCS. Honestly, most of them are. And as you were saying, Raz, one can only wonder the impact of playing on the world stage for the first time, away from home as well. How much do you guys think it's impacting them right now?
I mean, I think it just straight up is, right? Yeah. Like, you travel away from home, first international, that always means something. And while you have practice, while solo queue is the thing, I still think that as soon as you're in front of a crowd in a different venue you haven't been in before, that takes you out of a place where you build up the good habits. It's not just the LCS studio. It's not just the same day-to-day you have anymore. Yeah. Everything gets changed, not just the game. I mean, the same goes for LA, but they have veterans coming around now, right? So that's just the difference of story here.
It's just River that has that international experience from 100 Thieves side, and also the fact that, like, the meta has changed so drastically and they're trying to find their space, and Rainbow 7, I think, are really found their stride. It's been incredible to see just how well their team fights have developed since last we saw them. So I want to see them get better and better. I don't want to see them beat 100 Thieves. So I don't want to go that far. but
on the next round, maybe.
The next round, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but no, it is exciting to see this level of play coming out of the squad.
And I love how we talked about the top lane matchup, especially Sniper versus Summit, and how Sniper kept the ball rolling and made this flank happen in game 1, but in game 2, you gotta track that Crocodile, man.
Yeah, and I mean, actually straight up, like, we've just seen Sniper on the Cassante. It's not like I think that is what defines the series, but in terms of just going back to what we were talking about in the beginning with this matchup, Summit just has looked better from laning phase and going into the fights there. I don't think it's Summit or Sniper who's actually defining these games. I'd actually say that Sniper, despite being as behind as he was in laning phase, actually had a really good game too. My main issue is that, and I think both teams need to realize this, none of them are going to be Gen G, BLG, or anything like that right now. All they need to do is well, the thing is, all they need to do going into this next game right now is they just need to be better than their opponent, right? And I don't think you need to make it complicated. All I think you need to do now is just draft the best team fight composition. Literally, this series is just coming down to team fights. Whatever you do early game, both games have not mattered because it just comes down to that Grub fight, that Herald fight, next Drake fight, next jungle skirmish, all of these things. So I think it really just needs to be team fight oriented.
I would talk about the draft and draft towards late game scaling, but also for me easy to execute win conditions here. And in that sense, are there some special picks that you would like to see or not see, maybe compared to what we have here?
So the Lucian Nami was a really surprising one for me from them, simply because they don't strike me as a Lucian Nami team. Ayla is not necessarily an Enchanter player. A lot of the times they go for multiple go singles in engages. So a lot of during the split they had like Rel as a first pick or a Nautilus or something like that to get them going, and Ayla is usually a pretty solid engage player. So I think they'll probably take a step back from that. Or if they're trying to run something similar, just take away the Nocturne, because that's what's making Rainbow 7 play a lot better on side lanes.
I mean, both that, but also the fact that, you know, Jarvan, he was banned, but he was only banned in the second rotation. You could have had a combo as well that just is straight up Jarvan Orianna. Yeah. It's as simple as it comes. I don't think you need to make it too complicated. I think you just need to make it more simple.
Let's see what happens here in Game 3. Battle of Americas is on between LCS and LLA casters. Over to you.
Thank you very much. We're just making a deal here. The third game's also going to be a banger because the script so far has been...
It's insane.
Good. It's been good. I never thought I would start losing my voice over Rainbow 7 100 Thieves. I'm going to be honest. I had low expectations of the series. I saw R7's finals and I thought it was real. And then after watching 100 Thieves, you know, their run when no one thought it was possible, I thought, man, this team is, you know, really, really good. They're firing, and you know, you watch a lot of champs queue and you think, oh man, okay, people are really revving up. Rainbow 7 are like 100% better than what we saw domestically. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They're just that much better. And as they said on the desk, Dagda, it's team fighting comps. It's team fightings that are defining this series and that will continue to define this Game 3, it feels like.
But also, I think it's just incredible to see R7 performing like this on the world stage. This has been a team that so many fans in LLA have rallied behind because they have been the team that has so often represented them on that international stage. And now to be going up against a North American representative and taking them the distance, potentially taking the series away from them, moving on into a very good position to try and get out of play-ins, like this would be an absolutely incredible story for this squad, but it starts here. It starts in this draft. And immediately 100 Thieves identify the Orianna and they're going to take it away.
I mean, is the Nocturne as good without the Ori? I think a lot of people, 99% will say no. So, one element taken away, Summit's Nah as usual. The Yone against Quid, okay. These are all targeted bans. Let's see if the Ziggs follows suit. Let's see if, again, Dagda, we just continue pulling away some of these pockets, as that Ziggs is from Rainbow 7, now gone.
And then it's questions of like, do you want to try and get rid of more Bodhi champion pool? Yeah, I was going to say the Skarner was still up and available. That's going to be taken away.
Aurora?
Aurora is there. I'm not a big fan of the Cassante first pick. I don't think R7 need to go for it here, so I think you're fine. The Syndra left open. They're going to try and take that for Kena. Easy blind pick in the mid lane, a ton of pressure, sets up well for any sort of jungler. This is kind of like an all-rounder in the mid lane and a great first pick here for R7.
I mean, again, it syncs up with a lot of junglers in the patch as well. They were talking about the J4 on that desk, but the Renekton B1, I thought I'd only see it from LPL teams coming into the tournament. And R7 say that was strong.
But it's also a takeaway from Sniper. This has been his most played. It's been the pick that he's heavily relied on alongside the Cassante domestically. So now taking that away...
That would be sick. He said he might play it.
That would be sick.
Are we actually, or is it a bait? Sniper's thinking. Thoughts, feelings? Oh my God. You know what? That young lad has got a bright future ahead of him. That's the biggest bait.
But still, like, the Cassante has been good for Sniper. It just, like, you're getting control post level 11 and you get those first items coming through, so it's not going to be a major issue. This would be interesting for Tomo, though. Going to go back towards the Jinx. So this is something we start to see creep up as just a late game dominance, but as long as you can keep Tomo safe, he's going to perform for you. It's just a case of how safe can you keep him. We haven't really seen too much coming through from R7, so maybe we get something spicy coming through, just like that Nocturne Orianna, to try and threaten this Jinx in the back line.
Yeah, again, they changed up the comp last game, and I felt like it threw 100 Thieves through a loop.
I think there is now windows of opportunity to go for something like a Poppy for River in the jungle. Just say, look, most of the stuff that you want to pair with... actually just going to go immediately towards the Lucianami. Okay, that's not... I thought you'd take, like, mid lane and jungle here, and then you get to respond here as River to that jungle. But I think it's actually a relatively good call here from R7, because you now get to ban away the Poppy, which I think could be your main threat for trying to get access to this Jinx. And then you can also find a stronger dynamic in that mid lane as well, because you can start to ban away some of the picks that may threaten you in the mid lane.
Well, like 100 Thieves, at least on the similar thinking, are like, well, if this Poppy goes as well, then they can just slot in the J4 into this comp if we don't want to go jungle on 4. Of course, there is already mid lane potential with the Yasuo ban too. We saw the Syndra highlighted before. The Ori's already gone, Dagda. I'm just going down the pool of what can slot nicely in, especially when 100 Thieves need a bit of AP here as well. A lot of thought process here. Let's just see, double jungle ban, and again that Poppy for R7 is where we're sitting.
So I think I'd ban LeBlanc if I'm 100 Thieves, because I'm trying to run through my head what's the only thing that could really have backline threat. Like, if it's a Syndra, you're in a fine spot. The Nocturne could also work, right? But I think you have less follow-up here for the Nocturne, where it doesn't work out quite as well. So I'd imagine that we're probably looking at something like the LeBlanc, maybe a Lee Sin here for Odie, and you just try and play heavily through mid and pop this Jinx in the backline.
You know, it's funny, I think 100 Thieves are paranoid. That's why they banned the Nocturne.
Hey, okay,
all right. I thought that was really clever. I don't have those often. That's not bad, guys. Relax. It's not bad. I've had worse. Okay. Sejuani, one of the junglers left up in the mix, right? We see Syndra gone and Viego for River. Oh, Lord. Okay, this has been talked about a lot of changes. I think the base AD changes as well, people got excited about.
I think you're fine, though. I think...
Yeah.
So the problem I have is if you go for the Viego, I think you can just go for the Lee Sin in the opposite side and you're going to be in a relatively okay spot. And then you can still go for LeBlanc Lee Sin. The only issue I see with that comp is, can you kill Cassante later? There's the LeBlanc, so this is kind of where I was a little bit nervous about it, but at that stage, yeah, okay, you just commit for we are going to kill Jinx and win the fight for that. And they want that backline access. Rek'Sai can look for the dive if she can land the Void Seeker, but that is very difficult when there's this many just tank members in front of bodies.
And this would just be a full mid-game comp anyway. Cyclone, similar value, more AoE. So, Odie sets up for mid-jungle, and R7 want to try and skirmish this to the death. Well, 100 Thieves, good scaling elements. Let's see where it goes, Dag. Do we need a mid lane? We need AP damage here for Quid. Aurora on 5. Thoughts? Feelings?
I think Ahri. I think an Ahri is fine, where you won't win out on the lane too heavily. You can do okay, and then you just try and play for keep safe. Vex would actually be really good. Okay. I mean, we talked about Quid's flexibility coming into the start of the day. This man has a plethora of champions to pick from, but this is sick. It's great into LeBlanc because the amount of dashes, but it's also that AoE CC where you just sit on top of the Jinx and just keep the LeBlanc off her.
She gets Doom or Gloom, whichever one it is. She gets those passives off Lucian, off LeBlanc, off Wukong, off Renekton. Wait, Vex here, maybe 100 Thieves have just gone 5-head on the draft for R5. Because that comp, Dagda, reset City, right? Viego, Vex, get a kill with Shadow Surge, go again, Jinx. Like, if they get a kill, this comp is going to run you down.
And as well, I think you do have an awful lot of protections, right? The thing that I do like about Vex is the ability to find that CC for Wukong, LeBlanc as they're coming through, send them back with that fear. The opportunities to try and look for the return as that first kill comes through. I think 100 Thieves are kind of saying, look, we'll absorb that first punch and then come back at you. And certainly we could see in a lot of the fights in the last game, there were moments where the first fight would happen, we kind of take a step back, and R7 would try and overextend, and then you could nearly find something again for 100 Thieves. So I do like this idea of, hey, we're going to take this initial brunt and then look for that turnaround play afterwards, because I think that's where R7 have been struggling.
I just love that our Game 3 drafts are setting us up for more action. There is going to be a Game 3 that I think could be unforgettable. The series has been unforgettable, especially from the R7 side. They finally beat GAM last international. It was talked about their first ever best of win. They would find their first ever best of against a North American team and move into one step away from qualification to the main stage, something else that they've never done before. For Rainbow 7, this could just be the best worlds to remember. And again, the last one for the integrate. So someone's been spamming a Freak of Freaks all series long.
That's nice.
What a surprise. Yeah, R7, look at the trajectory. What a surprise. Again, Dag, you said 16th championship earlier on.
Yeah.
The domestic heroes, Rainbow 7, the best of the region. No doubt.
And now, trying to show they're better than 100 Thieves, but 100 Thieves, going back to what has been a bit of an LCS special with the lane swap, hasn't been red just yet. So it looks like this is going to be 100 Thieves trying to see if they can find that early, just take a step back for Tomo, let him get some levels under himself before they start trying to operate into anything special.
Well, I'm excited to see how mid matchup comes into it though, Dagda, because again, a lot of volatility here, double electrocute taken as well. And we have a Viego and Wukong who definitely have a bit of lockdown, especially as the game goes on. Now, the biggest question is, how do these other lanes play out as well? We've already seen Summit in the matchup versus Sniper, where Summit has been winning a lot of his lanes. But we also know Seo and Lions are going to be looking for the 2v2 as we expect. Obviously, that's not going to come out and play as normal. As already mentioned, we have a lane swap here as Summit tries to in some action and trying to peer through mid.
Yeah, I think the adaptation we're seeing here from R7 is kind of what was the start of the lane swap meta, which was stick your top lane in mid, just try and find him a job to do as this all starts to pan out. But you haven't really put yourself in a position to cover a huge amount here, unless they're just going to look for the 4-man dive on towards the bottom side, which could end up working out. You do have the advantage on turret pushing for a bot side. It looks like, it might just be the dive here for Sniper. You can see the reset for Ayla to try and match this, but I think he's going to be a little late.
Let's see. Ward spots out that Lions is over the wall, as you said. Might be a bit late. The cannon is helping them buy time. So he is coming in here with flash available as well. If they dive Sniper, Ayla hovers out in the fog of war. They're thinking about it. Dredgeline pulls them in. It's not a clean dive yet. Lions has to flash away, and Sniper's taking some shots. Sayo almost dies. He barriers. Odie's now in here as well. It's a long, drawn-out dive, but it's not clean by any metric. Ayla saves the play, hooks in again, and Sayo almost dies off the back end. Yes, they got some plating, but Dagda, Ayla saves it all.
The route on the auto attack from Ayla meant that you immediately get the return auto attack from Odie because he stood in place, which means he then ends up tanking up the tower, can't actually get the dive on towards the very low health Cassante and potentially flash away. So Ayla, the hero there in the bottom side, and now look at the level difference. Sniper, level 3 to Summit's level 2. He's in a great spot as Summit's going to try and trade against Tomo, but that wave is pushing out from him and he's now very low.
Also has W second, but that's on a long cooldown, so no slice and dice to get him out of dodge, while Quid just gets some turret plating, or at least tries to for the meantime. Remember, every time Kana goes in, he gets a free Gloom proc. As now level 3, someone is trying to abuse that, but doesn't know where anyone is, and especially with Ayla on the way up. If he commits again, could be dangerous.
Yeah, Lions here to just help out, but there's the damage.
Traps are down. Wait, the Zap does good damage indeed. Someone has to flash away. It's Match. Tomo looking for first blood, almost finds it. Lions with the ebb and flow, and away he goes.
But still, you're not going to get a huge amount of Kana.
More fight. Odie is here. He gets over the wall. He's invisible for now. Pops on out. Bonk on the head. Almost gets Kana, who flashes away from the Mistral Bolt. Odie gets first blood from the outplay from mid.
So barely Kana is able to survive in the mid lane, getting him something that is very nice, like just that little bit of 300 gold difference. I'm going to be able to clear out this wave. Is going to set this LeBlanc into a great spot. Same when you look at Odie. Summit behind though. He committed a lot to try and get up towards that top side, then gets forced out. The wave is still pushing away from him. Tomo has now just gone for the reset, so he's going to be able to come back out onto the top side of the map. So it's mid and jungle to AD carry for R7 in a great spot, but the top lane definitely favor of 100 Thieves.
I mean, again, for Sniper, it's a new experience because this whole series, someone has just been whacking on lane, and we talked about it. The swap has come through, and to hopefully give 100 Thieves an easier time. But Dagda, I think the biggest thing about this lane swap, as you said, is the fact that Summit's behind when he was so pivotal in Game 2. When in this series, Summit with a lead has caused a lot of distress for 100 Thieves. That also plays a part here in this lane swap we're seeing play out.
But it's also rare to see Summit behind for R7, so this is going to throw a completely different dynamic onto how they want to try and play at this game. But they're now moving people into position. This wave hasn't been crashed yet. Odie, not quite level 6.
No, he's not.
But Lions is nearby. They spot River.
Yeah, River's going to be 1v2. 1v3 in a second. He might have to flash. Gets over the wall. River flashing away from the River. There's comic relief there somewhere as Odie's still not level 6, as you said before, but turret plating taken while 100 Thieves play up to the lane.
And as someone who still needs relief, he has not gotten help. This wave is pushing in so difficult, and even River has just walked back around to try and help out.
You can see.
There's nothing you could do.
Dagda, he doesn't want to use his Rain of Anger. I think he wanted to use it for an engage here as Quid's caught out. Wait, Sayo roamed up. Rainbow 7 is scaling into the series more and more. And just after we talk about some lane disadvantages, R7 are taking it into their own hands again.
Nice job by Sayo. Basically full move here for the Void Grubs.
Yeah.
I think the call from 100 Thieves was there's no way. They need to keep someone on towards that bot turret, but especially when they don't have the teleports. But they roam up, they get the kill on mid, catch Quid unaware. And now they're in a relatively decent spot, I think, to try and match this, but you actually saw someone cancelled his TP. Cancelled his base. I thought he was going to match bot, but it looks like they're just going to accept the loss of the wave on bot lane, which almost crashed in. I don't know if it did. And now, Sayo Lions, they're going to match up, where it's BF Sword, 2 boots. So if R7 can try and play aggressive on the spot side, with Odie about to hit 6, I think you've got a really strong opportunity for R7 to play through Sayo here.
And Tomo not having flash at 1 Acro Prison, and he's dead with those items. Like, that's a lot of damage from Sayo. And as you're talking about as well, we've got level 6 on the way. So the burst potential's really there for this Lucian Nami lane that now gets to play standard. You can see that Tomo is moving into position as Ayla is still on a bit of a roam, looking for the push so that maybe Quid can be unlocked. maybe they can look towards Dragon here with the fact that they finally have something going in mid lane. But can they with bot, Dagda? That's always the second thought, isn't it?
That's where I'm a little nervous, because this wave hasn't really been pushed in fully. Tomo kind of just getting to tap away at it. Yeah, there you go. OR7 going to try and set up. Odie also just moving his position. I think he's soaking XP to hit 6 off the wave, just doesn't quite get it. So that's kind of would have been their go button, I feel like, for a potential play or even for Dragon. So only going to move back up towards top lane instead. You can see, though, this is where Sniper going to have a much better time. 2 levels over his opposition for the moment. Someone about to hit over to 6, but still, just a massive CS lead going to help out monumentally for Cassante in this match.
See if it opens anything up, because Summit unfortunately just hit level 6, so with Dominus he has a lot more survivability and a lot more anti-dive potential. As you know, we're talking about Summit, but in this lane as he pushes on in, Summit's just going to be able to absorb more and more experience, more and more of the CS, getting back into his direction towards his first item. Now, River is past level 6. I think we talked a little bit about jungle earlier on, Dagda, but a 20 CS lead for River, because he's just been farming, trying to get the experience gain. But unfortunately, Odie getting the kill earlier on meant that he was able to match us. There's good damage there, but Kaina's just going to dash away.
I think your 7 are foregoing Dragon in favor of Void Grubs at a minute 40. So all they want to do is just keep these waves pressured in, and then you can start to reset, like push in bot, move Seo lines up, and try and play away from Sniper. Sniper doesn't have TP, so there's an opportunity for 7 to try and play off of Summit's teleport coming up and available for them. But you do have to still be very careful. River's trying to get active on the map now to set up these plays, like find the picks he did in game 1 to pull the game back in their favor. But on a Viego, it's a little bit more difficult because you just don't have as much tankiness to threaten a lot of these face checks.
True. Rectrix's the only thing in the inventory for now. He's going to still red at the very least, so part of that face check has been knowing that Odie is up near that top side as he comes in and tries to take his own jungle. He'll start with the Raptors anyway, so won't find that out for a little while, but the invade's there now. Kaina's going to be tagged by the Shadow Surge, looking to take it as well. The Rocket! Everything in the kitchen sink thrown out as onto Odie. He wants a little bit more. River gets a stun down and starts Viegoing while Odie has to back away. But a big kill going over to Tomo after that early game.
Massive pick for Tomo off the back of that.
Cassante with an early lead. Let's see what Sniper can do. Onto Summit, misses the flip back, which would have given those Nantofo strikes true meaning. But Summit survives for now with ulti in hand.
Still, it's a kill for 100 Thieves. They don't go towards Dragon. They know 30 seconds on towards Void Grubs. They really want to try and put the pressure there. So I'm kind of surprised to see. I thought Tomo would essentially just swap lanes now. So that then you can try and like keep this AD carry up towards the top side. But with the lack of teleport, maybe they just feel like they want Sniper up in this position, or they're just going to trade potentially for the Dragon instead. So Dragon into potential plates looks like the play for 100 Thieves, whereas for 7, you can already kind of see they're opening up on mid with Seo, so then they can keep Kaina in pressure on that top side and have that teleport available from Summit.
Well, he's taking the grubs for the time being. I mean, R7 have an opportunity to pick up all 6 this game and using the Lucian as well. We just have to see if that means something in the long run. For now, dive is coming through. Dominus going to be used by Summit, but it's mainly just to clear the wave, and he does that so easily. But here's River, flash burnt. Summit's out of there, slice and dice, and now the next wave will have a chance to crash in yet again. Summit does have TP, but Dagda, he's not safe for now.
I know, but he has lines coming through as well, so Summit going to start to step up, seeing if he can heal just a smidge, but actually uses the Ruthless Predator to clear out the ward. Now with lines here, should be able to just keep Tomo off of this, but 2 plates already taken. They want to go for the play.
They want to, with Tidal Wave coming in. Observers, can we look back bot because TP's there. Sniper doesn't cancel it. Wait a minute, 100 Thieves are fully committing to this, and we got a picture. I love it. I am going way too dank. We're back. Here we are. Nothing happened. I was taken on a roller coaster of emotion. I'm not sure where we went. Is he in trouble? Chains are going to connect, but it's only the electrocute. The chains have to disengage.
Yeah, you can even see Quid hovering down. Uses the had the ultimate available if they end up trying to go over aggressive there, but a huge amount committed on towards that bottom side by both teams. Summit and Kaina using his TP to get down to that bottom side alongside Quid, and he also had someone who then TP'd up onto this top side. So that's almost all summoner spells that can get you around the map for R7 being used, and now it's still 100 Thieves getting that Dragon. Void Grubs are 6 though for R7, so when you end up in like side lane plays for Kaina And now you can even see it for Summit. This is where you really need to be careful as 100 Thieves. Split pushing is so strong for R7 right now.
Summit's going to get himself plates quite easily here. Sniper walks on up, but Summit gets a full roundabout. He's caught back up in gold from that early game. Dagda no longer a CS lead, no longer a gold lead. And look at the scoreboard. Once again, R7, 3 games in a row. Good early game. As they said on the desk, early game doesn't really matter. But R7 with the tools this game to try and clean it up. They're looking for the rotation here, but the wave's going to be cleaned on out. 2 minions left in there, so low as Sniper sits back trying to do the Cassandre thing. He holds these out, but now he's squishy. Lions tanks it up. R7, they're feeling it, Dagda. They're feeling it today.
It was all 5 members in that top side. Sniper didn't stand a chance, but now you still need to get back onto the map to commit elsewhere, because yes, you will trade tower top side, but you are trading it for that bot. Quid, I thought was going to stick around to try and put pressure on towards the mid lane, maybe a little worried about a full collapse on towards the mid lane, but still, R7 coming out with the gold in their favor off the back of that play.
It's just crazy again that here in this early game, as they get the gold, they've given a 1k gold lead to Kana. Last game able to do so much on that Orianna. We've seen LeBlancs today not being able to be successful, but Kana is an item strong, a 1k gold lead, and he's in control.
So this is where I think R7 should be setting up to try and play around Kana. Summit, in my opinion, should be in the top lane right now. I suppose they are probably looking at Rift Herald in a little bit, so you're fine at the moment, but eventually you want to try and use this LeBlanc to constantly proc this 6 void group buff, get bot tower, and then you can just start to keep up side lane pressure consistently, and eventually use then the Rift Herald to take down the mid lane turret. But opting into a full team fight right now is a little risky. I think they did spot River now, though, on this bottom side, which is why Odie is starting up the Rift Herald.
What was they go through? Summit's trying to get the turret. He gets it solo. River's just going to get in his way. In the meantime, Summit slices and dices away, and he gets slowed on down. He's going to try and dominate and 1v2 this with Black Cleaver in hand, but it's not enough. River's got enough damage to keep him alive as Halo Dredgeline almost there over the wall, so a big pick for 100 Thieves.
But it's threatening on towards the tier 2 coming through here for Kana, so you need to back away if you're 100 Thieves. Someone needs to cover. It will be Quid who's moving up there, but that might open up mid lane plays.
Culling.
It's almost low.
Boy, almost dies. Culling doing a lot of damage here with the Essence Reaver as Herald's just going to be taken in the meantime by Odie. Top was applying pressure there at the same time. Gold still in their lead.
This is your time, though, to take the mid lane turret. You already look at Cassandre in the bottom side. You open up a Rift Herald, take that mid lane turret, and now all outer turrets are down in favor of R7. And the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, you can see just how much of that gold is on this LeBlanc. Having all these outer turrets down sets this LeBlanc up to be that threat onto side lanes.
This has been a glorious start to Worlds. Not only yesterday with Pain Gaming taking a game off PSG, R7 not only taking a game but looking strong in the final one of the series. If they can beat 100 Thieves, this would be one of the greatest play-in upsets in the history of Worlds, I'd say. This goes on the list for sure. And especially since 100 Thieves from major region from the LCS. This team was expected to come through and have an easier side of the bracket. Not so sure anymore. I'm not sure about anything anymore. Here for Sniper and Evie, yeah. Well,
welcome to Worlds, lad.
Welcome
it's
to
always
Worlds.
the story. Everything looks so written in stone until it's not.
Yep.
And 100 Thieves might be trying to carve their initials into this crocodile, but they're just going to back away. The TP coming through from Kana in behind, though. They want Quid.
And it just worked so well last game. The flanks are once again finding fruition onto Quid. Just they need a chain. There's no Shadow Surge available because he can't get unrooted. Kana picks up the kill. A second for his LeBlanc. Just keep flanking. They said that in Nemo, Dagda. Just keep flanking. And R7 listened.
That's so good. R7 again finding just this small gold lead for themselves. They just need to get their waves pushed out. Dragon in 40 seconds. Quid can TP back out into the map, but always the constant threat of Summit looking towards that tier 2 may just keep 100 Thieves away, but Summit's gonna reset. I think he should keep threatening on towards the tower. You can actually force 100 Thieves into these really awkward situations. It's gonna be Sniper moving up towards this top side to push out that wave. R7, everyone moving into position at the Dragon.
You've got a 2-item Lucian. Rapid fire cannon picked up. Hextech plate as well for Kana. Almost his second. He's strong. A lot of bursts available there as River tries to walk into R7 in the River first. You can also see Kana is pushing out that bot side. He's on the right side of the map here. And once he's done with it, he moves to the second Drake.
Needs to be careful. Vision be pushed out. But again, I like where Kana's positioned. He can always have threat on towards 100 Thieves. But with 100 Thieves posting up in mid lane now, he needs to start to shift his pressure across and see if he can just find these little pokes. As long as he's playing away from Ayla, he's fine.
Culling comes through. Dredge line doesn't cancel it. He kites back and Seo steps on up, does the damage, and Ayla takes a little bit, but on the side, look what's happening. Damage being done. Kana again. Odie cyclones once, but he's got another. Summit now fronts to backers. Odie's on the side being a menace himself. Sniper's getting low. Ayla's getting low. 100 Thieves with a favorite, but they're being run over by Latin America.
R7 are coming alive against the North American representative. They are finding the picks, and Kana played that beautifully. Hides on the ward, waits for the overextension, and pops the trigger against 100 Thieves. Watch it in this fight. Kana's just sitting here. All the focus is on the culling, on towards Seo. River thinks he has it, but Kana finds Quid. That damage is insane, and River just has to run away. Summit thinks they're going to finish off River, so doesn't fully commit to the Viego. Thinks maybe we can get Sniper as well, but the fact that Tomo got those chompers down saves both of them. Oh, sorry, saves River, and it is only Sniper that ends up going down.
Keeping them seated. There's a lot of intensity in that room, but 100 Thieves. I mean, the comms are quiet.
But if that isn't every LLA fan right now, I don't know what embodies that better. We're getting there. This could be the moment that we take down the NA representative, our second ever win at an international event. And over 100 Thieves would be such a monumental way to start your Worlds in 2024.
And it would be insane to win the second ever best of at an international. More insane than first ever against America. I know people online are saying they're hyped for next year now. They're getting more and more hyped. I mean, R7 have been scaling for many years. 16 championships of scaling. This is like me finally getting to plat after 10 years from gold. This is obviously a much bigger glow up. This is an insane one that 100 Thieves now have to find out how to mitigate. How do they stop this? River's damage is done by Seo. And 100 Thieves just accept the wave while Summit deals with bot, while they wait for the Baron to spawn, while Rainbow 7 look to lure them in with this LeBlanc that will one-shot.
And it's crazy to see like Kana coming in, winning his first ever title with R7 in the LLA.
Yeah.
Summit winning his first ever title in the LLA with R7. This is a team that has been built around Odie with Seo and Lions. Like, finally, their moment in the sun might come, but they still have to close this out.
Remember, last time was Bong Miru as well. Last Worlds around. Rainbow 7 moved the pieces around, and it's working. Now 100 Thieves looking for a pick, but Odie is taking all the jungle. R7 moved their LeBlanc up to the top lane, and Kana, once again in a side lane, has to be respected by Quid, as slowly but surely more damage is being done to this turret, and Kana's applying the pressure.
And that's where the 6 Void Grubs is going to come in, but you are getting good damage back from Quid. And that's where R7 they have to back away from top side, so 100 Thieves trying to set up for a pick onto this LeBlanc. But everyone on R7's resetting. Kana does his duty of moving right the way back to his turret. And R7 back out onto the map faster now. You can see constantly like River, Ayla trying to find a pick, trying to find something, but R7 are playing a safe. Seo can always dash over this wall as he gets on towards Sniper.
Sniper has to be careful. He's going to face check, but again against Seo, won't do too much thanks to the Lucian not having too much pen as Tomo does some damage on the way out. On the Baron side of the map, 100 Thieves now clear out vision themselves.
But everyone on R7 is working as a unit here. See the 4-man moving in to get vision, not getting that pick that River found in the last game, not putting the Heartbreak into a potential moment. And Summit continuing to push on this side. It's this constant push sides into group on mid, but now Kana having control in this side lane should give them reason to start to threaten the tier 2s and also get vision here in the jungle.
You know, Dagdo was just reading like, you know, what we were talking about. We're looking at potentially the weakest team in play-ins. I just have to grasp the roots of what we're looking at now. The weakest team is not going to get drawn in. Ayla went over the wall for that shadow surge onto Seo with a depth charge, but he's saved for now. Quid doesn't get a reset. A culling there, but Odie is going to get reset on. Now it's River's time to shine, but how much can he do? Summit saving his AD carry. Flash on the back line. Kano almost dead. It's a messy fight, but Seo gets out. He spaced, says River. Until now, River hasn't into the reset. It's not looking good. R7 have to be careful, but River has dove deep into enemy lines. Summit stops him while Tomo runs for his life.
Kanan nearly has a flash. He can come over the wall. Someone desperately trying to get a Tomo. He's got Sniper.
Summit runs through now in a 1v2. It's Sniper left alive, but Kanan wants the damage, the dodge away, the flash in for the dismay. He finds it until he doesn't. Kanan is standing. Vamos!
LLA are standing against the LCS, and Kanan barely holding on to that one. Sniper tried desperately to outplay the solo laners of R7, but he just couldn't quite do it. Ayla, with a swing and a miss, sets up for Seo to go in. Quid finds the sneaky ultimate onto Seo, burns a ton of his health bar, but by the time these TPs come in, a lot of that damage has already been done. So River uses Odie's death to get on towards Seo in the back line with that flash forward, just barely, thanks to the move speed upgrade, able to get the pick. And then look at the damage he turns around, sets up lines, uses the ultimate to give Summit a bit of a run around. But at this stage, Kanan, waiting for those cooldowns to come back up, is just about able to turn it back.
Oh, these fights are wild, the whole series long. Golden glue, the therapy bill, I'm not sure if it's going to be covered by the August. That's an expensive one. But I'll tell you one thing's for sure. R7 in the end, the last kill goes to Kanan. He's 6-1-2. He has him at Chai's in match point. This guy is psychotic and I love it.
He knows that he could be the difference maker here. He can step up. Odie on the flank in a great position.
Is this when North America weeps? Dredgeline doesn't connect, but the culling does. Odie cyclones in, but nothing else. Cyclone now down. Ayla at half HP. R7 walk it back.
This is perfect for 100 Thieves. They don't need to overextend. There is no objective. There is no wave. They can heal, they can wait, they can find their moments, and that's exactly what they're going to do. River going back to heal on Camp. Seo goes wide.
Summit with the angle with dominance available.
Risky. The monkey's not here.
You're right, and with Cyclone not available as well, remember, even if he comes, he doesn't have some backup tool. Dredgeline against the wall, the depth charge onto Kanan. He's running for his life. He doesn't want to throw, but Shadow Surge connects in the backline. Quid tries to find him. He has the burst available, but no, the rocket hits the clone. Quid doesn't get a reset. Summit as well in the middle. They're doing it. Dagda, they're trying, they're fighting, they're looking. Summit is already gone, but you can see Sniper is doing the job. He goes around, Seo's looking for the ground, the Sniper finds him as a reset's there for River, but Odie's gonna take it. He doesn't get over the wall. Heartbreaker there. Dagda, I'm out of voice.
I don't know what is going on. These fights look like they're going in favor of R7, and somehow these resets from River, he is grasping 100 Thieves hold of this game and keeping them in it. Because this is where, as you say, Quid goes in, but just that clone blocking the rocket from Tomo means that he can't get in. They finish off Quid, but on the top side, Summit ends up falling as he goes to kill Tomo, which then gives this moment for River, the cooldowns, the stun onto Odie, the kill onto Lines. He becomes Tsunami, he gets the opportunity to then turn on towards Seo as well. And with Sniper helping him this entire time, River can barely hold on. These fights, always 4 for 5. But it's R7 again who are slowly coming out on top.
Everything
one
for
kill,
Kanan.
one little bit. And as you say, it's everything for Kanan.
And he didn't die. Dagda, he got 16 stacks. He's got 16 stacks of Machives. He didn't die. They couldn't take them. Baron's up, and I still don't know which way is left and right.
You need to get the waves in order. Push in top. You can already see R7 moving there with Kanan and Summit. But it's 100 Thieves desperately trying to get this mid lane turn.
On the river. Dredgeline comes on in. It's only Monkey Clone. He's away. 100 Thieves running for their lives, and River is low. Is that enough to start the Baron?
I don't think it's Baron. It's about this top lane tier 2. They just want to make sure that Kanan can get that push again. These 6 Void Grubs means he will tear through this tower. So 100 Thieves moving in by Ayla.
Is he caught out? Cyclone gets him up against the wall. It's everything for a distortion. Ayla's down, but into the backline looking for a reset. He can't get it. Quid tries. The rookies of 100 Thieves try to bring it in, but Rainbow 7, I'm planning a trip to South America.
But 3 for 3. River wants to try and go forward, but he can't get in.
But Summit with the flash on in, looking for the heartbreaker, the playmaker, and no maker at all. Sayo on the backside trying, and Summit dies in the end. Slice and dice. River with the heartbreaker. He's going to break so many of Latin America. It's a reset. It's a Viego. The flash in is not necessary. He gets a double, and River got what he was looking for.
Everything was used by Summit to take down the Jinx, and Tomo stayed standing. River could bring it back, and Ayla, this hook away from the Cyclone, sets it up. Quid going on towards the LeBlanc, gets the kill. Kana can't get away this time, and now we're on to Baron.
God.
It's the reset. Kana, he finds one.
Quid's dead. Kana's trying at the very least. Baron's already going down. Baron is going to be taken, and that's it. Baron is still taken despite Quid dying. Kana jumps in distortion. Sigil of Malice. River must run for the Baron. And River, when he is the stable point of 100 Thieves, I can't even track these fights. I don't know what's going on. I have been casting for almost 10 years, and I feel like I'm bloody casting Rocket League. It's crazy!
The huge amount of this is coming down to like minute things from Sniper, where he's pulling people away that are necessarily in these fights to buy space for Tomo, to buy space so they can deal damage for River. There's like River getting these resets so consistently onto key carries, helping him to close the space onto Sayo, who's burning everything to try and get away from him. Okay. But it is now a reset. The waves are being pushed
in. Is it over?
No.
Okay.
And as you can see from the win probability powered by AWS, we don't know what way this is going. It has gone up, it has gone down, it has gone left and right, and Ayla's hook has found a way in towards the middle of all the members of R7.
All right, as they say in German, gerade aus. That's where we're going next. R7, they've got themselves the Drake. They're on Soul Point. Dredge line, if it connects, they will die. And Quid, with his backline access, will do a lot. Remember, Kana, he might have died, but he's still got 12 stacks on Majais. What else do you want to cover?
But this is the thing, 3 items now for Tomo. He's in such a good spot. This Viego is huge thanks to that Sterix gauge as well, and you're still waiting on like level 16 for Odie, these key items to hit.
They see Sniper, Dredge line onto the clone, tidal wave out, Sniper's in trouble, he gets onto Summon, the Fear's there, almost dies, the culling, no, under turret, 100 Thieves, they're gonna throw it again! They're gonna throw it again! Cyclone comes out, shut down onto River, he can't do it anymore, Dagda, he can't reset, Sovereign's domination is out, Ayla is gone, and in play-ins of all things, 100 Thieves are getting smacked again!
They have the wave! There is 40 seconds on River, 30 seconds on towards Sniper and Ayla. How far do R7 want to take this? I think it's just going to be for the inhibitor.
History?
Because look at bot. Kana wants to start to push in. They want to look for as much as possible the base of 100 Thieves. That Red Bull power play is very negative, and 100 Thieves need to find a positive play right now to pull this back, because this series is slipping away from them.
Baseball in North America, baseball in South America right now getting Googled. How do we catch League of Legends players across the globe? How can I catch the ball? A 0 and 8 mid laner in Quid. He has been pummeled through this game. He's tried everything to kill Kana. But Kana again in these fights is a pain in the bottom. 20 stacks on Majai's Dagda in a final game of the series. He just keeps getting more. Even when he dies, he gets them back.
But the thing is, we've seen these fights.
We have.
One misstep can change it.
It's over. It's
one
still not
play can turn this back.
Look at that.
And that exactly.
What do I
and this is the thing. Quid still does damage. Quid still does work despite what his scoreline might say. 100 Thieves, one hook from Ayla could be the difference maker here.
Yeah.
There is so much that rides on these next few moments.
One reset.
Can step forward.
One reset. Oh my God, that's a Cassante! That's a Cassante!
He has no magic resist.
He's at half HP, you're right. No MR means no stand in front. R7 are going to get this top lane turret one step closer to their destiny in play-ins.
Reset coming through. R7 on towards the top. They're pushing against them, but the wave gets cleared out so quickly at this stage. It's so hard to try and move on. They just want to try. They should have someone escorting that mid wave in to just put pressure on towards 100 Thieves. Summit now going to take up that mantle as the rest of R7 fish for the poke. Look for that damage from Kana. He's playing with confidence.
He is.
He knows that he can make this play, that he could push R7 to the win.
Imagine coming to Worlds, part of your new roster. You've replaced Mira, who people had hope in. Summit comes in. You know, someone who's been on LPL, LCS we talked about. Wins his first domestic title in the region. And then looks to take out 100 Thieves, part of his former region, and put them in the lower bracket.
But here's the thing. We're all backing away. It's a minute and a half until both objectives spawn on the map. You look at the items that are starting to come through. Tomo, when he finishes now, that Mortal Reminder is in such an incredibly good spot. You're still very far behind as Quid, desperately trying to finish your Morel and Omicron. But you need MR on towards Sniper, and that's where it's just not coming through right now. On the upside, though, someone's starting to run out of value.
There he is, 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 there he is. Against the wall, though, has he overgreeded? Might be caught on outlook with the Heartbreaker. Kano's greeted! Kano, the playmaker, has now played under and is caught out before Baron.
How much can you do here, though?
Oh, wait, Teo. Holy moly.
That's what I was about to say. How much can you do? There is no objectives on the map right now. Kana still has his teleport, and Summoners fishing for Sniper.
Can he kill him? Can he kill him? Can he kill him? I mean, the Renekton, he's got 3 items. He's a tank, pretty much.
Yeah. But this is the thing, you look at where people are on the map, 100 Thieves, yes, you get the pick, but it only gives you a second to breathe, because there's nothing you can do, and you can see the player matchup at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, it's not looking
Kana
good.
versus Quid, it is...
Culling all in. Ayla is dead, Ayla's dead. Kane is up in 15 ESTP as they try and all in the back line. The Shadow Surge from Quid is good, but they can't get the kill. Quid's about to die. Cycling one step away, but Quid survives. Odie's dead, Dagger, no jungler, no jungler.
Tomo nearly gets the snipe onto our sail. Summit's still pushing to the top side, though.
He's going.
Someone needs to reset.
He's
6 voice grubs. He will rip through this base. It's Quid who resets to deal with them. The rest of 100 Thieves are moving towards the Baron. Kana can TP in. Do they just go for the end? Kana can TP to the wave.
You're right, he can TP in. He's still got 10 stacks of Magi's. His AP is out of this world. Dagda onto the inhibitor. The wave's being thinned. What does this guy do?
They're going to go for Dragon. Kana, you need to go and check. If you can finish off Tomo, that could be the entire game right there. This Baron is going down.
Oh my
but it looks
God.
like they don't want to try and contest.
Game to Miles, to inches, whatever you want to use. Quid gets on out. Summit almost gets the kill. There's a wave there now. Dagda, there's a wave now there. But Kana doesn't do it. Nerves, whether it's good or bad, doesn't want to take it after Baron's gone at the very least.
They don't overcommit. But at the end of the day, what do you really think 100 Thieves can take with this Baron? Soul for R7, map control for R7, waves pushing in. How do you even take a glance at R7's side of the map unless R7 make a mistake? If you are a 100 Thieves fan, you are praying for a miracle. Kana overextends again. Seo takes a step too far in mid. Ayla can flash engage something that can bring this back.
If you're a fan of either of these teams, I think you've either had a heart attack or you're at least you're on watch. Yo, send some love to the fans of both these teams. Anxiety through the roof. I'm anxious just watching it. I've had half a clue what's been going on half the time. As R7 look for their final touch onto Tomo.
Oh my God!
What? Shut down 4v5. Tomo's down for 50 seconds.
Kana can go in.
He's
if
jumping.
He can get river, that's all.
He's diving. Seo the one to do it. The 80 carry they stuck with. LLA, can you feel it?
The waves are all crashing in, top, mid, and now bot is about to come through. Kana steps forward, looking for the poke damage, looking for Seo.
They're trying
out of his mind.
They're trying. Odie has flash. He's got ult available. Summit got everything up and available again. The waves being held away from the Nexus turrets. The inhibitors are going to drop 3 inhibitors. R7 now with a wave. Dagda then trying. It's a triple. Quadruple. The LLA breaking history, breaking heads, and breaking North America's hearts. Making history here and winning a best of 3 is only the beginning. What the hell did we just witness?
Welcome to Worlds, LLA!
I believe. Make them believe. I believe.
What an incredible series from the Latin America representatives. This LeBlanc needed to perform. Kana stepped up. Seo with the perfect culling to finish off 100 Thieves. That was a series.
That was incredible. That was remarkable. And the LLA Rainbow 7 are unbelievable.
A team that has only ever won against GAM Esports has now taken down an LCS representative. And for an organization that had so much to prove on the world stage, not only for themselves, but as the region as a whole, this is a statement from the LLA.
Take your picture and frame it. Today is a fortuitous day. I don't think 100 Thieves just know what happened. I don't think a lot of us understand what happened. It's crazy. It's not just LLA beating 100 Thieves, it's that series and how it played itself out. I mean, play-ins, like, this is the bottom level of the competition. This world is going to be so sexy.
It only goes up from here.
Oh my God, this world is going to be insane. It's day 2!
It's like,
it's day 2!
But it's so much of like R7 stepping up, right? Because you end up with this insane Nocturne Orianna play that they're consistently finding picks. They're not giving up advantages in side lanes. They're finding these moments in team fights. And then again, Kayna on this LeBlanc stepping up massively for them. This was a sick performance from R7. And that's not even talking about Seo's insane performance. Summit consistently finding these wins and these great TP flanks. There was so much to talk about with this R7 team now. You have no words though.
It's play-ins. It's crazy. Like after what we experienced at MSI this year with insane series, BLG PSG is admirations on stage. After what we saw with BLG PSG, Chenji, just the last couple of years I play this game's getting better. I don't know.
Yeah, it's insane.
I don't know.
And like massive shout out because there's been so many people on the LLA that have been pushing for like Odie for so long. It's been absolutely incredible. But I can't wait to kick it over to this Verizon post-game interview with Ji-sun, who's standing by with Summit to give us everything.
GG.
Welcome back, everybody. I have Summit on standby after that crazy victory. And this is the first time that an LLA team actually claimed a best-of-series victory at Worlds. He's now writing history for the region. First off, congratulations on the huge win. How do you feel about the victory today? 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 오늘 경기 승리와 함께 이제 LLA 지역이 월즈에서 최초로 단판이 아닌 다전제에서 승리를 거두었습니다. 엄청난 대기록이라고도 할 수 있는데요. 지금 소감 어떠신가요?
되게 좋고 일단 처음이라니까 되게 좋고 팀원들이 좀 잘해준 것 같습니다.
It feels amazing, especially the fact that we are the first one to write history. And also, I want to give a shout out to my teammates who are performing out of their minds today. And today, R7 outplayed the opponents in every team fight and also outplayed them in macro as well. So I want to ask him, what was the main focus when they were playing out the games throughout the series up against 100 Thieves? 오늘 경기 사실은 경기를 풀어나감에 있어서 계속해서 상대방보다 한타도 더 잘하고 전투력도 더 좋고 또 운영적으로도 마지막에는 더 좋은 모습을 보여준 것 같습니다. 오늘 경기 3세트 치르시면서 어느 부분에 가장 집중하셨나요?
좀 게임 템포 그리고 좀 집 타이밍 빨리 잡고 그래서 좀 전투 많이 하는 쪽으로 전체적으로 방향 잡았던 것 같습니다.
I mostly focus on the tempo of our gameplay, especially we wanted to make sure that we are basing a tempo early so that we are a little stronger than the opponents, so that we are fully ready to win all the team fights that we were going to play, and I think it worked really well. Moving on to the next questions. When it comes to today's matchup, everyone focused on the top lane matchup, him versus Sniper. So I want to ask him, how did the top lane matchup go? 오늘 사실은 많은 분들이 가장 주목한 부분은 탑 매치업이었거든요. 스나이퍼 선수와의 탑 대결 어땠나요?
스나이퍼 선수 되게 신인으로 알고 있는데 좀 그래도 잘한 것 같고 좀 생각보다 스나이퍼 선수 잘해가지고 집중하면서 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I'm pretty aware that he's a rookie player, but I think he performed even better than expected. He was able to focus up throughout the series, so I think he did a decent job as well. 그러면 오늘 어느 부분이 내가 좀 더 낫다 싶은 거 있나요?
그래도 초반 라인전? 그거는 조금 잘한 것 같네요. 상대보다는.
And I asked him, is there any aspect that he outplayed the opponent specifically? And he said, I think my laning phase was slightly better than Sniper. Now we have one match cleared, but next up is GAM Esports, another crazy one upcoming. So I want to ask him, is he fully ready for another big one? 이제 첫 경기 막 마무리하셨고 다음 경기는 감 e스포츠를 상대하게 될 예정인데 한 번 더 엄청난 난전이 일어날 것 같습니다. 준비되셨나요?
네, 준비됐습니다.
그러면
이해했습니다.
감에게
네.
한마디 부탁드릴게요.
똑같이 저희 팀이랑 플레이 스타일 비슷한 걸로 아는데 저희도 좀 그런 부분에서 집중해서 이겨보겠습니다.
I'm very confident that we'll be able to take GAM down as well, and I believe we have a very similar play style, so we will make sure to keep that in mind and take them out of the tournament as well. And that was Summit, everyone. Thank you so much. 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
Amazing to hear from Summit after this historic day for LLA. Years in the making. Sorry you were on the other end of it, Raz, but honestly,
it's fine.
Beautiful, beautiful from them. Amazing. I mean, I'm losing words here. I'm really impressed about the way they managed to come back and stay in the race, because it's not so much about grabbing leads in League of Legends, it's about actually taking the Nexus down, and they kept the ball running here.
You saw it on the faces of the coaches, the players. I was looking on Twitter from the fans, the community, that this has been a pretty harsh year for the LLA as a whole, and just knowing that they're one step away from making history. They already did it today.
Yeah, absolutely.
They already did it today with a best of 3. They've done it with a best of already. They're one step away from making it to main stage for the first time ever. This level of play, they are playing better than I've ever seen them.
What was the defining moment factor here in Game 3, GB? Was it the draft gameplay itself? What do you attribute?
I actually think that as much as we said for Game 1 and Game 2 that early game didn't really matter, because it honestly didn't in those first 2 games, in this Game 3, I actually straight up think R7 just outplayed 100 Thieves. I actually thought that R7 comp was a bit hard to play from what we had seen. We were saying that easy to execute is probably the way to go. They said, hell no, and then they swapped in LeBlanc here in the mid lane, and that was one of the most successful LeBlancs we've seen in a very long time as well in just League of Legends in general.
Yeah, I think Quid had a really tough time this game. It did also help that Lions' early, it was actually the early play that happened through mid. It was the Odie's early play that he ended up getting a gank through it, got flash, got the kill, really started to spiral the lane a little bit, and then we went on side and it was still happening. That last fight that we had just seen on the replay where it was like, okay, you followed him over the wall, but at this point in the time, you don't have enough damage to get the kill on your own.
No, absolutely. I'm still just so passionate about talking about this R7 roster right now, because honestly, coming into this, I thought they were going to be, and I don't mind saying this, I had them at the bottom. Because from what I'd seen domestically, it didn't seem like anything that impressed me. I often thought that their macro was lackluster. I thought when people spread out the map, they had a hard time finding out who needed to be where, who needs to rotate first. TP advantages even was a hard thing for them at times. And then coming into today, the way they've been playing, it was messy. Don't get me wrong. None of today was clean League of Legends, okay? But it was entertaining, and it was them beating NA as, like, there's no unfair advantages anyway. It was just straight up hands div and skill div that just came through.
Who do we want to give the upper player of this series to then here?
Kaney, for me, would be the guy. Kaney on his Lucian pick really was the defining player. Even in that last kind of pick that they had on Jinx. At a lot of points, the fans, people just believed the 100 Thieves could hang on. I felt like in a lot of these fights, when he was getting dove, he kited back perfectly. The series as a whole, I was just talking about the last game, thought the series as a whole, the Orianna Nocturne combo is what really got them to that position to begin with, and 100 Thieves did not have an answer.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Summit, right? He still had great laning phases, but in terms of this game you're watching on your screen right now, you're right. The Nocturne Orianna combo was just what had the highest impact in that game in terms of giving them that victory. And I'll be honest with you, I think going from game 2, okay, it's a little much more up in the air, But then game 3, specifically with the lead he had on Quid, what that LeBlanc was able to do, yeah, he got caught a little bit, but everyone got caught in this series. He just straight up was the better mid laner today, and he was the one who got that early game lead that they needed, and straight up just carried R7 to this game 3.
Yes, and there's going to be people that say it'll be Summit or Kaney, or maybe a few people that say Odie. I think the point that Summit said in the interview with Jisun, where he kind of said, you know, big ups to my teammates for stepping up, because they did.
Yeah.
And you can see it in their faces how much it mattered to them, how much it meant to them. The disappointment will be there for 100 Thieves, and they'll have to fight back another day to be able to fight back from this moment, but it is a huge celebration for what Rainbow Seven is able to accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, for 100 Thieves, this wasn't even the hardest part. The hardest part is going to be bouncing back now.
Yeah.
Because, quite frankly, our community is ruthless.
Yeah.
And, like, for better or worse with some of the memes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, as a fan, it's fun. As a player, it's horrible.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to be, like, no one open up social media. You just have to find the right state of mind to be able to come back. It is still play-ins. You're not going up against the Giants yet. You still have an opportunity.
And that's what I'm wondering actually here, Raz, because you've seen these players and this team the whole year through the changes and everything. They came together during playoffs and finally found a formula that was winning for them through this aggression. With this, let's call it a misstep that happened today compared to the expectations that they have of making it out of play-ins. What is the next focus for them? Because it's going to come from more of a mental aspect rather than what's in-game per se, I would say.
I mean, they'll look back at the draft and they'll look at back at their play. I give a lot of credit to their coaching staff, Golden Glue, Samuel, like a lot of their coaches have done a great job throughout the year with the young core that they've had to be able to get through humps like these. This entire regular season in summer was a hump. And they were able to get past it. So there's going to be another challenge. I think this experience was good for them. Obviously, they would have wanted a win. Clearly, they played poorly today. But I think that I will look towards the mental aspect of just being ready for the next day.
And they have one day to get ready for this, because tomorrow we have the winners of today and yesterday, of course. And GV, this is where it becomes really, really interesting. I'm super hyped about both these matchups. Slightly concerned on this side of the ADC, maybe.
I mean,
what do you think of the both?
I don't think we saw Mad at their best in their series against Vikings, and I certainly don't think we saw PSG at their best in their series against Pain either. So I really think that's a toss-up in the air in terms of who really manages to find the right play on the day. For MDK, they played a way more bot-centric style. I'm wondering if they're going to play more topside and try and attack Archie a bit. For PSG, the meta read was all over the place. But what I'm really looking forward to is that R7 versus Scam again, because this was the first time R7 beat NA in a best of 3 at Worlds. The first best of 3 that R7 ever won at an international was MSI 2023, and it was against GAM Esports. It was the time where Vietnam was highly regarded at least one of the regions that was still going to go up, but then completely failed, right?
Revenge.
So I think that revenge matchup, either for R7 to qualify to the main stage for the first time ever for LLA, or finally for GAM to get that revenge again and be able to qualify themselves, that's an extremely hype matchup for play-ins.
Love me some garage match here at Worlds 2024. What would be your overreactions after these first 2 days?
Oh my God, I don't even know anymore. Actually, I don't even know. There's too much is an easy one to grab for, but I'm trying to still have faith, Lord.
Stay hopeful. Stay hopeful.
So I'm not gonna go for it.
Yeah, I can grab it. I think the ADC is finally better than the LCS.
Oh my God, calm down.
I'm gonna get blamed for this later so much if it backfires.
I'm gonna
hold it back. Hold it back. No, don't do it.
Stop it. Stop it. Sign us.
I think we're gonna leave it here for the safety of the studio, guys. Thank you so much. I'm gonna let you guys settle this backstage.
Stay put.
Thank you all for watching around the world, whether it was the morning, the evening, the middle of the night. We all love you. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow. Are you calm down? Bye. Say goodbye. Say goodbye to the fans.
Yes, if we choose the angle, yes, please. Yes, please. Okay. We got 20 seconds, guys. We got 20 seconds. No.
Fire in the sunrise, ashes raining down.
early, start my day with daily grace. Pray for mercy on my enemies and snakes, yeah, yeah. Lord, forgive me for these choices that I make. I got murder on my mind, I got bodies in the grave, yeah, yeah. We get your block lit, pull up with the chopsticks. Ain't no apologies for nothing. We get your pop split, we get your pop hit, pull up with the drop tip, yeah. Jump in the stakes, whatever it takes to level the pot quick. You better look over your shoulder and beyond. You wanna set shots at us, you better be God. You know tough guy for real, you better be honest. Yeah, you could run, but we gon' find out. Half a ticket on your head, don't be surprised. Shooters itching, they gon' come collect the prize. Book the mission, we gon' take them for a ride. We gon' bring them back dead or alive. Plagued by the worst one. Voice in my head get me undone. Eyes in the sky can't be outrun. Wolves waiting on the midnight sun. Yeah, half a ticket on your head, don't be surprised. Shooters itching, they gon' come collect the prize. Book the mission, we gon' take them for a ride. DOA, we gon' bring them back dead or alive.
Who got the crown now? Heart of the city, I'm the man now. All of the villains, woo, stand down. Pardon the many, many men down. You better run now. I got the cloud. I'm in the clouds too. Ain't no coming down. You better run. Don't mean to be blunt. I'm already a weapon. I don't need a gun. And you don't want none. See, the new #1 is up for the hunt. I'm annihilating any violators. Man, I see so many I could buy a hater. Man, I'm in my prime. I'll retire later. Do it now before I'm dying later. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide, no. It's do or die. I don't run, I don't hide, no. I just do or die. Nose dive in the fire. Do or die. Yeah. You better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Go, 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 go. I don't really know how to go slow. Oh no, oh no. I don't really vibe with the bozos. I don't need a ride to chauffeur. Couple hundred miles and I'm over. I got a bucket list with a quota. I'ma live a million lives till it's over. I'ma live it to the fullest, even when I'm dodging bullets. Especially when I got a grenade in my hand and I got the pin and you know I'ma pull it. Boom! All of my foes are goons. I put them on notice too. And now they know they through. They do. These are words I live by. Do or die.